All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is August 3rd, 2026, and we have a very exciting day ahead of us. A lot of the last week, Leopold low, the chips coming back, the momentum, the Mag 7, that continued, and it was partly helped by the fact that you had the war tensions decline. Again, Friday at close, started to get a little aggressive there. They were saying Israel's going to attack and all of this, and they walked it back on Saturday, even though you got more drama about it back and forth in the morning here today. Oil is still down 6. You have all of the tech. Again, software is very active. The chips are still active, and if you were not aware, the earnings have been killing it. So do not be fooled by all the drama. I mean, again, I don't know how your people blow up with the best earnings, but when it's all said and done, this has been one of the best earnings seasons that we have seen in terms of beat rates, performance, all-around movement. It is continuing. So you have 14% of companies this week. We'll see where it all leads us, and then a little bit of data, and I'm sure you're going to hear some people complain about the Fed, but when it's all said and done, we get some economic data today. We get to roll through August, and then, yeah, I mean, after these earnings, I mean, we only have so many events as we enter in this final window ahead of earnings ahead of midterms. So, Chatadonia, I hope you're ready for all of it. But before we begin, before we chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out. Active service, past service, anybody who has served this nation, for real. God bless you and thank you. Thank you for your commitment, sacrifice, everything you have given to this country, all of our collective freedom. Man, I hope if anybody getting a long-term owning the land, I hope we could help in any way possible. But at the very least, we owe all of you. And for all of you out there who haven't served, if you ever wonder why I do this, it is not to make you a warmonger or blindly support things. What I am trying to say is that no matter what, you can never take away the honor from somebody who has chosen to give up so much for their country and the collective freedom for people they have never even met. So veterans, active service, the families, God bless every single one of you and thank you. And big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, janitors, coaches, garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of the Dutch! Oh, it's game time, Chatadonia. Harder. Oh, my goodness. Dog, happy Monday. Yeah, do you feel the Monday? I love Mondays, dude. Oh, Chatadonia. Oh, the market tweaking a little. So get ready. We only have about 2 minutes. There is a decent amount of plays. Like I'm telling you, even a decent amount of earnings here in the AM. You got a very solid earnings beat rate. Mag 7, chips, the tech, IGV, starting off very good. But I'm ranting right now to just let you know, watch for the first hour or two. If it holds up or not, remember just how the last couple weeks played out. You are still in that setup. So even though we're feeling good, people feel a certain way, you need all of this shit to hold longer than an hour. So let's see where that leads us. But I'm going to be watching Microsoft, Amazon, Apple, all the ones from last week. Keep an eye on IGV, both the bigger caps and the smaller caps for software. KKR, they have earnings and a couple other things coming out. ELF came out with some guidance and numbers. We'll see how consumer plays. Caterpillar, that is getting ready for pre-earnings, and McDonald's, ANET, and WDC as well. I think it's just all going to depend upon the morning vibe and where it all leads us. So other than that, though, you might even wake up to some older plays getting a benefit here. So if we can make those free, I might do that. It just depends which ones. And then, yeah, man, after the first hour or two, just see which industries are holding. Like I'm saying, IGV starting off good. You got the chips, the Mag 7. Remember, XLP, XLV, XLF. You're going to hear me say it a lot, but please do not forget how all of these days have moved, okay? I'm just, you're going to hear me say it a lot, but if we can get out of this, that would be awesome. So less than 35 seconds left. Hit the like the button, or love yourself. Hit the long-term button. I don't know. I'm just excited. I'm so excited for this, man. That's it, man. It's August. Oh, bleh. Oh, do you guys realize you only have like 4 months left in the year? And then it's 2027. Oh, they don't want to talk about it. 15 seconds. Oh, I thought I had a track. I thought we'd be able to get one. Oh, I think I got a little bit of carbo. Well, that's what I was saying. Wait till the open, but yeah, you just sold off like 0.5%. But then again, you saw the same move on Friday. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. Jesus loves you. All right. I figured out what it was, though. Remember last time? Okay. Oh, I forgot about the war stuff. Dow, Roblo. Remember Roblo and Reddit? Those got pumped a lot on Friday. So remember, anything that, if it just did that, look, it already came back up. So look, SPY did 0.5% down, 0.5% up. I was going to say, if there's anything that gapped down with it, you could have done that move we were talking about. Oh, wow. The Microsofts are ballooning now. You have 250 on the Microsofts if you still have those. Those were the ones from earnings. Okay, I sold one more Microsoft. I still have a couple more, but those just keep climbing up, so I'm gonna take a little bit more. Yeah, again, IGV is just taking off extremely well this morning. That's what I'm saying. You got to see if that one holds. Because, again, I guess chips are down too, so they are taking the Korea effect. Microsoft, Teams, ServiceNow, Sentinel, Amazon. I think even the old Amazons are catching a bid. It's the same thing as yesterday. They got like an extra 10%. But, yeah, the Microsofts, even the Workday. If you have any other older ones there, hold on. Oh, and I don't know, CBOE too keeps ripping, but SPY 480 or Microsoft 483. SPY's up at 0.39, SPY 0.42, Russell 0.31, Nasdaq's down 0.25, and Dow's up by 1.1. Merck, again, you had that big buyout with Bristol. And then there's your boy. Amazon, dude. So that Microsoft mood was crazy, but again, Amazon's up 5, remember. So, dog, that sucks because whatever you were expecting for this morning, I mean, straight up, dude, some of your Max 7s, they legitimately moved 3 to 5% in that first 2 minutes. So, like I'm saying, even those Amazons, those are dead, but those types of moves will wake them back up. If we could get out of them, I will. But, yeah, those old Amazons are coming back. Those shouldn't. Even old China. Oh, I forgot. What was it? There was that buyout stuff on Friday with some of those other names. And then who was it? Skyworks, Kimberly, Pfizer's waking up. I mean, we're Staples. Staples are killing it. XLV, all of the Staples are, and the Dow, and then IGV. So pretty much it's chips down. Everything else is catching the rotation, but it's pretty solid. Is that one? Microsoft again. Okay, well, SPY straight green, 0.5%, and 4 dog. I know, I forgot. We had the oracles too. I was just taking advantage of some of these positions, but dude, off the morning, everything has ripped very quickly. There was a couple of those plays there off of that little like morning back and forth. But yeah, dude, first 5 candles, you have legitimately took off. Again, I think title of Greenlight helps explain that. But yeah, the Oracle We broke the curse if you still have those. So I made them free at close on Friday. All my shit's still lagging, though. Yeah, they're about 100% on the oracles. Okay, I sold the oracles, the rest of them at 100. Those expire this week. Those were good. The meta's on the high. Trump truth poll. Do you guys know the Trump API thing came out? So that whole thing where they're going to charge people, it's true. And I think it's releasing. I think it might have released this weekend. So there's Amazon now. Hi. Financial. All of the staples. It's honestly everybody except chips. And then meanwhile, you like low-key have a monster move on IGV, but some of them are kind of chilling out. Hold on. I need to fucking move this one, but it's not loading. That's crazy. Please load. Lemonade, SanDisk. So watch if chips start moving again. SanDisk and WDC. Oh, wow, that failed. Fuck. All right, I made the SAP free, and then Oracle ripping after I sold. But the SAP free at 70%. Bro, look at the fucking SPY. It's just been straight up. You literally had half a percent candle dump right in the first 5 minutes ahead of the bell, and then all you did was just go straight up cash open. Right off. You haven't had one red candle to start. So literally, sadly, all I've done is take in profits. I did not add anything new there. So again, you have a lot of stuff moving pretty crazy. So yeah, do that. You even have some old plays coming back too. Thank you, SAP. Yeah, Oracle ripped. Or Oracle is ripping. I know, well, we have it in the long term. So I'm break even now on Oracle. So from now on, you have now, all windows are closed on every long-term play. At least for this year. So until we add another one or they come down again. Oh, Snowflake. I think or did I rip that one on Friday? But yeah, Oracle through there, Intel, NASDAQ. Yeah, NASDAQ's up by point. Bro, that cash open, bro. The last 10 minutes has been very quick. I'm telling you, some of those names just kind of popped up nutty. Yeah, those old snows. I think we already made them free, but I think I'm going to rip the last one. Okay, I sold the last snow. Bro, they're feeling really good right now. So I don't know. This is definitely different than the last couple of weeks. Remember, I'd be struggling to get a bid. Now they're filling stuff that's not even there. It's I mean, again, Amazon is the one really waking up. Some of those contracts are still lagging, but like I'm saying, you had a couple of dead plays that kind of just stepped back into the game. But yeah, that, and then a lot of software's moving. I just ripped another snow. IGV, now you have Meta. Amazon's already at the high. Microsoft, some more cyber, and yeah, everything. Whirlpool, they have earnings after the bell today. And then Workday as well. Jeez, man. Hi. I haven't even looked at the long term yet. So I say we manage some of these and see what other stuff is out there, and then that's it. Again, the Microsoft, though. Those were killer. Microsoft's 500% now. Damn. So I took the 250 off the morning, and they just literally went up another 50%. Okay, I sold the rest of the work days at 400%. All right. I know. We went a little bigger on Microsoft for the long term. So that's, I already had that regret before I made the play. So literally, Microsoft was a little bigger for the growth ones. But again, it had better quality, so it was much easier to make that decision. All right, we might get our first red candles. Again, now, too. I still have dead nows that are, they might be coming back after that. But yeah, a lot of stuff did just wake up. The 10 a.m. data, we're not concerned with it, but it is important, the ISM. And you know, whatever that brings. Oh, ISM. Wow. What the hell? My chat. Yeah, Palantir's after the bell. Microsoft, ServiceNow, or I just ripped the oracles too. All right, well, I did it for you, chat. I did it for you. I'm good, though. I took enough profit again. So keep that in mind, too. I hope you guys don't get lulled into the greens. Oh, shit. Oh, we got another deposit again? So, yeah, I'm above 20% cash. I just logged into the long term. Boo. But, yeah, you're up 26% on Microsoft. Intuit, 20%. And then last Kimberly, you got 15%. So, purchasing in March, or when was it? June, July, long-term purchases were a great fucking idea. Assuming you didn't do it too high. But even then, I bought Microsoft high, even though it was low. Remember, I was down 30 bucks on Microsoft before it went up. But yeah, all of those are going. Again, you still got your IGV. I mean, even fucking Corsair is ripping, for crying out loud. Team, Reddit, Now, Adobe, a lot of those software plays. Let me check one of those. Visa. Visa bought some. Again, these smaller software names are ripping, dude. So we still got, I have one more SAP left, but I ripped most of those. So again, SAP was one of those dead plays. You would have thought SAP would have got murdered. But yeah, that came back up very nice. Now you got Meta ripping 4.45. Ay, ay, ay. So yeah, a lot of them off the open. Actually, that gives me an idea. It's not going to work. Uber's on the high. SanDisk. Oh, Baba again. The Baba China stuff. Baba's still up 5. Yeah, they're loving that. I forgot. No. Oracle! We broke the curse, bro. I'm glad. I sold it. I mean, 100%. Could have done better, but, you know. Like I said, those oracles, me and them oracles. No. So I'm glad, baby. Oh, no. I'm still shopping, bro. This shit moved quick. Good morning. Happy Greenlight. So I don't know if we're going to... Okay. Hello. Can you hear me? Is anybody listening to me right now? Yeah, we could. All right. Dude, I don't know what happened. My computer just fried. They fried me, dog. They fried me. No, it's good. It's good. It sucks. I was gonna make another play there, but that one just got away from me. They robbed me. But you know, could be worse. Could be worse. But yes, we are back again. The market's been kind of going nuts here to open. It's only 0.6, but carrying off of last week, if you remember. And then, yeah, if you had anything that woke up with profits, I hope you do monetize them. That's what I've been on. Let's see. I already sold that. Yeah, Oracle! Dude, maybe we are about to bubble up, dude. Because if I be selling this map fucking early, if we start doing that again, you know what I'm saying? I'm kind of down, dude. I'm kind of down. You just had S&P manufacturing PMIs. Those aren't the ones. We want the ISM. But yeah, that one's, again, Meta, Microsoft. This has been somewhat of the theme all morning. You even have IGV up, and then China. That started to go crazy there before I shut off. Meta. SoFi. Oh my gosh. Meta still. Bro, Meta started off only 1%. Again, even Oracle too. That's pretty nuts. Well, 137. We're back. Does it keep clapping, bro? I am now. Well, good morning. It's a big day. A lot of money on the table, bro. Look around. Look at the market. Look at how they're moving it all. And then where's Microsoft? SPY still at the high. Oh, Bradley Frizzle! Oh, I see. That's what I said, man. I was like, bro, there's a lot of money on the table, right? It's Bradley Frizzle and the Peach show up. So I'm saying, bro, even the Peach, man, liquidity, money, everything. It's aware, bro. What market is there without the Peach? They don't know. Bradley Frizzle. Hold on. Is it still on black screen? Oh, my God. I'm just getting excited. I was already excited on Monday. Woo! Chatadonia. Bradley Frizzle. Shout out the long term. Shout out every day. Welcome to August. You know that. You're starting off another month with the Peach. I don't know if they know, bro. I don't know. Yeah, maybe the Peach will fix the stream too. Hopefully we don't lag as much. Airlines on the high again. They've been reacting there with oil. Uber, SAP, Meta. Oh my goodness. Interesting. Okay. And that's, you would need those to turn around, essentially. That's the first one I'm taking for now, besides anything. Everything else would be a top blast. Again, a lot of these opens have been very, very strong. Again, even Baba, I mean, it sucks. If we had one more week, even then we hit those last week, but those are still running. Baidu, Baba, I mean, even the KC, they all are going right now, buddy. Amazon, I mean, yeah, I don't know if it's 22, but their PE isn't that high. Again, even Microsoft, I don't know if you guys know. I mean, Microsoft's changed now, but when we bought it, its PE was around like 19 or something. It was something extremely low. It's still high, but relative to itself, it wasn't that bad. Yeah, chips are still at the bottom. They're the ones that are down today. Again, you got a strong move here from IGV. Again, the staples, they chilled out, but actually even XLV flipped. Those are doing good. And then financials, those are your strong ones. More meta. Even Reddit. Remember, there's a lot of Reddit pumps last week. Trump urges Chevron to cut oil prices. TSMC restores production at Kumamoto plant. Are we just ripping? IonQ. Habibi, what is this? Oh, I know. Oh, that one won't fail. Ew. Okay, yeah, I made my WDC free. I'm going to do that. Anytime I tell you guys do not pay more, I'm going to make it free instantly at 100%. Because that's what I'm saying. I gave you a price on that one, sadly. Do nothing. I taught you to do nothing. Hold long term and not panic sell. Underrated, but very valid technique. I know. You started it off with, you taught me to do nothing. But isn't it valuable? Isn't that crazy? I taught you how to do nothing, and doing nothing was the exact thing you should have done in most instances. I, dude, literally said go closer instead of jacking up the bid. That's exactly verbatim what I said on it. So, yeah, but hey, it is what it is. But then again, you could feel it, though. The momentum is coming alive. That's what I'm telling you. Even without you guys, all the fills, the computer is aggressive today. So, in a weird way, you're getting back to some of that momentum vibe that you had a month or two ago. I don't know if it's going to last. If it doesn't, you're fucked. Bloom Energy, they're up 2 now. A couple more energy plays are moving. NASA, more of those space stocks. Yeah, I mean, hey, dude, long term's kill it. I mean, again, we were already doing very good with the long term. The covered call guaranteed you some very awesome returns. But now, too, I mean, even our latest pickups, dude, we got more runway. So God is good, baby. God willing, we keep going for the end of the year. We still got to make sure we get there. But yeah, I'm liking the long term. Dude, Microsoft's almost at 500. Oh. Is that why? Remember that premium got a little balloon this morning. I think those might go in the money. Yeah, that's why. So those old Microsoft plays pre-earnings, some of them are in the money now. Fuck me. Nice. At 485 dailies. I mean, yeah, dude, there were some good sweet spots. I bitched out of that one on Friday, but it was in there. Yeah, ISM is coming in 2 minutes. So like between like 53 and 54, obviously watch the other metrics, and then broadly speaking, if it's there, if Bitcoin, if it goes below 52, and then that's it, then Bitcoin's over. But I don't think that'll happen. Is that Bitcoin? Coherus, Cerberus, where are we at? SPY 0.9, Russell 1.1, NASDAQ 0.7, Dow 1.2. Again, ISM Manufacturing, the grandfather of economic data in less than 20 seconds. There's Tesla. More chips, actually. Chips and energy and related AI plays are moving. 5 seconds, and NVIDIA, SPY near the high, oil below 80. SanDisk as well. That one actually went green, so again, WDC is lagging. ISM Manufacturing, 55.6. Oh, dude, a fucking monster again. I did not think it was going to come in that hot. So employment went down 52.8, or no, up, excuse me, 52.8 versus 49.8. New orders ripped 56.7 versus 54, and prices barely went up, dude. Nah, that's fine. I did not think it was going to come in that hot. I thought it would be like, I thought 54 was a stretch. So once again, prices did not increase. Employment was a little stronger. But yeah, dude, you just got another boom on the ISM. That's insane. No, that shouldn't have came in that hot. That's why it makes Bitcoin look even worse. But Bitcoin is still alive. You're still expanding. But yeah, that's crazy. That's what I'm saying. Even July, this might have been your best ISM in July in the last 10 years. You usually don't even rip like that in July on the ISM. So good for them. But yeah, the economic activity, that story, all of that still remains more than ever. All right, well, see what that keeps things up at. See if it ends up moving bonds or not. Again, the price is chilled. You're up 27 on Microsoft in the long term. Woo! That's awesome. Well, I think we hit Microsoft again this quarter. We got it both for the long term. Even if you took any short-term plays, they were rough in the beginning. You lost 50% of them, but now if you held them through, you had to take a lot more risk, but those ended up paying. Those are near 500% right now. Woo! I think good for equity. I mean, it's just good for the economy. That's just what I keep saying here. It's, you know, a lot of the fear-mongering and people freaking you out, again, even with inflation, just remember cardboard boxes and manufacturing. It's just like there's a whole part of the economy that's really alive. However, a lot of it is, like a lot of the ISM is dictated by AI, manufacturing, chips. But that does show you kind of just one piece of the economic story. I mean, I made a video on this beginning of the year, and if, you know, you see how it's all played out, you get this kind of see the importance of it. But yeah, this still might be something we watch over the next couple of years. All right, well, SPY near the high. You got the data. ISM was solid. Again, your Mag 7 from Microsoft to Amazon, they are very, very active. You got a couple of the pre-earnings plays running. Remember, we have 15% of the S&P, but today was a green light. I mean, chips are still down. Everything else still up. A couple of the rotations slip, like healthcare. But yeah. I know, it's good. I'm glad. It was bumpy. Last 2 months were bumpy. It was rough. It wasn't as easy, but we made our way out with plays. And then not only did we get good short-term plays, like we low-key got to snipe a couple of awesome long-term ones too. So I'm happy, Habibi. I am happy. I don't think a bad at all. Serious SpaceX takeover? Huh? Why? So Sirius is really a Spectrum company. Altucher, James Altucher, opinion article on why Sirius is going to get bought out by Elon. We could do a Fiven. I still have one of those in the money. You know that? I don't know if you guys remember that. Let's see. PCTY. I'll watch if that moves it. VSAT. So see if any of those other, so it looks like some of those Spectrum plays are actually moving. What time is it? 7:04. Dow Jones 9 in the red, 21 in the green. NASDAQ 62 in the green, 40 or 39 in the red, and then SPY 340 green, 150 in the red. AXP and Jack. All right, well, first couple of reds, I mean, just like even Friday. Remember, I was telling you guys about these zones. So do you guys remember? You have now filled all gaps. You're back to within 1% of all-time high. Do you remember me saying this on Friday? That's what I was saying now. The last one will be like, once you get back to the 755s, you're like 2 points away. But we're above the 750. So now it's going to be there. Do you think it's a good price for Uber in the long term right now? I think it's a good time to donate money to Josh. So if you're going to ignore all of the plays that we bought in the last 2 months and just ignore it all and then ask to buy the one that's up 100%, I think it's a better time to just donate to Josh. Just give me all of your money and call it a day. But otherwise, unfortunately, I will have to tell you, we do not buy plays that we are up on, especially considering the last like 30 days. There was just a plethora of opportunities, they say. I'm surprised more people haven't asked me to buy Microsoft yet. Yes, but at the end of the day, I mean, just think about it. You had a window where we're buying 3 or 4 different names pretty much once every 2 weeks for the last like 2 months. And that was that window. But anything after that now, I mean, I still want to buy some stuff, but I am going to wait. Okay, SPY near the high. Again, those energy names ripped up. Yeah, NVIDIA, again, if we could get it, donating to Josh. But legal, you've already done. I might have to put legal on the Tim Whitman ban, bro. Legal, you already holding it down, dog. That's what I'm saying, bro. You know, but then you also don't buy the plays when they're high. So you get in the best of both of worlds. But then I just don't want them to buy the plays that are high. Tan. Yeah, solar's even coming up. Where is it? Amazon, Google, Netflix, or Microsoft and NVIDIA. Yeah, NVIDIA's kind of running, dude. 203. Oh, what's up? I love how WDC is the only one that's not going up now. But yeah, SanDisk and all of them. But NVIDIA's looking pretty strong. Again, you have AMD. Intel, I know. Well, it's good. I mean, so far, I'm grateful. I think the last 2 months, you know, I was very worried our portfolio was going to be too dependent upon Intel. And Intel dropped 50% from the highs, and we were good. So I'm glad. I do think the last month did show us a lot of different opportunities, and that's what I'm saying. If we used it to build out, I think it's awesome. And then I hope that this opens up the door for value. I hope that growth rips so hard that they just give us dividend stocks for free now. That would be nice. That would be nice. All right, well, high ticker's still active. I mean, we low-key kind of chilled from when the data came, even though the data was good. Again, dude, Meta has now recovered the earnings. Remember I was telling you it wasn't that bad? Some of you were even trying to argue with me about it. But like I was telling you, I was like, dude, these earnings weren't bad at all. Like, they did not punish them. Look, Meta is back after 2 days. That's crazy. It took Google at least 3. Holy shit. Donating, he actually donated. That's crazy. Okay, I feel bad now. I do, so thank you. But don't buy Uber, please. Again, I love Uber as a company, but I was just giving you shit, dog. You see, look at you. You heaped coals of shame upon my head because I didn't think you were actually going to give me money. So I didn't want your money. You know, what I really want is for you to just, it's so fun buying Microsoft 30% lower. You see what I'm saying? Like, into it, it's fun sharing that experience with you guys. I want you to make money. I want you to be excited. I want you to get in a good position. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I will make fun of you. I will be loud about it and be annoying. Do not buy plays that we are up on. So Uber, we haven't bought in a long time, but unfortunately, we are still up hundreds of %. So just try to stay locked and loaded and paying attention when we are actually moving the long term. Because like I'm saying, it wasn't too long ago. And, you know, just 2 weeks ago, you could have made a nice 30%. But yeah, nothing we're up on. We'll ever look at our portfolio, and if it shows any gain, get away from it. But yeah, well, thank you though, and I hope that helps, man. ISM manufacturing survey surges to strongest in 4 years. S&P Global sees warning signs. Gold, I really think it's because of the dollar. I mean, it's partly the war, but I do think the dollar has been extremely pervasive. That was one of the things that I called out that I don't think gets enough attention, because there were so many things happening. But you guys don't think it's weird? Like I told you, if we ever broke out of this box, the momentum was going to stop, and it did. And now take a look, we're coming back into it. But even then, like gold probably won't respond till the dollar goes below 27. Sadly, I could be wrong. I just think if you ask me why gold and silver, I say the dollar almost immediately now. Amazon surpassed 3 trillion market cap, first time ever, becoming the 5th company to reach that milestone. Did you know that Amazon is now a 3 trillion? Is this an all-time high or something? BB. CBOE's down. Bro, I swear I saw that thing hit 313 in the morning. That's crazy that that's a 4% move. I think it just did very well pre-market. But yeah, I thought they were going to rip. Yeah, NVIDIA has been the second, like, carrier. It's literally NVIDIA and Meta. And then, obviously, Microsoft and Amazon. But they're kind of chilling out right now. But if any of the other... Look, SMH, it's the chips. So now it's like NVIDIA... Couple of Mag 7 holding on, but they're chilling now. But now chips are catching a larger bid. So take note of this right now. And then see IGV probably coming down. Yep. I like Qualcomm. I would just unfortunately want it a little lower. So I don't know. You don't have to be as cheap as I am, but this is still like a 20% gap. But I think around here is actually a fair price. But again, you still have that 20% there. It's up to you. That's what I did with Microsoft, though. I bought Microsoft high. I know that sounds weird because we're up $100, but just remember, I went kind of early because I wanted it. I knew I missed it the first time, and I said, you know what, that 5-10%, I'm not going to care about it. So and I could have got more, but it did go lower. So Qualcomm might be something like that, but I like Qualcomm. I just would want it lower, but at this point, I'm not. That's not the one I'm going. Microsoft, I'll go early on it. It's Microsoft. Qualcomm, I still think is quality, but that 20%, I'd either wait or I won't touch it. I'm fine with either or. Silver will catch up. Chips could influence it, yeah, but then I do think part of it's the dollar. So it's like if chips rip and the dollar stays stable, doesn't like super weaken, super strengthen, yeah, then maybe you could watch silver catch up with it. But if we start watching chips go up with the dollar, I don't think silver will catch up, or it'll at least take a lot more time. Why is all of Mag 7 is green? It should be. TLT's even on the high. So again, you even have Netflix green, Google. Again, think about it. The ones that got punished are green. Like Google, they went green on Friday, and then Meta, that's what I was saying, took 2 days. They've already recovered. But yeah, anything in the Mag 7 land is great. I mean, if anything, chips are the ones still down. Healthcare gave up some of the rotation, and staples, they're up, but not as much as they were off the open. But generally, though, Greenlight, the momentum, people feeling a certain way off the Leo low, and then earnings. Earnings have been amazing, you guys. So this is something we talked about a lot with the high bar and just coming into it. But yeah, you've beat the high bar so far. So we have 14% of companies here, but that's it. Russia said to open up antitrust case against Apple. I don't know how that'll affect it. But yeah, so like we talked about with the earnings in the bar and just how important this earnings season was. I mean, so far they've been phenomenal. This has actually been one of the best earnings and even one of the best back-to-back earnings in a row. Q2 to Q3 has been kind of amazing. Yeah, IGV, look, chips. So chips recovered kind of half of their losses there. Mag 7 stopped going up. Now it's Apple and Nvidia, and then IGV is giving up some of it. When does Tesla get replaced from Mag 7? I don't know. Who was it? Was it Investor Daily? One publication tried to call the end to Mag 7. But then they were like, look at how Mag 7 developed. And they're like, in 2022, investors were calling it Mama. And I said, not one motherfucker I know called it Mama. You fucking nope. Lying ass. It was Fang and then Mag 7. That was a bad. Then there's the Nifty 50. And then we start going to the boomer days. But nah, I was like, what do you mean? I said, nobody called it Mama. But yeah, people have been talking about the end of the Mag 7. And that kind of relates to those retail investor trends that I showed you, where, again, retail is trading more than ever, but they're holding less than ever. And literally, like tech and Mag 7 stocks, retail and, you know, the more active retail participant nowadays, they're not biased towards buy Mag 7. They don't love it the same way that people in my generation probably did. Retail sold certain types of stocks. An individual, they bought less, but they're trading more than ever. That's the irony. So you have retail owning less stocks, but trading more. So, like, statistically, all of you are like almost 90% more likely to trade and then 90% less likely to hold nothing, essentially. That's kind of how it goes. So you're not going to not trade and hold nothing. You're more likely to trade and still hold nothing. That's the trend that has happened here. That broke the COVID trends of stock market retail behavior. Iraqi news, interim commission uncovers waste nearing 2 billion dinar. AGV. Yeah, Adobe, Intuit. Look at all the software that ran. They're starting to chill out right now. Nvidia. Bro, spot. Dude, do you guys realize where the fuck we are right now? You're about to hit 755. Like I was telling you last week, once we get here, that's now everyone's going to feel really bullish because now you're 0.8% from the all-time high. This is what happened last time. It's amazing. Good morning. Bro, that candle even looks crazy. All right, SMH now. It's NVIDIA and chips. So first, what time is it? 7:18? First 40 minutes. Last 15 minutes have been chips recovering and then stopped the buy on Mag 7 and software. But then the first couple of hours, it was Mag 7 and software. And then see what any of the other ones do, any of the rotations. But it's not bad. I mean, and then again, generally melting up. SPY 1.0, NASDAQ 0.8, Russell 1.5, Dow 1.3. I mean, it's The green light is still green even with these back and forths. None of your little rotations have been disastrous. None of them have cost you the rally. We've kept a direction, haven't had any weird swings towards open. Not too often you've seen these days, man. A-net now. That one's going up. Why don't the professionals believe in the long term? They do. They're just greedy. That's all. And that's why if you want to make more and you want to make it fast, and then if you have to compete to raise other people's capital, you got to make more and you got to do it faster. That's it. It's I don't know if I think it was Martin Shkreli the other day. He was talking about it. He was saying the worst job in the world is running a hedge fund. It's kind of true. I mean, a lot of you have asked me why. I was going to back in the day. Again, I was going to be an LP of a fund, but it's a lot of work, and it's very, very annoying. And then you have to work and compete. So yeah, when it's all said and done, I mean, it's not that they don't believe in the long term. They want more money. They want it quicker, and you're competing for capital and you're competing for investments. So yeah, but people know it works. It's just become a dying breed. And then yeah, most people, if I said guaranteed results even at a multi-100% clip in 5-10 years, there's just, again, you're in a world where people are like, why don't I take that in 6 months? And people would be willing to risk a lot more, especially if you feel that AI is around the corner. Do you guys want to hear the tinfoil? Actually, I have crazy tinfoil for you. It's kind of nuts, but it kind of makes sense. It's related to Leopold, but it's also related to you. Is it too early for tin? Would you guys like tin? I only made one play. I got my 100% today. I booked a lot of profits on anything that ripped, but yeah, we're kind of chilling, but I'm still melting up. Okay. Well, the tinfoil is this. That as we get closer to AI and AGI, it's pretty much you're going to get more people with AI and AGI psychosis. So what's going to happen is that as we get closer to AI, you're going to have money managers infected by AI. And then if you get infected by the AI, you're more likely to take extraordinary risk if you truly believe it. Does that make sense? Apply it to Leopold. But yeah, they're going to study this pretty much, but they're it's psychological. It's just the concept that, think about it. If you genuinely believe we're going to go full robots, real assets, you name it, that would explain leveraging 40 to 190 billion, essentially. So the whole idea is the deeper you go in AI, the more you believe it, the more likely you are to be way less risk or less risk tolerant. You're gonna you can think about it. You're thinking if you are truly believe in the future that is set forth, you would be okay with taking certain risks. And that's kind of the tin right now that people are discussing after that. Ta-da! Good morning. Okay, so chips are still red, but only 0.5%. They were down 2.5%. Again, your software's up almost 3%. Still up 1.9%. BlackRock launches tokenized money market fund on Ethereum. Delta, UAL, and the SPY, you're above it, 754. Okay, now more NVIDIA. Coherus, a couple of chip and energy related. Cipher, Wolf, SanDisk, WDC. All right, it's all chips for the last 10, or 20, 30 minutes now at this point. EasyJet aligns Apollo and Castlake deadlines as bidding war nears climax. Where is Intel? Oh, SPY. Those quantum plays are going now. Again, a lot of momentum. It's weird because like there's momentum that's not chip that should have been down, but they're actually up. And then now the momentum chip related is the stuff turning up. Again, they're all still in the red, so they got a long way to go. But you've seen this dynamic just today. It's one way, clear direction, green light. You're not getting these rotations have not been disruptive. So maybe it does change, but for now, I mean, it is looking good. BlackRock, they launched a tokenized money market fund on Ethereum. First solar or tan. Actually, I've seen a lot of solar actually move up. High ticker is almost maxed out. SPY just hit a high again. Solid 1% on everything except the NASDAQ. You got 1.0 on the SPY, and NASDAQ's up at 0.9 right now. White House to host AI companies on Tuesday to review AI framework. Amazon. Again, your Mag 7's kind of chilled. It's just literally, honestly, just NVIDIA. Apple even calmed down. Intel 88. So yeah, I mean, again, the chips are still recovering. They have a long way to go, brother. NVIDIA earnings run up. I mean, well, here, let me just give you some information. So NVIDIA reports August 26th. So, and then just think about how some of the other ones have played. And yeah, make your decision from there. Oh, where is SpaceX? I heard a lot about that over the weekend. Someone was even asking if SpaceX... Somebody was asking if there's a Leopold of SpaceX. Like, some people are it's a dumb idea, but they are asking if whether or not somebody over-levered even to the IPO. But I do think it's simply just the lockup and all of that stuff coming to fruition. You would say that's bullish for Ethereum? I mean, the most bullish thing that could have happened for Bitcoin and Ethereum has already happened. The ISM in Bitcoin will not move. Well, IBIT's now trying to move Bitcoin right now, but yeah, that's so. All these little announcements, I think they're cool, but you have this cycle and so many things. Intel. Again, Intel, Bitcoin, Boeing, high ticker, fully maxed out almost. You went through AI psychosis. You kept the LT safe, though. You just bought a bunch of memory. Yeah, that's not bad. So, listen, bro, if you have, like, I went crazy before and I wound up with a bunch of water. You know, water's great. So if you wound up with a bunch of memory and you actually have a use for the memory, I mean, shit. And then the long term didn't get blown up in the process. I mean, not everybody could say the same. Right, Leo? Right, Leo? Hey, Leo gonna invent AI anonymous. RKLB. TAN P. All right, a lot of solar energy and chips and NeoCloud. Shit, even SMCI. Again, you have the chips now about to go green. They're only down a quarter. IGV stop. IGV's holding a solid too. So remember, we saw one of those the other week too where that happened. Yeah, Trump staffers from major tech companies, OpenAI, Google, and Anthropic to visit White House on Tuesday. Is crypto stuck going sideways forever? Believe me, man, if I knew the answer to that, I would be a lot richer. I've done well for myself with it, but, if I even knew it would stay pinned, we would make a fuck ton of money on it. It's actually that reason that I don't know that answer, that's what makes Bitcoin so trippy right now. Because it could either stay stuck, it could rip your face off, or this thing could go and everybody gets hacked and then they die, right? I'm just spitballing here. There was a big Bitcoin hack over the weekend. But, dude, that's the problem, is that there's a lot of things telling you that crypto should be moving. if anything should have moved this year with the ISM, it should have been crypto. But it's not. And that, unfortunately, is the dilemma. Yeah, there was a hack over the weekend. It was one of those cold wallets. It was actually very used by a lot of the Bitcoin maxis. It was called Cold Call, or what was it? Calling card or something like that. It was like this little wall. I never used it, even though I am a Bitcoin max. I never got into that shit. I'm just too old school. But at the same time, cold card, yeah. But yeah, there was like a Here's the sad part. Are you ready for this? It was a vulnerability in this cold wallet. So anybody who had this cold wallet, their money just got drained. But now, are you ready for the fucked up part? People put the protocol or the wallet thing through Anthropic, through Claude. Claude discovered the vulnerability in 8 minutes. But then again, somebody already took advantage of it and robbed, I think it was like $80 million of stolen coins. Yeah, it was an offline wallet. That's what made it fucked with people. But that was a new thing. That's the craziest part. Ledger and Tezor, those are years before any of that stuff. TSN. Leo was probably a Chad at one point. Yeah, but he probably is, because all he did was buy it later than when I did and then ignored any of my risk management. That's the makings of a Chad who's not really a real Chad. So yes, probably. Again, I don't know if you guys realize he wrote an article on AI a year before we bought Intel, and then he didn't buy Intel till we were $10 up on it. And then no risk management. But that's what I'm saying. I mean, I like the guy. I like Leo more than Sam Bankman. I really, really do. But unfortunately, I don't think he, you could have done very well. He could have turned. I wish he had the mentality of keep the lead, because he would have. That's it. He would have taken over the world. Just buy when Josh is red. It's not a bad idea, dude. It's not really a bad idea at all. Intel. Yeah, maybe that could be it, honestly. Leo was right, just the leverage, but yeah, he's more of a gambler, where Sam Bankman was more of a scammer. Like, Sam Bankman wasn't doing shit, markets, dude. I know, it's a lot, Yes, no, 100%. His positions were hunted. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I didn't know somebody was blowing up, but I knew something was happening. Hence the options activity. Do you guys remember a couple weeks ago when I'm like, dude, everything I touch is getting wrecked? And I'm like, these options are not, even how hard we were working to take them off. That's why I was like, dude, just chill. I said, something's fucking weird right now. It's not there. And that was all because of Leopold. That's what I'm saying. Like, look now, All those options ripped. You're getting, even a fucking Oracle is working good. But yes, so what happens is that whenever, like, we didn't know the same way. There's people on New York who knew way more than we did. There's people who knew motherfucker that was getting hunted. You could have picked up on signals, correlation, options. We were still within that couple week time frame where we're like, yo, this market's something's not operating how it should be. But usually when somebody knows that somebody is under pressure, these other funds will just start selling because, again, it's kind of like crypto. It's like if you knew one of those little PvP guys, if you knew they were about to dump on your head, you would sell out before the dump. You sell out before the rug pull. So if they are assuming that a $100 billion levered position is about to get force sold, people are going to front run that. That's why we had no momentum in chips. That's why every chip stock kept getting sold off until we cleared out Leo, because people had this worry that there was still a $40 billion order that was going to slam all these names. So then the other hedge funds and other people, they front run that. And then, ta-da, here we are. That's why right when it's over, you go up 20%. Like, literally, we're now within, what, 0.5% or 0.8 of an all-time high? It's crazy how Citadel manipulated everybody into believing a rate hike. Speak for yourself, brother. I did not believe that rate hike one bit, and I think I told all of you. I think I actually had a whole rant on how ashamed I am. And I went on to mention, I was like, you guys need to start learning to not get swayed by this dumb shit. And you need to understand it, because that was bullshit, dude. that was great, but it was bullshit. You fell for it, not afraid to admit it. I can respect that, but you have a 3-year badge. So I mean this in love and to encourage you to get the most out of what we're doing here. Not after 3 years, because we've seen this before. That's what I'm saying. I don't just wake up one day with these ideas, like I'm telling you, even with what I've shown, it's based on history. It's objectivity. So that's why I said for this time around, especially as we're moving forward, like, don't fall for the easy ones, like I'm saying, like somebody blew up, we didn't know, it causes something. It's like, okay, how would you have known that, right? But the easy ones where it's all just literally the media lying to you, I want you guys to be immune to that, and you should be able to, if you're new, I get it, but if you have spent enough time now, I need you to learn this. I need you to truly understand it, because that was the second time. That one didn't even have big consequences yet. We did just get the yen intervention. But remember, all of last year, that was what happened. People were getting hyped up on stuff that was not in the realm of real reality if you are understanding what is going on. But then it forced people to make very bad decisions. So I'd encourage you all. If you did fall for it, no worries, it's over. But this is not, look at last year, look at this year, and now moving ahead, you find an anchor, find something objective, find a way to stick around with what's going on and not have to form your opinions off of just a bunch of people screaming, because that's all that happened. Everybody just kept screaming it. It was a lot of noise. Do I really believe what? I believe a lot of things. SMH green now. Doc N. Spy! Nivda! XLK, that might be Amazon. I can't type. All right, man. Well, we're still going. Chips, everything. Switzerland. We are in contact with Iran and the U.S. regarding potential negotiations. Tasm News Agency. Habibi, it's still a go. We have not stopped. TC, and then SMCI or SMTI, Light, Pang, AAOI, the Photonics. Photonics? All right, man. Spy, about 7:55, you guys, is insane. That was a quick green light. They sped through it. But yeah, that's it. You're back to the high level. I honestly think oil was higher or lower last time we were even up here. But you are within 0.8% from an all-time high. We could get it. Like I told you, it's not guaranteed, but this is the closest we're coming to getting out of the box, like I was telling you last week. And even with the yen and shit, but... and then get ready. Everyone's going to lie to you about the yen this week, too. That's the other one. So that's the other thing everyone's going to hype up to you guys this week. Everyone's going to tell you that the yen is going to destroy the economy. That's a lie. I will only believe it when the Japanese yen yield or when the yields come down. And that's something I've said many times. This is another one of those things where I'm telling you, you could look at if you don't understand the reality of the situation, do not opt to believing whoever just tells you, myself included. Do not believe me. Do not believe Bloomberg. You're better off not being biased or understanding it in making a decision that doesn't end you at the mainstream consensus. That's what I'm saying. Anything you hear about a lot, it's over. By the time you heard about bottlenecks in AI, it was over. By the time you heard about the Hormuz and oil, it was over. By the time you've heard about Leopold blowing up, it was over. Are you noticing a pattern? Go look around. Everybody and their mother is oh my gosh, Bank of Japan. When was the last time? I have videos 5 years ago on the Bank of Japan. And like I'm telling you, I've said this one for years. Just wait till the yields come down. Everybody wants to panic you with the yen. That's over. It already happened in 2024 when nobody was talking about it. That's why it got everybody off guard. This time, everyone's ready. Everybody and their mother is ready for the yen. You wait till the yields in Japan come down, then we talk about Japanese panic. Why? This is the simplest analogy that I could give you. It's very simple. Look for the Japanese yields to start coming down, because when this all started, the thing people were worried about is Japan's plan to normalize and bring rates back up. Are you following? That's their plan. That's their destination. Get back to normal. Get back to normal yields. Are you following? That's the plan. That's the destination. So tell me this. If you boarded a plane, you got on a plane, San Diego to New York, you're halfway through the air, and then the plane turns around. He goes, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have to actually redirect the flight, and we're going to be heading back to San Diego International Airport. Sorry for the inconvenience. If you just remain patient, we'll be arriving there in a few hours. What would you do? Would you feel okay? If you're in a plane and halfway through it turns around, is that a good or a bad sign? Let's just use basic human logic, right? If you're on the plane and your plane turns around, are you excited or are you worried? Which one do you think is happening? Good thing or a bad thing? Easy, right? Probably a bad thing. Anytime I've been on a plane that turned around, not good. Any plane that turns around, not good. But if the plane keeps going towards its destination and doesn't change course, would you be worried? So there, my friends, I just explained your trigger for how to react to the yen. That's what I'm saying. It's simple. Just you look at the Japanese bond. Every single time the yields came down even slightly, This correlates with every single one of your momentum drops or even the market coming down. And even the war. But you'll know when they change course. So when Japan and the Bank of Japan says, hey, we're turning this plane around, we're not going higher anymore, that's when you know something broke. That means they have to go back to the airport. That's your warning signs. Not right now. That just happened to you in Atlanta? Yeah, scary. But yeah, you're going to hear about it a lot. So until the yen chills out, but considering that the U.S. intervened, and that's rare, you're going to hear about it a lot. Oh, K-Web. Speaking of Asia... Well, the yields would come down for safety, but in this case, if something was broken enough, they would change course. Because then they would say, yeah, this isn't work. Something snapped. And then like, let's calm it down. And then they'll change their destination. But for now, this is what I'm saying. Some of you have listened to me. I've made a lot on the Japanese yen, but I've been talking about it for a very long time. Some of you know me for that. That's why I'm saying it's just, I don't know if you've been watching this scenario, I have, and it's like, yeah, that destination is key, and what they announced and how they're doing it. So it's not like I'm viewing this as a non-event. I'm just saying it's a very slow and gradual process, and there is an identifying factor if you are concerned. But as of now, it's just not, again, the intervention is, whoa, shock and awe, and it seems a certain way. But this time, U.S. is involved, but until that rate path changes, that I see this as them being more confident, as weird as that sounds. It was intervention or Japan dumping treasuries. So that's what I'm saying. That's the fear mongering. That's not, because people are like, are the Japanese and the United States working together? Yes, they announced it. Do you guys get what I'm saying? So it's not like, as far as like conspiracy and them dumping the bonds, that's an assumption. People are assuming that. So let me blow your mind right now. Are you ready? So if you're going to consider that as a possibility of, or actually jump to that being the conclusion that, wow, this is why the U.S. must intervene, because they're going to dump our treasuries and then that's tying it into the bond vigilante. That's what the bond vigilantes want you all to say right now. They want you to say that because the high yields, and they want you to think a 5% bond right now is the worst thing in the world, even though there's an unprecedented level of demand. But long story short, if you are going to consider an announcement of two countries working together, if you're going to assume some weird Japan dumping treasury plot, you must assume this now. What if the United States is doing this to make money? Huh? Exactly. Per Scott Bessent, the term was undervalued. So he swapped out euros for yen. And then the US being involved adds a little bit of defense. But the whole idea is they could dip out of this whenever they want. Long story short, if your plan works, they could make money on this. Just think about it. You got to think about it. It could low-key hedge your treasury worry. If, think about it, you're right. What if they do blow up the treasuries? Okay, well, good thing we just bought a fuck ton of yen and traded out shitty euros. So then think about it. If worst comes to worst, you could sell that and buy the fucking dollar. And then now you're getting way more dollars for that yen that just appreciated. So again, at least versus the euro. So just think about that, though. That's another possibility where it's just not, if you are going to consider they are dumping and, U.S. and they don't have any relationship and that's what they had to do, then, I mean, think about the profitability aspect then for whoever would decide to help out. But yeah, it's long story short, we could waste our time with all these discussions. Just wait till the yields come down, as I've said many times over. And remember, this Japan situation has been going on for years. It's not a quick one. A gradual is actually how I would define it all. It is. That's where a lot of people are making that weird assumption, because they're saying like, wow, what if Japan and this and the U? It's like, no, they announced it. That alone is like they're working together. That's the point. And that's rare. That doesn't happen too often. But it's not like, yeah, so, people assuming that the one guy is front run, like that Japan is undermining and dumping. No. They're working together. Like I'm saying, it's probably more likely they're going to try to make a bag off of this when worse comes to worse. Because it could. That's what I'm saying. No matter, you swap out your currencies. If anything happens with the yen, I mean, yeah, the U.S. is, after that action, the U.S. is going to have at least a decent amount. I love how we're still just up. All chips now, second half. Again, IGV still 1.8, but chips are up 0.5, so they've moved like 3%. Is there a level? No, not really. And don't look for levels. That's what I'm saying. Like, even then, the danger zone on the bonds has been a danger zone, but it's funny because the last 2 times we've tested it, there's been $1 trillion of bond demand. And it's very fascinating, but I forgot the name of it, but there's like a law. But essentially, once your measure becomes the target, it becomes a useless measure. Does that make sense? That's why sometimes, like, if I give you a stock price and I said, this is where we'll buy it, it becomes useless. Because then everybody starts looking at it and treating it a certain way. Same thing with the bonds. The measure cannot be the target. Does that make sense? I'm not putting a bias on it. This has to happen or this. We're measuring it. Just keep measuring it and see if it gets out of hand. But don't put a target on it, because then if your measurement turns into a target, the measurement becomes ineffective. So that's kind of how it's all played out, low key. It's kind of like the psychological levels too. Yeah, that's why but then again, you just can't make a measure a target. If a measure becomes a target, it no longer measures accurately. I mean, shit. Ask Kevin Warsh about this. That's why I'm bringing this up, because this is his logic essentially. Yeah, chips still running. SPY near the high. I don't know about melt-up mode all day, but for the most part, just wait till the chips. What happened, it was IGV and Mag 7, and then they turned off, or they kept the Mag 7 and all that up there. Kind of turned it off. It's just chilling, and then they turned on chips. So see what happens when the chips turn off. See where we go. It's either everything comes up with it, but notice, chips turn on. All of the other rotations, staples are gone red now. They gave up 2%. Financial's the only one holding. I think it is Goodhart's law. Goodhart? Something like that. Don't higher yields mean weaker demand? See, that's what's happening right now. Is that traditionally, yes, I would agree with you. I would say, wow, higher yields means weaker demand. But the problem is you're getting higher yields with extremely high demand, which can happen. And that's why I was telling you all from last week, I'm starting to believe that the bond market, it's not signaling crisis. It's not 5, which is weird because it's at 5%. Long ends are blowing out. You want to panic, believe me, but it's just like the demand is so high. So you're getting high yields on high demand. This is insinuating competition. I don't think the money is running away. I think the money is demanding more compensation, and then I think the demand for the capital is so high that they will still take it because they want the future growth with all of these build-outs and everything else. So that's what I'm saying is happening here. That is kind of confusing. I could be wrong when it's all said and done. This one I don't think is as obvious as, the yen and some of the other things I've shared with you. This one's not propaganda. This one's just truly hard to understand because we haven't seen a bond funding cycle like this since I've been born, even before I was alive. So it's unique, and that's why, especially with MMT modern era, we are all been conditioned to believe that last 20 years, 15 years, a higher bond yield is a problem because there wasn't demand. Do you see what I'm saying? Anytime the yields were up, you had to have the Fed or the government backstop you to get you to buy fixed income. Nowadays, that's not happening. You have a data center. And you see what I'm saying? You don't need to convince a billionaire to go and buy a bond anymore if you just yell AI and data center. But 10 years ago, nobody wanted a bond. You know what I'm saying? You only had the government or you had equities, and then equities were the only game in town because the bonds were there was no real demand there. So I think we're just going through a weird time where you're actually getting real heavy demand for fixed income because of all these build-outs. I think the move, it's going to update after today, but after Friday, it should be pretty elevated, yeah. We're still not out of the clear there. That's what I'm saying, but look, 755, you're within 1% of a high, but then look at what's happening to the bonds, and this is what I was saying. Watch the bribe, watch the momentum, but you will definitely be able to hit highs while yields are going up. That's what I'm saying. This isn't a panic. It's competition. Because now the same people who are like, give me 5% if you want me to fund your fucking AI dreams, give me 6%. The guys who need the money and the people chasing equities, they're not stopping because of 5 or 6. They want the future growth. So that's what I was saying. You're fighting between both of them. They're competing. The stock guys aren't going to let go of the AI growth, and then the bond guys who want to fund it, they're not going to fund it for pennies on the dollar. They want to be compensated. Does that make sense? It's a weird topic, but I know we've been saying this since Friday, and like I'm saying, this is just a theory that I have, but it is truly fascinating because, like I'm telling you, a lot of people are looking at bonds saying one thing, but there's so much more to the story that's really giving you a full picture of kind of just where the economy's headed. And Tesla KN, I just put that up there. Tesla might be the only Mag 7 going up except NVIDIA. A little bit of Google. And then IGV2. So did chips chill? No, chips at the high. IGV. See what your other staples do, but you're looking good, baby. The bond game is evolving, or you could, it's always been like this. We just haven't seen it happen in like 20 years. Arguably 50 years for the demand. But like the last 15, 20 years of bonds have been categorized by the, post-GFC and Dodd-Frank and all these other things that have changed how things play out. But yeah, it's just doing what it did at another time. We just haven't seen it in a while. So I would argue there's nothing new under the sun. I just don't think it's new. We just haven't seen it in a while. And that's why I'm so excited for Kevin Warsh. I love it. I forgot who it was. Was it an IBM guy? There was some old dude who came on today on Bloomberg, and he just, because they were crying so much about Kevin Warsh, and he came on and with the best comment I've heard, because he was just saying how he grew up with the Fed, and he said up until like 2010, the market never knew what the Fed was going to do. Your history of the Fed was on lack of guidance. That's why he was saying, he was like, he used to run a fund. He was like, I didn't run a fund based on, oh, my risk management meets what the Fed was thinking this month. No, like, you had to have risk management. You never knew what the Fed was going to do. They could change it at a moment's notice. You had to be prudent and manage risk all the time, not just because you're following intra-meeting calendars and aligning with the target of the Fed. So, and that's what he was saying. He's like, all these people complaining about it, it's just odd, and they're probably younger, because most of the stock market, you did not have a Fed that spoon-fed you the study guide right before. They would just do it whenever they wanted to. You have had more Fed meetings throughout history that have played out like that than not. So, and remember, and the big actions could happen whenever. That's what he was explaining. But I thought it was a very good take, especially considering you are still getting part of that war drama. But now look, if momentum picks up, the bonds, if you were here last week, I explained this bribe and how that might play out. NMD. Well, yeah, exactly. New people, they don't have the guidance. They may buy it up, but then people are like, well, wait. Without guidance, how will they act? That's the point. This is where people are missing it. Why did they give so much guidance after 2008? It's because it was dog shit. They had to convince you to buy. Does that make sense? After everything collapsed, the government for 10 years, all the QE, they had to incentivize you to buy this shit, to buy the bonds at the low rate. Does that make sense? They had to incentivize it. Because nobody wanted that paper. Nobody even wanted to buy stocks until the Fed was buying them. You see what I'm saying? It was there because it was fake demand. The government had to spur the demand for the bonds and everything else. So what's happening right now? They pulled off of the support. They're taking off the training wheels. You know why? Because you're not 5-10 years after a GFC. Everybody and their mother is greedy, and they'll take the risk on their own now. You see what I'm saying? You don't need to be incentivized to take the build-out risk. You don't need to be incentivized right now to jump into equities or whatever like you were 2008, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And then, do you see what I'm saying? So that's where it's like, oh, we're just kind of, it's like a extended normalization from the GFC, but now the bonds, they're getting demand without the fake government support, without having it to be incentivized or backstopped, because now people want the growth. People want the real investment, and they're willing to do that with or without the government or somebody holding their hand or giving them a cheat code. You see what I'm saying? You don't need that anymore. The people who still think they need it, they're probably going to get left behind, because look around, look at the numbers, look at the money. There's people now willing to do this in billions and billions of dollars. Exactly. They don't need to be a salesman anymore. They don't need to incentivize it, offer you a warranty, a discount, act now, we'll pay your down payment. And, they're not doing it. Why do they need to? That's what I'm saying. Competition. Now the competition is rising. You got to compete with money and what you're offering. And now there's enough demand to execute that. Oh, Nivda. Mobilize with a stick. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. I sold my Mobileye from last week, 50%. Gary Cohn, was that who it was? Dude, I loved it this morning. That was because everybody else was crying, bro. They were bitching about it all. And your boy, I was like, come on. But yeah, I look forward to that. I love Kevin Warsh now. He's growing on me. If he actually does this, I would love, you guys don't understand. Sign me up. Give me a market where the Fed does not tell you shit. You guys don't understand the edge we would get. I love it because now it forces everybody to manage risk. If you guys want to end some of these nonsensical bubbles, that's exactly how you do it. Because think about it now. You can't go all in on something thinking you know what the Fed is going to do if they could change gears any moment. You see what I'm saying? You have to have risk management. Because if you know that something could twist and turn without any sort of forewarning, it makes you have risk management. You know what you're not going to be as confident. You're going to make investments that will withstand regardless of what the Fed does. But the people who only make that based on momentum, the Fed or all that, they're fucked. They just got neutered if this actually ends up happening. So that's what I'm saying. For someone who has a long-term, doesn't rebalance all the time, follows the macro, it would be an extreme edge for us. Because now we've already been doing risk management. You see what I'm saying? You would now have a whole different opportunity. And again, I think it would reward the people understanding and listening rather than trying to regurgitate the measure back to the Fed. Chapato? A lot of you saying it's flushing. Oh yeah. We just took $1. And then DNA. Yo, Ginkgo. It's probably going to be some... I never hit on these. That's going to be something with like gene therapy and AI. How does it give you an edge if you know less? I have a great example. It's like being in school. And then there's the goody two-shoes kid. And then there's the bad kid, right? And then when the teacher leaves the room, the bad kids fuck around, and the good kid, he's already doing his work anyways, right? The nerd, that's what it's like. So it gives you an edge if you know less, because if you were already the nerdy kid and you are going to be on your good behavior with or without the principal in the room, you're going to be fine. You're going to do better because you're prepared. But the little bad kids who every time the principal steps out and the people who ditch class and all of that, they're going to get punished because they're going to know less, but now they're going to get surprised by the principal. They'll get surprised by it all, whereas the kid who's already just studying and even when the teacher leaves, does not do bad, you're going to be more prepared and you're going to get a better edge because all the other people are more likely to get in trouble. Ta-da! Does that make sense? So that's why I'm saying, as somebody who's already using risk management with bubble or not, as somebody putting myself in a position to win with or without the Fed, we're going to be very prepared and you're not going to get the same unexpected surprises and back and forth as the people who aren't. It is all the food place. Did something happen? Or we get more diarrhea? Energy, I mean, oil has been slowly climbing up here. And then silver. It's funny, the index holding up great, but most of the stuff chilled out. Long term, Blaze, they had a contract with somebody. And then Cyber's on the high. It's all the food plays. Every food play just took a couple of candles straight down. And then Ford now on the low. I mean, see if any industrials come down. And then, Chad, we got a deposit. What do I do? So I'm above 20% cash now. This sucks. Filed first quarterly, and it feels like a dream. Shout out to Lothar. Love the growth. Get the bag. Harder. Amen, bro. Good work, dog. You've been with the long term. You've gotten the pillars, long term, real estate. You understand, bro. You have honored the rules. The rules have honored you. That don't surprise me. Don't surprise me. I do want to bill and chill, but remember last time I used a little bit of the cash just to get below 20%. So I'm back to 22%. The other account's at like 10% cash. But yeah, but even then, I put the money to work, and this shit still keeps going up. So yeah, even the plays we grabbed last quarter, I mean, we just, yeah, they're all up. I would not buy HYG in the long term, no. Maybe if I was gonna put side cash, maybe, but not long term capital. I wouldn't feel as safe, if that makes sense. So like if you were gonna go put money for yield, go get low yield. You know what I'm saying? If you wanted to put capital towards high yield credit, I do see that as more speculative than not, unless you are a established credit investor. Well, I don't need a hold for 30 days because that was just one deposit that threw me over. But I'd be down to chill for a little. I don't want to rush it, but yeah, man, we got a lot of cash. The long term's great. The long term's up. For the sake of having exposure, would you have any gene therapy? No. If you believe in it, you see what I'm saying? Because I believe in gene therapy. I was even talking about CRISPR several years ago. I like it. I think it's a great medical technology. I mean, I'm not going to get into the religious debate with you about it, but like I'm saying, I believe it's a phenomenal worldly technology and where it is. That being said, I don't have anything in the long term for it. You know, biotechs on drugs are a gamble. So that's what I'm saying. If you feel really confident on it and you're like, yeah, Josh, like, again, I share some of the sentiments that it's going to be a big industry. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, if you're really gung-ho about it, then yeah, you could position how we did with Corsair. I wouldn't go heavy. I'd get a little bit, but quite frankly, I like it. I don't have any because it's risky. It's not confirmed. You need somebody actively taking leadership in the industry, you know? And then most of them have high prices with low confirmation. So until we turn the corner and that becomes the wave, and it's an easier decision than like pre-drugs, or FDA approvals, I would be down with that. But other than that, I don't think I wouldn't necessarily like just go out of my way to do it, because again, you're just gambling. What I said is like, this is going to be big. This is big. This is big. But it's like, that's the gamble you're taking, if that comes true or not. So I believe in it, but I'm not ready to I would gamble on it afterwards, because we've had a lot of good luck doing that. Like I'm saying, sometimes you might pay more of a premium, but if you just wait till it confirms, that way we could take a risk, but it's a different risk because now we know it works and it's there. CoreWeave, again, they're up 15. I mean, Ken Griffin now owns like 5% of them, I think. So, yeah. No, I was talking about CRISPR, gene therapeutics. Broadcom. McDonald's has earnings. And then again, all the food plays just dumped leading into all this. Well, that's the thing. So, like, I like biotechs and healthcare. I prefer those than energy in the long term. But you'll notice any of the drug biotech companies we have, none of them are preclinical. They're all established drugs, FDA approval, and they're all making billions of dollars off of their addressable markets. That's why I'm saying, like, the gene therapies, those don't exist yet. They exist, but they don't. They're not fully approved billion-dollar industry. Whenever they do become that, I will invest in them. But Yeah, like biotechs are risky, but there's different levels of biotechs. Like preclinical gambling on the approval, that's very different than an Eli Lilly or an AbbVie. Yeah, exactly. It's worlds different. You know, some of these, Pfizer has a crazy pipeline. That's why I like them. That's why that thing hasn't done much, but that divvy keeps paying out, and that they're still making 20, 30 billion a quarter or something. You know, there's drugs that make money because they're already approved and used. That's easy. Those aren't as difficult, but you know, gambling on the next big approval, then the drug production, and then that's high risk, high reward, not a long-term bet. Like I'm saying, if you wanted, like I showed you guys a couple weeks ago, if you want to do something in the long term that I wouldn't, you do it with small sizing if you really want to, and make sure the rest of your portfolio is good. But yeah, I personally, I'm down with biotechs, but not preclinical. Any preclinical biotech, we're gambling. We're gambling on the approvals, playing options. But if you want to add it to the long term, I would ideally make it have a drug that's making a lot of money already. I think Celsius is earnings today or tomorrow, but it's this week. Yeah, Guild, all of them. There's like the 4 horsemen of biotechs. But yeah, like Guild, Pfizer, AbbVie, Eli Lilly, AstraZeneca, Bristol Myers, Merck. These are all the names you know about. Johnson & Johnson, for crying out loud. Like, you know, there's a lot that you know about. And then there's some that you know about that aren't as widely out there, like the gene therapies. But like I'm saying, in the future, keep your eye on it. If you want to bet on it now, that is going to be your risk. Corsair was added to the long term, yeah. So, we talked about it. I don't know. Have you guys, so some of you guys who have watched the videos and have found the long-term videos, was it easy for you guys? Were you guys able to find it? Because like I'm saying, in the last, 2 to 4 weeks of long-term videos, those were bangers. We're talking 20% minimum almost on every play. That's awesome. It doesn't usually happen like that. But like I'm saying, I'm bringing this up not to flex, but to highlight that, unfortunately, because I'm kind of disappointed because I still have cash, but now everything has gone up. So unfortunately, just simply not being able to follow along with a minute or two video over the last couple weeks, just all of those opportunities now are substantially higher. Our Microsoft is up almost 30%, Intuit 20%, Kimberly 15, 20%, even Corsair got a nice 5 or 10, but all of them, you could have even gotten them 10, 15% lower. So I'd get up to speed with what we're holding and watch them. Please do not buy them now because everybody feels excited. Just keep them on a list and wait till they go lower than the purchase price in the video. And that should help give you a good guide. Because like I'm saying, unfortunately, it's there. It's hard. Well, maybe it is hard, but let me put it this way. If it is hard to find the video, I promise you it's worth it. You get what I'm like? That's what I'm just saying, though. Just quite frankly, missing those videos is coming at a price. Can we agree on that? Because that's what I'm trying to tell you. It's like, I don't want you guys in at the highs. I want you at the lows. And then I drop these videos, and there's like a 24 to 72 hour period where they go lower. So every play that we're up 30% on, you could have gotten them another 10, 15% lower. You see what I'm saying? So I'm trying, but I'll give you guys the next update whenever we get opportunity. But for the most part, it's just like, I'm just saying, I would try your hardest to find the long-term videos, and I would try your hardest to do it in a timely manner. Just because, like I'm telling you, all year, these long-term videos, if you are missing them, after a week or two, the opportunity cost is insane. Go ask Intel covered calls. You see what I'm saying? Go look at all of them. So I'm sorry it is hard for you guys to find for some of you, but I'm trying to tell, it's worth it, bro. If I were, it's going to make you some money and get you locked in a way that maybe you'll be able to buy the locked in if as a thank you, because you'll see how valuable it is. But for the most part, you got to stick with it in a certain time frame. But then again, even if you miss the time frame now, You just need discipline. Put those names on a list. I do own Corsair. I own Oracle. I own Kimberly. I own Intuit and Microsoft. Go note the prices and then wait till they come down. That's it. These are they're on Instagram and they're on YouTube. I've posted them on both places. They're the shorts. But yeah. Qualcomm. We talked about Qualcomm earlier. It looks decent. Made my first automated deposit. Thank you, and thank you for the tips, but not financial advice. Stay blessed, fam. Let's go. Long term. 10 years minimum. All that matters is you stick with it. That's it. Got a long journey. You don't have an Instagram? I know. It's on YouTube, too. That's what I'm saying, bro. So just, unfortunately, though, at this point, it's costing you guys money to miss these free videos. Like I'm saying, a lot of these purchases in the middle of everyone freaking out. We were purchasing before we knew what was going on. You see what I'm saying? But yeah, it's everywhere, dude. It's on YouTube. It's on Instagram. But it's worth. It'll pay you. I'm not telling you to go find something that's not making you money. I'm just telling you at this point, even all year with all of these videos, they have been money makers. So I hope it's incentivized is what I'm trying to say, that there should be an incentive to get out there and find it. INSM, is that the one that got bought? And then NVIDIA, spy on the high. Chips or software's even going up? Oh, you work for Guild. That's why you were pumping it. But no, I would stack up, and if you plan on staying there for a long time, I would keep the RSUs. Obviously, not financial advice. It's up to you. But usually I tell people if you're getting stock options and you work with the company and you're gonna stay there for another 5-10 years, I would just keep them. And that way, you know, you're making the company money, then you get to share with more of the profits. Some people like the spoon-fed. You know, I did discover something. Remember the other day I was asking you? Because, like, a lot of people, I've gotten a lot of reviews of people saying, they're like, it's so confusing. And sometimes I'll explain some pretty simple things, and they'll be like, it's confusing. But I finally found out what confusing means. There was a language gap. So when people said confusing, they were not saying like it was hard to understand the concept. What was confusing was the exact play to make right there, right now. I figured it out. It took me a minute. I was like, how? Because I've been dumbing it down. I've been simplifying it 5 times over. I simplified one with the credit default swaps, and they're like, I don't get it. And then I was like, that's as simple as it could be. But yeah, that's the confusing part. So that's it. Some people, I do think they just want the actual, just give me the fucking play. But at the same time, like I'm telling you, with the long term, I am giving you the fucking play. I'm just saying you have to do it at a certain time window, and then after that window, it's not as effective. It's effective in the long run, but if you're getting it at that price. The CDs have chilled out substantially, but they're up. It just depends which ones, right? Like the Oracle and the Core Weaves, those are still elevated. But then the NVIDIAs and the Apples, they came down, but they're still up. But even if those are up, those are cheap. That's what I was trying to say on the video. And that's what I was saying with the bond theory, where it's like we haven't hit the point where we're like, oh my gosh, this is a credit, like you need to pay to protect it. But a lot of them, they pretty much half of that little jump, they recovered. So NVIDIA, let me show you NVIDIA's right now. NVIDIA is probably dropping lower after today. So yeah, here's the real-time update. So remember, when I made that video and then look at the bounce from there, so they've dropped like 10 basis points, which again, that's almost half of the value on this one. And then, like I'm saying, the apples and SPY melting away. Yeah, apples came down more than the price, but they all anything there. I don't think the oracles moved, to be honest. Yeah, Oracle actually came down a little bit, but still elevated. And then I think the same thing with Core Weave. Yeah, Core Weave's still the highest, but just came down. They all blew out. Some are still elevated. Some came back to where they were prior. You can't lie. SoFi's looking super good right now. Dude, did you tell anybody? So make sure you tell your friends and family. Do you have, do you have like Facebook? You should post a Facebook status and maybe inform as many people as you can. Because I feel you, bro. I feel you. I do not include gold in my long term. I have physical gold, and I've kind of viewed it as that, but no, I do not. I do not have any gold. I don't have any energy or commodities in the long term. And SPY. All right, guys, that's crazy. 750. Do you guys not see it? You're higher than the last box. Dog, we are about to break the box in one day. You're higher than this point. That's what I was saying. So you're actually you might even be getting closer to the whole 0.8 thing. You might be closer than 0.8 from all-time high. 757 will be the next level. 756.80 to 757, and then after that, then we might be out of the box. It'll be glorious. On GIS, I like it. It just came up a lot. So I had a video where I put down a list of all the names that I liked, and then sadly, GIS was 10% lower. So I like it. It's not. I wasn't too sold on it here, but then if you were here live, as it started yielding like 7-9%, the higher the yield, I get sold on it with something as solid as GIS. But I ended up not getting it because it bounced. So I like it. I would prefer it a lot lower, that 10% bounce. I mean, again, they've guided down lower. They've had a little bit of drama, but overall, I mean, the company's pretty decent. Apple on the low. Now SYY. Remember, the food plays were dropping, but Stryker didn't react. Remember, Apple was our lag last week. So you still got chips up, but they're kind of coming down. IGV, and then see what your Mag 7 does. Trump, Iran leadership is unbelievably duplicitous. Nothing gets through to Iran unless we want it to. Nothing will get through unless a deal or total surrender is accomplished. I think he's threatening a blockade again. That's what it sounds like, yeah. Whether Iran wants to admit it or not, we are in fact talking of a solution to a problem they have caused for decades. Okay, Meta now. Let's see if Spot. Oh yeah, huh? Dude, I don't know. I know they launched it. I don't know if it's like how long it took to sell and set up. But yeah, I read something this weekend. It said the Trump API for licensed post goes live. So I think that someone has it. Okay, SPY coming down a little. And Apple and oil now. So some people are responding to that. Ron, welcome. Okay. Thank you and have a wonderful day. Not a recommendation. But yeah, like I'm telling you, especially in this environment, if you are going to be spending more money, just go closer to the money, dude. I cannot stress it enough. Baba again? Any new long-term buys? No, dude, just basking in the glory of the previous long-term buys. But yeah, remember, I did nothing for 3 months, but I was getting nervous how active I was getting during the last 2 months. But unfortunately now, no more planting, just the chill time. So I will be planting soon, but I need the right setup. Twist next. So watch out. The UNG plays are going up. I mean, oil on that Trump Truth Social, and then Apple on the low. Even though the rest of the Mag 7 is trying to move around, like Microsoft, Google, look at it. All the Mag 7 is going up. NVIDIA chilling while Apple drops. Posts become public on the platform same time. Paid feed not involving or delaying content for non-subscribers from optimized delivery path. It sounds like I'm going to sue Donald Trump. I want a royalty. You know that? For him taking the locked-in idea. Is there any lawyers out there? If you guys have seen it, I think they use the idea. So I think we sue Donald Trump for taking our locked-in. Even the Department of War uses locked in. That's you know what I'm saying? I think we should legal. How do we resolve this? How do we remedy this? Toyota July sales down 0.8 year over year. Units EV sales up 27%. Why is Toyota selling more EVs than non-EV Camrys? Apple getting overly punished? Yes and no. Like I'm saying, I brought it up the other day, and they were like, "What do you mean?" Like Meta. I said Meta did not get punished at all. I don't know if you guys remember me saying that, and people were like, "Yes, they did." I'm like, "Dude, no, they didn't." Meta could have got destroyed, and that shit's back to earnings level. Apple did go down, and it stayed down. The problem with Apple is what I was telling you before. Is that this is still the all-time high practically. This all-time high doesn't count. That was everybody freaking out on Leopold. So, unfortunately, they got like outsized reaction from the earnings, but then they also had way more cushion. So it's a weird spot, but you see it with how the Mag 7's moving, you know. It's going to it'll balance out eventually, where again, every time Apple goes down, it's going to the Mag 7. There's going to be a point where they stop. HSBC. Yo, HSBC. We've played this before and they've been duds. It's only been 1%. So be careful. There's not really any good options there. They're expensive. Check UBS and any other banks too. But yeah, HSBC 1% pop. I don't think any of them else are moving. That's big volume. Shitty preems. Every Toyota is a hybrid. ACHC. And Futu. All the China names. Again, KWeb 28. Dude, I don't know if we're going to get lucky on those. They're dead still. Remember those free old K-Webs? But they're around this range. Remember the 30. I need to see what price they're at. But we might get lucky because there's like 2 weeks of time on those. But now they're back into striking distance. It's going to be tough. You don't do IP? It's okay. But you guys saw it. They definitely ripped the idea. It's a great idea, though. I was trying to tell you guys. I was like, I don't know. I think it was a very great idea. Well, they beat across the board. No, they didn't, though. So services, that was your first services decline in a minute. And then I think 2 or 3 quarters in a row of declining China. But it was a beat. Like I'm saying, though, that was my worry on Apple coming into it. If Apple didn't go up 30%, I think it would be a different story. I think it would be, then you would be trading higher right now, or you would be at this price, but it would be on the upside instead of coming down. Yeah, they need to remember that 30. That's why I was remember close above 30. We had one at 32s, but the other ones need a little more. But that's what I'm saying. We might get lucky because they expire the last week of August or right before. But then around then, they're going to start ramping up the China meeting. But then China's doing too fucking good. I can't believe it. Because again, their economic data has only gotten worse. And then all of a sudden, they just keep pumping this financial conditions thing, trying to get people to gamble. Now they got IPOs and shit. The K-Webs are free, actually. It's all my profit. It's not even real money. It is real money, but we had a K-Web a couple months ago. We hit it really big, and then I just kept the free contracts. But then the free contracts died. So if you still have those, they're remaining. HSB agreed to sell retail business in Egypt to Emiratis. I love how we're chilling. Jersey Mike's 52-week high. So I'm sure after 3 days, it's probably turned the float. Roblo and Reddit. More K-Web and Google. Did we miss Euro close? I think we did. I mean, market's still kind of been one way, but yeah. It is Euro or AstraZeneca 9%, biggest one-day decline since March 2020. We've been holding Apple for 20 years. I have tons of shares at 350. I know they're fine. You're commenting up or down. I'm sorry. All I saw was I have tons of shares at 350. Josh, I'm buying you a house. Is that? I think I misread it wrong. Something about. Why the fuck do you care about the $10 decline off of the 330? What the fuck? My meta is down 50% from the top of last year, brother. Are you kidding? Are you sick? What the fuck? So, nah, you good, bro. You good. I wear a size 3,500 square foot single family home. Just if anyone's curious. I could fit in a size 2,000 if you'd like. I don't know. I don't know. If you ever need my house size, let me know. If anybody. I got that question 2 weeks ago. I was very excited. CNMD. Oh, I thought that'd be. It was CTSH, or one of those was running up, or is it Cognizant? You're actually closing Apple, or the house? Didn't you want to sell me the house in La Jolla, bro? I'll buy it. You give me Josh Answers discount. That's it. And then, but even then though, I was gonna say I'd pump Apple for you, but like, dude, you can't. Don't be distraught about this one. That's what I'm telling you. This is good. I don't think Apple did bad. I really, really don't. They're a victim of the gamblers. Like I'm saying, overcrowded essentially. Okay, spot new highs. Would you guys like some push-ups? Let's do some push-ups. Come on, Chatadonia. Sitting is the new smoking. You've been here for 2.5 hours. 4.5 hours left to go. Get beside your desk and move your body. The SPY's moving. You are within 1% of all-time highs. You guys, we're almost out of the box. We're still in the box. Like I said, I love the box. And as somebody who has been here in the box, let me remind you, you are not out of the fucking box just yet. You guys here, before you do a push-up, I want you to think about this. So maybe you could channel some of that anger into your push-ups, okay? Are you ready? Would you guys like a theory about the box? Because remember, last week, before the weekend, I was telling you. I said, hey, you might be able to get out of the box. There's some hope. You guys remember that? I told you, you have hope. I said, thank Scott Bessett in the yen. You're lucky. Right? Mixed in with Leopold. Oh, I said, bro, we might get out of the box, inshallah, okay? But here's the problem. Are you ready? Do you know what could happen in the box? White House just tweeted on X, locked in. They are listening. Okay, White House. You need to bring me to the White House to do a press conference, to ask a question, or y'all need to pay me my royalty and give me the free Truth Social, even though I'll probably find a way to get it just as fast. But still, that's what I'm known for. You know what I'm saying? That's it. Ask Bloomberg what happened. Ask him. I'm doing squats right now, air squats. But what I was trying to tell you, what was I trying to tell you? What was I saying before that? Those little, I forgot. I'm ready to punch a fucking intern. Oh, the box. Yeah, you guys are fucked. Because here's this, as somebody who was born and raised in the box, just let me remind you, you can go all the way to the high and then still get smacked right back down. And I raise you. Not only can you go to the high, you could set a new high and still get subjugated back to the box. Do you understand? I'm just making sure you are all ready. That's why I said I'm going to tell you now before you do your push-ups so you could, you know what I'm saying, get in the game, but just be mindful. You could still tap the top and get fucking beaten down. So yeah, not a new box, the same box, just with a little bit of an overshoot. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. You got to, so don't get too jumpy, keep a little bit of caution. And yeah, but like I said last week, the hope is there. It's looking good, but yeah, this is not a done story yet. This box is big, bro. It's a very big box, and right as we're gonna get there, it's gonna fight a little bit. It's gonna fight. Well, there you go. Now do a push-up. At least you're aware. At least you're aware. I've warned you.
4.4%.
By 4.4.
Scarlett and Paul, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thank you so much, Charlie Pellet. On Friday, New York State sued
Follow me on
Kalshi
Instagram,
for
at the
running,
Trading
allegedly, an illegal, unlicensed gambling operation in the state.
Right.
They're basically saying that Kalshi's prediction market exposes New York State residents to serious personal and financial risk, and that the company did not seek a license from the New York State Gaming Commission. That gets to the heart of the matter here with prediction markets and whether they're gambling or something else. Yep. And so the discussion continues, the debate continues. Jonathan Kay is founder and CEO of Apptopia. He joins us right now from Boston. Jonathan, different states have different points of view on this. We know the federal government looks at prediction markets and says it's okay. Just give us the lay of the land right now in terms of how much market share prediction markets have taken when it comes to sports betting, or in this case, the terminology they use is events contracts.
Yep. Well, Paul and Scarlett, thank you so much for having me. Nice to be here today. Generally, what we're seeing is, I think we're here today because we've seen prediction markets daily active users, right? The amount of people that go back to the app each day actually start to meaningfully surpass those of online sports books, often known as DraftKings and FanDuel. And what you've seen is actually since the Super Bowl, the last like kind of 4 or 5 months, you've seen parity. So you've seen DraftKings and FanDuel and Kalshi kind of be in a dogfight, frankly, in terms of daily active users, which I think for people that are avid gamblers or avid investors in this space, Super Bowl to now is kind of a slow period. So we were looking to see what would come out of the World Cup. And what you saw was like the dogfight break up, right? You saw Kalshi essentially grow to be materially larger in terms of daily active users than the sports books, and Polymarket kind of come out of this tier 2 positioning and now enter into the dogfight with DraftKings and FanDuel.
So is it easier, less expensive? Why are people going from the online sports books to these prediction markets? Are these prediction markets easier to use, cheaper to use? What's driving it, do you think?
Yeah, it's a really, really good question. And so we beat up 3 angles, guys. So we looked at, is it the location of the user? Because there's states where it's legal and non-legal.
I think it's the sadness of the user,
the age of the gender,
honest. I think desperation
specific to an event
mixed
where,
in
like,
with doomerism
elections
is a
or
great,
Love Island,
great client
which
acquisition
is ridiculously popular. Is that driving the activity, right? And what we saw is that location, whether you're in a state that you can legally use,
if you were in a very dark place, it seems to
really
be that
not
location.
a contributor to activity at all during this low period.
We found that the people located in an extremely dark hole were the ones who were most active
of activity to Kalshi and Polymarket during the World Cup. So I would say the first.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. It's bad for people. I mean, it's weird. Like I said, it's not. I was more worried about it last year when I saw where it was going. But once I found out, it's all like objectively, all the data is for what's it called? It's for sports. And then all the other stuff, sadly, it's just like, yeah, I mean, I kind of like it because I had a theory. I don't want to really talk about it, but I do think it moves money around, and it makes things. It changes opportunity. Here, let me put it this way. I shared it with you guys last week. There was something really weird because the Polymarket, Kalshi, they showed rate cut odds, and we were talking about that a lot last week, right? And I was telling you exactly what was going on, but here was the weird thing. If you bet on the actual Fed futures, you got the short 38% odds pretty much. But if you did it on Polymarket or Kalshi, they were only offering you 20%. So you would have made almost 50% more on the market to take the same risk that you would have pseudo-placed on a prediction market. So I think that's part of the appeal as well, too. But that's not as deep. There's not as much money behind that. Like I'm telling you, all the money, sadly, is sports. PRCH. SPY. I mean, you're getting another way. I literally see the SPY on the high ticker. Hi. Again, chips. Software is just chilling pretty much at that opening 2% or so, which isn't bad. XLP still down. XLV still down. And then XLF down too. IMAX takeover. CEO comments open to takeover. If you think about it, if people approach us, we'll listen. Interesting. IMAX. Google. My goodness. And then Amazon's still there. I mean, shit, even fucking Netflix held up today. Polymarket, cause I'm so lucky. Woo! For real, though. Hood on the high now. All right, SPY, 7 feet dog. You're kind of moving up way too fast. Like I'm saying, bro, 756.80, 757. After that, it's a straight shot to all-time highs. But then again, we still need to get out of this box. Like I'm telling you, I'd still be worried. Oh, wait, I only did one. I need to do another stretch real quick. Hold on. I got distracted by their polymarketness. I went pee. I only did one lunge. I need to stretch out. If the SPY's gonna stretch, I'm gonna stretch. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Hood woke up again. Remember, that was an earnings one last week. There was a couple of those, actually. I guess Meta was another. If they're happy about yen-euro intervention, maybe sustained breakout. It doesn't even matter if they're happy. All that matters is that you don't get more, like, craziness happening in Japan. But like I was saying, is like, if that happens, all it's going to do is bring down the dollar. So if you could bring down the dollar, that will give you the bribe. Again, a low dollar, high momentum. There are a lot of people are really going to have to decide between, do I want to react to bonds or do I want to keep chasing the best earnings in several years? Dell, new investors see opportunity to scale business. What does this mean? Who is a new investor? You are a very old company, Dell. What do you mean, new investor, scale business? That's coming out now. Couple of space stocks and then materials, Thermal, Lunar, Arcade LB. Oh my.
When we come back, AstraZeneca shares are sinking on reports of a potential mega deal with Bristol Myers. We'll talk to an analyst about the stock reaction next.
I'm gonna just get into my 90-90 until they give me back my propaganda. If we reach all-time highs, can we play Pump It Up? No. I think, unless you were Scott Bessent. But even then, you could go to a parade or something. But I'm not. No. Only just long-term. I don't know what song. We had ICAP, but then ICAP got excommunicated from Chattadonia, from the Josh Atola. But other than that, I think we celebrate with more money. I'm a big fan of that. The long term. If we're already hitting highs now, you know what I'm saying? Like, imagine. What would that be like? All right. Get ready, guys. You're 0.6 away from one of the higher points now. And anything after this, bro, that's it, bro. It's only one more level remaining. You might get smacked a couple times around the box. Pilot market. Gold. Again, SPY, you just had that Dell headline. Space stocks are running up, but I want to say this to everybody else. Let's get a checkup. So NASDAQ, 31 red, 70 in the green. Dow Jones, 11 red, 19 in the green. And then SPY, 350 green, 150 red. 2 sigma move on the SPY today? Yeah, dude, it's crazy. That's what I'm saying. That's what it sounds like, dude. This is moving a little too fast now. I don't think I'd ever say that after the last couple weeks, but yeah, it really did just kind of wake up. And like I'm saying, very quickly, I thought it would be a little bit more annoying, but very quickly, we're almost out of the box. But then, like I'm saying, just if it knocks us back in there, then yeah, that's not good. But either way, for now, good for the long term. Again, I mean, even then, if you held those Microsofts, you got 500-600% today. There was, again, I sold another 300-400%er. You had old plays like SAP come back to life. So, I mean, there's some opportunity. And then even Oracle, I forgot about that, not to mention the long term. And then we have a deposit today. So I have even more cash. Did you look? I need to put it into SWXX. I got on the other account. SWVXX. What's the high of the box? It is the all-time high. That'll be the high of the box. So we set a new high, we break it, and like I'm saying, just be mindful. It wouldn't be weird. Like I'm saying, I would not be surprised if we hit the top end and then sold off. Or if we broke a new high and then came down for like a couple days and then it continued. You see, just be ready for those types of setups though. Like I'm saying, I know it's getting exciting. It's moved very quickly. We had hope of getting out of the box, but like I'm saying, just pretty much going, hitting highs. I mean, balance the other scenarios and everything else going on. But yeah, it's about getting out of those highs and staying there. But if it comes back into it, just be ready. It may not be as clear cut and easy as we'd like it to be. What was Bill? Bill was to generate yield. That was I didn't know that Schwab, they had some of these funds that are a little better. So Bill is just, it's kind of like Bill, but if you have money markets or some of these money market funds, they usually do a lot better than an ETF that'll pay you on the bonds. So that's why. And then again, Schwab, if your cash is just sitting there, if you don't put it into one of these funds, unfortunately, they will not give you any yield. But on Fidelity, we're making money actually. So all the cash in the Fidelity, it actually brings in interest, which is because it's a lot of cash. But then you don't need to put it in something on Fidelity. It's just automatic. I think it is day 3 of Warsh, yeah, right? That's the crazy part, is that it was the yen that woke up momentum, but ever since Kevin Warsh, the next day, best day for momentum, and then the last 2 days since, remember, this is the Warsh level. You guys remember 736, or no, this was the one of these, 736 was the Warsh level. And yeah, you're now at 756, day 3 pretty much. How many shares of Oracle do I own? I do not know. So, instead of checking my portfolio, I'm just going to go on the video. So, let's see. Okay, so trading fraternity. The guy wearing a sock. Okay, I see the sock. Okay. Which one? Oh, wow. Okay, I bought Corsair for the long term. That's weird. That one has half as many views as every other video? What? And that's on YouTube that already limits us because on every other platform, all of these videos have 10 to 50 times more views? Okay, I get it. I'm learning. Okay, but bought Corsair, so let's take a look. I'm not even listening. You see what I'm saying? I'm just forwarding through. Perfect. Oh, damn. If I was on mobile, I could zoom in if I had my fingers. You see, I'm not on mobile. Oh, shit. I lost it now. Okay, it's okay. We could go back to it. But if you're on mobile, find the portfolio and then pause it and then just zoom in and it'll say it. So where is it? Oracle. I have 4.06 shares on the small account. Wow. And then with Oracle, 20. Or no, 30. 30 shares of Oracle. So yeah, that's what I would do. That's what I'm saying. I didn't look at my portfolio. I could have, but like I'm saying, this is for all of you to track because the numbers don't change. Only the value. You see what I'm saying? The value of Oracle changed. The value of Microsoft changed. Value of Corsair changed, but the amount, that didn't change. So it'll all be stuck there from that video. Oscar Health, pop. It's up a little bit. See if anything else moves in healthcare. They've been kind of clapped. I had a video on GIS, but it was on one of my videos, but I never bought it. I was just talking about it. Someone asked me. Constellation. Iridium, CEG, Vistra. So, like, infrastructure plays. Your boy moved. Fast. Again, Data Kelb has earnings this week. Oh, they're near the high. MDB, that should lift up software. Cyber, Spy all day. Celestica, TLN. Pepsi, Texas AG investigation. None of them are moving yet. Watch Staples and then watch Pepsi. Ulta's ripping. Again, you have Elf. Elf got some big upgrade this morning, but that didn't really have follow through. Burry getting liquid? I don't think he is. That's what I'm saying. That's what I don't think people understood. Burry don't do leverage. You can't liquidate him. That's why a good thing for him, even if he's wrong, like that should show you something. But yeah, he's not doing any leverage. We saw Sermo the other day, or the other hour. 10B and then Nibis, and then more of the Neocloud is coming up. SPY, hold on. Yeah, if you count options, but even then, let me put it this way. Like, one of the letters that Leopold, they were talking about non-levered options. So he was explaining what they have, that they're holding, and he was saying options that they have fully paid for. So some people do buy options on leverage. UPC, this thing's already up 140. It's going again. I don't even know what this one's a part of. No options. And then WMS. And then Echo, A-Lab. Oh, Echo Star is having conference call right now. Echo. So again, remember you had the rumors with Sirius and all that. But that's earnings call starting. Yeah, Coherus. That was the one. But yeah, bro, do you want to know what I explained to my mom this weekend? And this is the crazy part too, though. Are you guys ready? Bro, the Egyptians in Egypt, they know about Leopold. Isn't that fascinating? They know about Leopold already. My mom was asking me about it. I had to explain it to my mom. I was like, how? It used to be, bro, where like my mom would find stuff out like 2 weeks later. You know, when she would read, dude, it's crazy. Like, it's actually like crazy. But then, you know what I had to explain to my mom? Oh, CNC. Remember, Oscar just started moving. So, but yeah, CNC, ACHC, and then ACA. Or, just really CNC and then Oscar. And Clove. But yeah, so yesterday I had to explain to my mom what, what's it called was. I had to explain to her what leverage was in the stock market. She didn't understand it. I said, what? So my mom didn't understand how you could turn 40 billion into 150. So for any of you with your parents, this might help them, because this is how I explained it to my mom. I was like, Mom, you know how like when you buy a house, you put down a down payment? So if you put 20% down, they'll give you the other 80%. And I said, yeah. I was like, it's like that with stocks. And my mom, she went, oh! She went, oh, Yalahui! She went, bro, her face, she said, oh. And then she started to understand it. And then she was like, why would he do that? See, my mom was even baffled by his risk management. And then that's why I was telling to my mom, I was like, Mom, I hope you know I gamble. Like, I manage my risk when I make gambles, but then I know I could lose. But that's why I don't do that. I was trying to explain to my mom, but yeah, she understood leverage with the down payment. It was amazing. But yeah, not too many people, I guess, even understand that part. It was. It's good. I tried. We even talked about the bonds. I said my mom be asking me all this stuff nowadays. But like, she kind of understood the bond thing. I was trying to explain it to her. The yields are because of demand, not because of a crisis. She understood some of it. But then once we got into bond vigilantes, it was too much. It was a lot. It's a lot to explain to my mom from Egypt, okay? Like I'm saying, her learning curve has increased a lot lately with this amount of info sharing between the Middle East countries. But at the end of the day, the bond vigilantes are a little, that's where she doesn't have the same background. Is anyone in your fam Coptic? My cousin just baptized Coptic. I think we're all Coptic. I like to think. I don't know. My mom has the branding, you know, they gave her the tattoo. Mm-hmm. You visited the 7 churches in Cairo? No way. It's hype, bro. I've never been. Trump to sign order on military families today. Fox News. Leverage is not okay with the long term, no. And just like the covered call, though, like I said, I'm not. I think by the time I die, God willing, you guys will watch me go mad leverage on the long term. But it's only going to happen after a complete deflationary collapse. Okay? But till then, you want to make sure you have ownership, because you just saw what happened with Leopold. Nobody could kick us out. You guys realize that, right? That's why I love it. That's the fucked up part. You guys got to think about it. If Leo was on a normal broker, they would have robbed him. They would have just sold out all of his shit and took it. The way he did it, it forced negotiations with people for him to give up his assets. But then again, that's what happens when you loan it and collateralize it. So fact of the matter is, nobody could take anything from us. You guys realize that, right? No one could take your Intel shares. Nobody could take your Meta at 90 unless you give it away willingly. So yeah, it's I definitely think it's you don't want leverage, but there will be an opportunity where leverage it'll make sense. But for now, I would argue 95%, 99% of the opportunities, you're not going to be using leverage in the long term, and you don't want to. Like I'm saying, I hope all of you could learn this. I hope you learn this as somebody who's telling you this, not receiving anything. I don't benefit or lose off of you listening to this. And I want you guys to truly understand it for the real ones out there. If you are going to be a real owner, you're a real man, a real woman, bro, and you're going to actually not fall for this dumb shit, I'm telling you. This is why I don't like people putting up their long term to even get a property. Stop leveraging stuff. Do not let them take your shit away from you. You see what I'm saying? The whole logic is you own it all flat out. That we don't want anybody to come in and be able to try to take it. That's what I'm saying. Any sort of putting up assets to borrow and pay against what you already own is a very bad idea. You see what I'm saying? Because if you own something flat out and you own it, you can really execute this 10-year minimum plan. If you own more than you have, that 10-year plan you're not going to get there. That's what happens with leverage. You could own more than you have. So I strongly suggest you guys understand. I don't say this to slow you down. I'm not trying to hold you back. I'm telling you, there will be an opportunity for leverage and margin. Those opportunities are once every few years. You see what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm telling you? And that's where just don't pull out leverage and don't pull out loans as your number one tool. They're not, especially if there's interest involved. It's a beast. So it's the reverse beast. We want compounding, the eighth wonder of the world. The interest is the ninth enemy. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not, be careful. So it's like, if you truly you got to wait for these moments. And when they open up, I will tell you about leverage, and let's fucking go ham and let's take it when nobody wants it. But right now, and more often than not, I would stay away from it. It is. We had a philo on this. The borrower is always slave to the lender. The Bible did not use those words for no reason. It's slave because it literally forces your will. That's what people don't understand. Believe me, Leopold would have held it for 20 years. He's right. He's correct. His ideas were not incorrect. His leverage made him a slave. His leverage forced him to do something he would not do. And that's what's going to happen. If you keep borrowing and you take on that burden, it's going to tie your hands. It's going to take away your will. And that's why I'm saying, if you have your will, don't give it up. And don't give up your assets and what you own until it has to make so much sense where it's a no-brainer to go on leverage. But for now, that the opportunity is usually not at the highs. You know what I'm saying? It's at the lows. It looks a lot different than right now. I don't know what the catalyst is, but that's what I'm saying. I know it's not favorable right now. So that's why I don't know how it's going to happen, but I'm just telling you right now, it's just like the covered calls. Like I'm saying, that covered call, you guys haven't seen me do that in many years. But the fact that I did it was one of the best investments you could have made. And then just days, weeks later, there was one more window, and then everything after that, even if you tried to do random covered calls anywhere else, it wasn't the same. And that's what I'm saying. You'll know it when you see it. You'll know it when it's there. We don't need to try to predict it. I'm not sitting here waiting for the moment I could lever all my money. But if the scenario ever popped up, I would say, wow, it makes more sense to not do that. Just like the long term. Why did I do the covered call? It made more sense to do the covered call than not to. Think about it. What did I walk away with? I walked away with more than I paid. So at that sense, I would have felt dumb not taking that deal. So that's what I'm saying. At one point, the leverage will be so cheap and the prices will be so cheap, it'll be more nonsensical to not lever up and take it. Okay, I don't want this one, but they're scamming. See. Oh, Reddit and SoFi. Why not 30-year at over 5% or corporate bonds? Because it's not there. Like, most long term, you guys have seen me talk about bonds the whole time. I've never added those to the long term. It's just not for you guys are trying to grow and get rich, right? You're not trying to get fixed income. That's why our fixed income is tied to equity. That's why I want an IRM, an AbbVie. I want my dividend to go up. I like growth, even though I like my stability. Do you get what I'm saying? So I would not, I think for a lot of you, you're better off taking the risk with equity than going in the bonds until maybe down the line. Again, if you're older and other things, there's another topic for that. But I think for most people, it's really not going to be there. I do consider leverage trading with margin, yes. Spend more. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. Trump expected to attend roundtable on Friday for mining executives. American Honda sales rise 12.8. You may be forced to sell your shares, though. I do agree with your play. On the Intel, yes, I do agree to sell my shares at 200 plus the $58 a share, 258. So yes, my agreement to sell the shares was 1,000% gain on the equity. So that's why the possibility is still there. But even then, I think it would give us enough cushion. You know, the problem I've seen a lot of people make a mistake on, you saw it last week. People were like, I'm going to sell a covered call, not get more than the share price, and then I'll sell 10% higher. So like I'm saying, you know, you look at the numbers on there, it was just, the only way I would have lost was by not doing the play. Do you guys see that? So think about it. In that window where the Intel volatility and premiums were so high, this little box right here, I would have lost doing anything else but that play. Do you see what I'm saying? So that's why I said it was a no-brainer. I got paid more for the stock. The upside was ridiculous. You got paid substantially up front at the highest level. There's more ways. Like I said, I would feel weird if I didn't take that one. All right, SPA, USAR, MP, they're getting tagged on that Trump meeting with miners. The close, yeah, it is. Well, that's what I was saying. I said even then, I told you guys, even if Intel goes back to 142, unless it does it in a day or two, even if when it comes back up, those plays will be down. Would you do it if it didn't make your cost basis negative? Maybe. It just depends. But that once you start breaching negative cost basis, that's what that makes it almost impossible to say no. Like I'm saying, what was my risk? But yeah, I do run the risk of losing my Intel shares. But let me ask you now. So asking you guys today, do you think it's a bad deal if somebody offered you, would you be mad if somebody offered you $200 a share for your Intel? Technically $258. Would that be look at Intel right now. Would you be mad at that? You would actually say, what fucking idiot would pay me that much? But do you notice your attitude today much different than June 22nd? Because if I asked you at June 22nd, you might be like, well, it's actually already gone up from 80 to 150. And then, do you see what I'm saying? So that's kind of how that's all played out, where it's like, yes, at the time and the closer it felt, you're like, wow, you're going to give up your equity. But remember, we bought the stock at $20 a share. So it's still 1,000%. But then even when you look at it now, to think about how much we got paid, it looks like it was fake. You see what I'm saying? Because now somebody, if I say pay me $5,000 to buy Intel at 200, that doesn't go for that no more. So yeah, ta-da. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. I do want to hold for 10 years. That's the plan. Like I'm saying, you guys don't overthink it. That's what I think some of you are trying to draw the conclusion that I was going to sell it or something, but I don't think you don't try to bend the rules by just look at it. You saw it. Like I'm saying, it wasn't even if that was the case, we could still kind of go back into it. But again, we put a set of conditions where the only way yes, I could get out of it, but it would take a long time. You could roll, and then even then, worst came to worst, our net gain or our worst case, this play plays out, we walk away with 400% of our initial investment. That's our worst case scenario. Do you guys understand that? So that's where it's saying. But the plan wasn't to sell. But like I'm saying, if you're going to compensate me more than I paid for the entire investment to agree to sell the investment at another doubling of the price, I will do it. That doesn't mean we are going to sell, but I am down to make that commitment. And then like I've showed you over the years, and this is why I hope you do it with time and understand, even if that situation materialized, there would be a way to get out of it without selling the stock. And I've done it before. It would just be the refinance. But at this point, I don't even think we'll have to worry about it. But then again, we still have 2 more years. That means some goober bought a 200 Intel call for $5K. Yes, but it was the computer. That's why I take these profits sometimes. It's a computer usually. Especially with all of you guys who lined up to do it afterwards, we just robbed the computer. That's it. There was no real money on those leaps. Nobody's just sitting there buying them. It's all the computer that is forced to provide a bid. That's why the spreads will get wide. But that's what I'm saying. It went up so much, that computer will fill that all day. And that's why it automatically comes down too. Whose computer, though? One of the 8 or 9 exchanges. But yeah. I mean, technically, you could find out if you really wanted to. Yeah, Oracle. I ripped those too early, but we got to break the curse. I'm excited. Shit, even Coinbase. Down to win. AstraZeneca looking tasty. So if I were you, I would wait. Why? AstraZeneca, worst day down since 2020. Killer stock. All of a sudden, fat gap down. Why did it gap down today? Does anybody know? What happened with AstraZeneca? They bought a company. They offered to buy a gigantic company, Bristol Myers. Then the stock drops 10%. What does this sound like? Does it sound familiar? A value stock buys a company, drops. Literally, you're down 30%, if not 30 from the highs. Does this sound familiar? Kimberly Quality. Oh, wait, why'd I put Tesla? But now you got to watch out because after Kimberly, I think you did 2 of these drops. So you had like the sell-off, but then this was the buyout announcement. Next week, it dropped another 10, went up a month or 2 later, and then dropped. We didn't get in till here. So remember, we got in after like 2-3 months after it. So I would let the dust settle because it could either go lower or go higher. But these value names that do these mega mergers, it might trap the stock for a little because now that's the reason you're getting the discount. But now the market and the actual, merge needs to take place to see if it's actually real money. So I give it a little bit, but it's up to you. But I usually like to let things settle. Let the dust settle. You'll be good. We got Kimberly earnings tomorrow morning, I think. Woo! Jersey Mike, SPY. I mean, shit. AstraZeneca investors raise concern over mega merger talks. Financial Times. Selling a share of Oracle to pay for the calls, but didn't? What do you mean? Like a share from your long term? So Cool Potato, I actually liked playing Call of Duty with you on Friday. You seem like a chill dude. So don't do that, okay? Like, that's what I'm saying, bro. If you're at the, okay. I was going to say, if you're at the point, dude, you seem like a straightforward, I like you. I could be straight up with you, man. I was going to say, bro, if you're at this point where you're still trying to mix long-term and trading, I was going to say, no, dude, please just stop fucking around. Because that you should know the answer. But, I mean, if you have a swing trade of shares and options, it's do whatever the fuck you want. It doesn't really matter, but I already ripped my Oracle contracts. Because I don't know, do you guys still have them from Friday? So mine were up 50% on Friday and then 100% at the open. So they're probably up. If this ever turns, they'll go down. I don't know what you want to do with the swing shares, but Just options. Remember, options are going to go to zero faster than any shares. Just so, or literally, it just in general. No, I remember I bought Kimberly before the end of the year. So we bought it after the little thing went crazy, but there was one more. I want to say I bought it 2024. No, I bought it beginning of the year, January 26th. That was the first purchase. So yeah, we waited till the first quarter of the little flush out. So we didn't buy it, and then we bought it again after they lit that shit on fire. Josh the Merciful? No, not at all, dude. I don't know. That's why maybe some of y'all should play with us on Friday. Like I said, once I know y'all are humans and like real about it too, like believe me, that means a lot to me. Especially if you're not like a fucking weirdo. And that's what I'm saying, bro. If you're chill, some of y'all are really like dope. That's why I'm saying I know I could be strict and straightforward with this because I don't want you to lose money. But it's like, yeah, I will be straight up with you and I do not want to waste your time. Especially if I know you're a real person on the end of there. Some of y'all are chill. You got well-mannered, everything about you. You are a good soul, bro. I want you to do good. So, yeah, just fucking run it, man. But don't, at the same time, like, you know, just this money shit's crazy. You just watched a billionaire blow up after not being able to handle these types of emotions, risk management, you name it. So, like I'm telling you, it's just be careful and don't fall for the gambling, FOMO, so many traps that'll leave you there. Again, that's why I'm saying options, shares, that one's easy. And like I'm saying, if you don't expose yourself to that, especially if you spent enough time here, because like I'm telling you, it is these are the easy ones, you know, like separating your long term, having a strict budget for trading, the long term, making sure it's working. These are the easy pillars. These are what's going to keep you alive, keep you in the game, and getting you making money. But that's what I'm saying. You can't spend enough time here. And it's like, if we're still trying to figure out the easy ones, I gotta wake you up a little, man. So yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. I know nobody was expecting Leopold to blow up, dude. He was the man of the hour, bro. But that goes to highlight it, man. It just shows the market is brutal, dude. IBM could be. It definitely came down a lot, so you're getting a better deal. And now it's like back to that low. It flushed a little more. The one I like is Qualcomm, but Qualcomm I need it lower. Sailor says he has never sold any of his personally held Bitcoin. He's never sold a single Satoshi. He said MSTR is public, not his personal wallet, and may buy or sell as part of capital management. He added the company's long-term conviction in Bitcoin. Yeah, I put up Boeing for a second there. They recertified 737. When Boeing was already up. He was the chosen one. You guys know that, right? Do you remember we were just talking about it? Meta to attend White House AI meeting tomorrow, Politico. Remember I was telling you there's always like a sacrificial lamb? The crazy part is usually a Korean. So like Billy Hwang, the Justin Sun or whatever, the Luna. Bro, I'm telling you, usually during all the mania, there is a Korean sacrificial lamb. Usually one Korean gets blown up, and then after the blow up, we're good. Ask Billy. So this time, though, it was the guy going ham on Korea stocks. But yeah, in a weird way, unless Leopold half Korean, you know what I'm saying? No, literally, if you go look back over the last like 5 to 10 years, every rally has had a sacrificial Korean blow up. It's always something related to Korea, or a Korean gets fucked up, and then we continue. But yeah, Leopold in this case, he's not technically Korean, but he did have more SK Hynix and Samsung exposure than all of you combined in the world. He did go pretty ham. Spy 756.60, mother effer. 756.80, and then your last spot will be all-time highs. $760 daily's insane. I don't know. They might, but if you're going to play a short term, just get an extra day or something. Because remember, that's what we noticed even while Leopold was blowing up. That extra time might save you. Even the apples, the baba, we've had a couple of daily short terms, but that extra time, that was what turned them into winners. So it's up to you. Again, if you're right and it rips on the daily, you'll be fine. But if it rips enough but then continues tomorrow, the one with a little bit of time. But then remember, Meta is up 7% right now. Yeah, Do Kwon, that's who it was. Instead of, well, I think Justin's son, but I know one of them was Korean. It costs a little bit more, but it just depends, or you'll be like a little further. But that's how they get you, because if it's too further out, it still don't hit the same. But like I'm saying, there was at least 3 or 4 plays in the last 2 weeks where if you had one less day of time, literally one less day, you lost. One extra day, you're up 1,000%, or at least a solid gain. Giggle. Socks for the long term. It's a little high. I mean, I would be down to play it with this Leo low, but at the same time, like I said though earlier, I think chips have a good shot at recovering. It just might play out like IGV. It's just going to be a little choppy. And then Boeing, again, you got this 735 or 737 recertification news. It's starting to run. Again, they're already up by 5 though, so watch out for that. SPY 1.3, NASDAQ, Russell 1.5, and Dow Jones 0.9. And it's 9:30, Chattadonia. SPY has been at the high all day. Silver and gold. Oil's still kind of up, but down 5% on the day. And then TLT got a couple of movers. Mag 7's loving it. Chips were red, but they found a way to go green. IGV still up 2.6. Not a bad Monday. Damn, NASDAQ 100 is up by 2.1. The other NASDAQ's up 1.5. But yeah, Chad, we've been here for 2.5 hours, or 3.5 hours. Sitting is the new smoking. Get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. It feels weird after everything stopping, right? But that's why I'm glad, we had to, we put our went on watch, raised the threshold, but we still kept shooting. And then, yeah, anything that we held that was out throughout there, it kind of worked. So, what was it? I read this. They said, perseverance beats perfection in these markets. That's why it's like if you could keep your balances low, not get your head fucked up, and you know what I'm saying, not get discouraged and keep shooting in a good way, not making over and over bad decisions, but that persistence will beat perfection, essentially. Because that's why I think the Microsoft was not perfect at all. I could have done extremely good on that one, but yeah, we got that first 50-70% loss. I did take the risk to hold it, but that ended up working. A couple of the other ones ahead of it, the dead ones that come back. So not as optimal, but it paid off. We were definitely not perfect, but the perseverance did. You were able to get a nice leg up here if you came out swinging or if you came out holding the right stuff. And I think we did, not to mention the long term too. So it is weird though, after every day not doing this. So we'll find out, but I would still be head on a swivel and just keep your eyes up, because it's still, we're not out of there just yet. Setcom continue to enforce blockade against Iran as of August 3rd. Estee Lauder, Sweet Greens, Ford on the low. Yeah, no, all right, man. Let's do a push-up. Stand around. I know, midterms. Dog! You guys, it's August. Do it with me. September, October, November, December. Now it's 2027, mother. Are you kidding me? So, yeah, we have 3 months until the midterms. 4 months until the end of the year, mother effer. I don't know how. It's almost 2027. I know. It feels so weird to say. Mm-hmm. Inshallah, Habibi. Alrighty. Well, do your push-ups. Unfortunately, you guys only get my propaganda today. You know?
It's not for MAGA,
Push up.
it's for the money, not for the country. I do it for the money. I bribe Trump, now you can't touch me. Pile and market, cause I'm so lucky. It's not MAGA, it's magnificent. I just became a Catholic and just became a hypocrite. I love tax cuts and hate all of the immigrants. We're not fascists, just paid to be ignorant. That's not true, just depends who's listening. It's not about you, it's all about the Benjamins. Netanyahu is my other president. Iran, who I thought they were just Mexicans. We're the best in the world, but I never left my city. I hate the rap, but you gotta love Nicki Minaj. Trump is white, so how can he be Diddy? On the island, we love the fight, even if gas is $5.50. The war's already over, even if it goes to October. Panicans have no composure. I'm just a loyal voter. Let's end another war. Yeah. I'm American, but love Canada. I'm a white guy, the one for Kamala. She's like me, she understands the love. No, she wouldn't have got us in a war. Who would have had price ceilings and price floors? Everything would be free in the empty store, and we'd ignore everything that would affect the poor, like the healthcare or the welfare. Mandate 5 more boosters and climate scares. I love her, not a worry in the world, cause opposition is silence. Tax your unrealized wealth and your mileage. Throw the Trumpies in jail if they get caught smiling. White guy for Kamala, my wife doesn't love me. White guy for Kamala, at least I'm not Trumpy. White guy for Kamala, armpit hair is not yucky for the ladies. I don't know what it'd be if she actually won anything but Trump, even if it's all dumb. Shout out to my daughter, I made her my son. I will still protest ice cause it's a whole lot of fun. White guy for Kamala, hope they take all our guns. White guy for Kamala, approved by the lesbian nuns. Give Kamala AUG, and better run.
Woo! I still want to do more stretches. No new negotiations planned between Iran and U.S. CBS Newswire. So again, Trump already had the thing earlier. Say, we don't care what they say. We're still negotiating. I know. Meta and Google will examine White House framework. Yeah, they're saying Meta and Google. That one. A couple headlines. Trump AI meeting tomorrow. So we'll see. DFNS. And then Reddit. So again, from Friday, Reddit and Roblo were the names that got clapped. And then they got pumped a little bit. Again, there's actually been a lot of these earnings turnarounds. That, like I said, I mean, Meta is probably the biggest example, but some of these, I don't know if they recovered. So, yeah, Reddit has a long way to go. But, yeah, man, the next couple of days. The next couple of days, get through 15% more of the S&P reporting. And then after that, you'll be in middle of August, and then end of August, you'll get the earnings from NVIDIA and the chips. So you'll still have another month of this. Is QQQ going to push up another leg, my friend? The question of the summer. You know, it's just literally whether or not we get out of the box. So I posted a lot of stuff. We were talking about it last week. We said there was hope. That hope is alive. We just got to really set a new high. And then, you know, just be careful. As we climb into the high, we've oftentimes gotten a little bit more volatility. So, yeah, but for the most part, it's looking like it will. But then again, I mean, just what has the last couple of weeks taught you? It'll look all-time highs one day. Next week, we are AI recession. Then the next week, we recover. And then, oh, did you forget about the war? It's over. It started. It's over. It starts. So, yeah, that's the other part to it. But we will see. Armpit hair is not yucky. Sorry. For the lady. Roke. Well, yeah, 756.80. That's the next level. That was like they had another little box you stayed in. Other than that, all about the highs. Hey, yo, man, the greatest company in the world is on the high. SoFi. You guys have rightfully called that 8.5%. I still don't think that's enough. I think it should be up 8,000%. But you know these scammers. Long term. Jackson Hole is August. Wait a minute. Jackson Hole is in like 2 weeks, probably 3 weeks. Now that I think about it, yeah, just I don't know if I said it's in August. It's August. Wait a minute, we're already in August. SanDisk, WDC. Meta. Bruh. Ooh. In your 5.0 Mustang? It's a nice car, brother. It's a nice car. All right, Chad. Well, melt-ups are still kind of boring too, right? Because you're not going 7 hours to nowhere, but high ticker, non-stop, a couple names popping out, but you're just inching. And then, I don't know, we got 20 minutes probably till Philo. So we'll see where the rest of this day takes us. And then the long term, you guys love the long term. I love the long term, bro. I just don't like this whole cash thing. Unless the long term can appreciate. So if the long term can like go up like 3 or 4%, by nature the cash balance will drop percentage wise. But as of now, we're at 21.9. I hate it. And then yeah, Oracle's now to green. I don't even know. We've seen this movie. I mean, I'm just worried about the high. That's it. I just know as we start to, if we get past the box a little quicker, just be careful of what happens at that. It's just going to be volatile breaking the high. Yes, today it felt like this from last week. That's what I was saying. After we knew somebody blew up in Leopold. But like I was telling you, even the yen and the dollar, like, I think a lot of people ignored the dollar, but the dollar was a theory that was very accurate, where I was telling you, if it breaks out of here, momentum dies, and sure enough, it did. But now we're coming back, and that's what I was saying, the yen, then you also get the blow up. It raised up the hype. You know, we don't know whatever Ken is going to do in the follow-up, there's still a lot of time. And then that's the other part. I was saying it from last week, you guys. The earnings are amazing. I don't think – that's what I was telling you. I was like, dude, we're killing the bar. You're smashing the bar that was already high, but the reactions are just so small, you know, and people are still just caught up with all this drama. But, yeah, it's not it's such a – it really woke up from last week, but that still doesn't mean we're out of the box, unfortunately. But the earnings have been great. You now got all of this chip stuff to calm people down. We'll see if it continues, but you felt it was palpable last week, and now this is just, it's been a monster open. You even got to wake up with positive war headlines, even though they're debating it now. But for the most part, I mean, good earnings. Now a lot of the other overhang and chips kind of cooling down. I mean, yeah, you have the bonds. That's the bad part. But like I told you, if momentum, growth, earnings, like, again, you know, you have people worried about the bonds, but just like I'm telling you, even consumer companies, they're going through an earnings revolution right now. Everybody is doing very well. Again, even the ISM today with the surprise. So it's all of these things that kind of make it that much crazier. You got 0 Day SPY will be a good week to time the come up. I mean, even if I thought it was a good week, that 0 day is not going to help you out. So, like I'm saying, we have ideas, see how long it goes. I mean, if you want to try to time it and lower the time to raise your reward, that's up to you. But like I'm saying, I do think we've already climbed way faster. We're near this high level here, one of them, but it's just going to be weird. It's going to get choppy as we get to the high and see if we actually break it. U.S. say that no novel negotiations scheduled with Iran, despite Trump's statement, maintaining ongoing talks are limited to indirect discussions with mediators. DFNS? I don't know. I mean, the first time we put DFNS on the screen, I think the stock was at $3. So, other than bringing it up to you early, I have no idea what that thing is doing. Yeah, Polyalti. I mean, Cyber was doing generally good. What a day, Chad. What a day. You know what sucks, though? Damn it. Damn it. Sad, you guys. I'm sad now. It's nice that we bounce back up. And it's nice we might get out of the box. But do you know what happens after we get out of the box? No one's going to want a long term anymore. Then they're going to be like, hey, should I buy Micron? Hey, yo, Joshua, Micron, how do I get in Micron? Hey, Joshua, why would I do a long... Have you heard of SoFi AI? Hey, Josh, energy. So that's the only problem. Remember last week, bro, it took one big guy blowing up. Everybody was like, I want a long term now. You know what? Finally, you know what, Josh? After realizing how quickly momentum could drop, I think it's time for a long term. And the market volatility was great for... watching people blow up within 2% of all-time highs was great for the long-term philosophy. That really got people to get a long-term. But now, if we start fucking melting up, oh, man, they're not going to want a long-term. They're going to want to buy Microsoft after it's up 30, not when it's down. Mm-hmm. How do you get liquidated? Dude, that's what I was saying the whole time. This is the lesson I've been trying to even teach all of you. Do you guys remember? I've said something a lot. I even tell this to my girl, bro. This is my philosophy of life. If you make a mistake, that's okay. Make a mistake on the hard things of life. That is totally fine, right? Like I'm telling you, bro, some of you guys, if you just started going in and then all of a sudden you get fucking blindsided by Koreans and this and that, I wouldn't beat yourself up over it too much, right? If you're failing at hard things, I don't really care, but that's okay. That's good. That's a good thing. I think it's good to fail at good things. It's good to fail at hard things. However, if you are failing at the easy stuff, that is unacceptable. That's what I'm saying. It's like where you start to fail when you're missing the easy ones. Nothing's happening and you're fucking losing, right? There's no volatility. You had 20 different plays, but then you're still trading the penny stocks and getting blown up. That doesn't make any sense. That's the part that really was mind-blowing with Leo. Nothing happened. That was an easy one. There was no... He's kind of caused the Koreans to get blown up, sadly, but it's just like nothing happened. To go with the SPY near all-time highs and to blow up with very minimal movement, with the SPYs doing the best they've ever done, that's not a normal. You have to try at that point to make that mistake. That is amazing to pull off. It has never happened like that. That's what I'm saying. Even the Billy Huangs, like, shit would collapse with major, like, shit was happening. Shit would go down. You would run into problems. Like, Billy Huang got killed by the offering of the shares. That was out of his control. That fucked it all up. Then the prices. But, like, dude, nobody has ever blown up that much doing nothing at the high. After turning $5 billion to $45 billion, which was previously $200 million. That doesn't make any... It's amazing, bro. So yes, my friends, fail at the hard stuff. Don't fail at the easy ones. Easy ones are free throws. They're free. You got to take them. You see what I'm saying? 10%, buy it on the low, high quality, just take the easy ones. If you're failing at the easy ones, that's what I was saying earlier when homeboy was like, yo, should I sell my Oracle for my option? I'm like, dude, that's it. Don't make that mistake. That's a mistake we shouldn't be wasting time on. Not because it's not a mistake you won't make, because it's just the easy one. And that's what I'm saying. It's like that shouldn't be a challenge to you. It shouldn't be a challenge knowing the difference between gambling and investing. It shouldn't be a challenge to simply separate your two strategies into two separate accounts. So these are easy money. You do these, you're getting an edge. You keep adding to it, you're buying low, you're getting an edge, right? Just keep adding to your edge, but stop, failing at the easy ones. Well, yeah, and then I told you he's still up 80% year to date, but it is the situation. I got it confirmed after, but my assumption was correct. Where I was telling you, I was like, yeah, he still looks like he's up 80%, but I was telling you, the fund holds a private stake in Anthropic. Most of the gains are the private equities now. So he burned everything. I'm pretty sure. We don't know yet, but I'm under the impression all of the real equity was burned. I think all he's left with is Anthropic, which is killing it. You see what I'm saying? That is like when you blend it, his Anthropic is making it look like he's still up a lot and that nobody got washed. But I think he got killed on Intel. I think he got killed on all of the Bloom Energy, Shat. Dude, he got washed. So two names, he owned 20% of the float. You realize that? So that's the thing people don't understand. That's the crazy part. Like Shaz, he was a 20% shareholder. Do you guys understand that? So in less than a month, you had a rando take a 20% stake and then unwind it to fucking Citadel. All in 1 month. 20% ownership has changed hands twice on this stock. See, that's part of the shit where people are worried if it becomes cancer. But the other names, he only had like 2 to 3%. Like CoreWeave, he had like 2 to 3% of the float. You know that, right? That's crazy. So, yeah. It's, that's the other part that's like, whoa. But, whoa, 2 deaths from poop virus? Damn. So yeah, but all he's left with is the money. DJT. They're probably announcing the thing got released. The thing I was talking about all morning. It's probably just getting a pump. Mojtaba plans to replace Iran's top security official. In-law says. Iran International. I've never gotten this before. This is the first time you have had an in-law as a source. Mojtaba Khomeini plans to replace top security official. In-law says. Iran International. Well, I just think whoever's in charge of parliament should be a little more accepting. That's all. Okay? Okay, Mojtaba. I agree. You get it? Because he's a home. Oh, did YouTube cut me out? It's weird. I was saying, buy a home ASAP. It's good for you. But don't buy the one that's the most expensive in 12 months. When you saw TE. Well, that's what I was saying. The weirdest part about Leo, but this is probably why nobody said anything. Because I had the feeling too. Leo wasn't that weird, but you know why we all liked it? Because most of the people really locked in. When you would see what he was buying it higher than you were. And then everybody would go crazy. And then when it wasn't, dude, I've hit 3 of the Leo plays for 1,000% in the last quarter. You know how, or 2 quarters ago, I guess now. You want to know how? I would look at the SC13, it would go below his price, and then I would buy him and then flip him after it popped. Every time. That's what I did with TE. I did that with TE and 2 of the other ones. And then Shaz, I stopped after that because I was like, dude, this kid's high. He just bought 20% of a company that is up 1,000%. Little did I know he was leveraging it. I just thought he was rich. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know that was a credit transaction. But yeah, that was the one I didn't take. Even after it dropped to like 70, I was like, nah, I'm good. I'm like, I don't see this one, bro. I don't know how. Like TE was like a $6 stock. It hit 11, came down to 7. We bought it at the 7, went back to 11, right? That's how we got it. But yeah, that one was just too much, and that was like late stage. But I think that's why people were kind of down, because a lot of that's what I'm telling you. He wrote a whole entire, imagine, I didn't even write an 88-page article, you know what I'm saying, on the future of AI. But even with that, he bought Intel 50% higher than all of you if you were watching this channel. And then at the tippy top, he levered it up instead of getting free covered calls. That's what I'm saying. That's why I think a lot of people liked it, because his ideas were correct and working, but then he was just validating everybody at a higher price. That's why my tinfoil was him, Dario, and Sam. This was all just a plot to raise investment demand for AI. So hence why the bonds are doing what they're doing now. It's weird. I'm telling you, because that's just what happened. He was early on these ideas, but a lot of them were validated at very high prices that were higher than most people were. Like I'm telling you, I don't think you guys realized how much they were gassing homie up for Intel. If you were watching this stream, I would argue a majority, thousands of you bought it 50% lower than when he did. And that's what I'm saying. Go look. Some of the Chads, you guys were up like 500% on Bloom Energy by the time I heard some little fucking wizard looking ass talk about it. So like I'm saying, it's just very fascinating, but there's still so much we don't know. And I'm sure we will find out in the future. But for now, if this gets to cure the what's it called? The over leverage, and this frees up some stuff and earnings stay good, awesome. But there was still a lot of question marks from all of that. Crowd in 10B, and Tesla's coming down. Yes, Warlock. I say lizard, I meant Warlock. My bad. He does look like a Warlock. Paulie, all the cybers are ripping right now. Kegel. All right, man. It's still chilling, though. Put a success on his back, the target. I want to agree with you, man. I do, but I think some of it played into it, where I think people saw what he was doing. And I think the philosophy of, if your enemy is making a mistake, don't get in the way. I don't think I'm the only one who noticed he was top ticking companies like that, but I don't. I've heard a lot of theories, even the Citadel, the Ken Griffin, all. It's just sad because as somebody who loves tinfoil, I think he put the target on. I think he did some like weird AI jihad or something. Because I think he destroyed himself, my friend. I don't think he, I think it was a weird judgment error at some point. Yeah, maybe the pressure got to him, sure. Like, I could believe that, like, you know what I'm saying? But I don't think it was nefarious in somebody taking him out, essentially. A lot of people are saying that, but I don't think Citadel planned this. I don't think James, I think he made a mistake. I think that don't attribute to malice what is oftentimes stupidity. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think the pressure fucked with him. And yeah, maybe it got to his head. He got gassed up himself, but he did that himself. There was especially, that's what I was saying earlier, is like the way his deals are, you can't take it from him. So like if this guy, like if you were on a brokerage and you levered like that, they would auto sell your shit. You get what I'm saying? The way he had it structured, he had to give it away. It would have been that's why it would have been a bigger bloodbath if he didn't actually do it. It could have gotten really bad. But generally he didn't. The way it all transferred and the way it all played out, it was very limited in terms of the exposure. He had to give it up. But the only way that happened was because of the position he put himself in. And then I think when it was all said and done, he didn't want to give up the Anthropic because of his wife. That was the only way he got it. And that was worth everything. That was the real money. That's where all of it is at. He fucking pulled the parachute and said, give me my Anthropic. I have my 1,000. That was my 1,000%. So you know how I had my 1,000% in May 18th? I got 1,600. I said, give me my money. I just want 1,000%. That was his Anthropic. I think that's why he pulled the plug so quick. Because he didn't, anything after that would have started to eat at the Anthropic, and I don't think he would have been willing to lose that. But yeah, I think he did it to himself, though. I don't think it was nefarious. I don't think there was people plotting against him. I do like that theory. I think, you get a little bit of, you get on a magazine or two, everybody gassing you up, every play, you know what I'm saying? Like, that could fuck with you, but to go, like that's what we keep talking about, to blow up in an environment where all-time highs, mass liquidity, everything was working in your favor. It's not. That's just a pure levered bet. That just, unfortunately, only time could quickly destroy that with leverage. All I'm saying, if we never heard about the guy, he might have made it. Much better chance. I feel. I could agree with that. Not getting into details, no nefarious, no nothing, I could agree. But anything else, I just don't. I'm not buying the idea that Ken Griffin went out of his way to fucking line this dude up and knock him off. You know, I don't think he flew close to the sun and people wanted to attack him. I think he just, yeah, I don't know, man. Like, you guys have done it. Like, that's the part we're talking. You guys are, we're talking as if this kid has experience. Unfortunately, he just does not. He's too young. And it sucks because I still had a lot of experience by that age, but even then, I learned so much from 23 till now, and how that's made me more money because of the losses. But it's like, when you really look at it, you guys have done this. All of you have done this. All of you young guys in your 20s, you even got on a roll. Some of you built up a fat long term in your long term, and you're like, I'm going to trade it all away and lever it up. You've done this. Everybody has done this at a certain level of managing and making money. You do this. That's what I'm saying. Like, I just genuinely think he was like, yeah, $5 billion. Let's okay, the next move is here. He said earnings, all of it. He wanted to lever into it. Do you think they did it around his wedding? No. Whatever happened, he set it into motion. Does that make sense? So it's like, if I go and lose all my money, if I gamble all my money on fucking Oracle and I lose it all, and then somebody comes in and buys up all my houses at a discount, and then a Chad comes in and buys my long term at a discount to bail me out, it's like, it was my fault for putting the other people just were there. They'll take the deal. But I think he did this to himself, unfortunately. I think that's what I'm saying. The lever, the money, all of it. $20 or $23 or long terms in the 6 figs, good. Keep it up. And over the next couple years, remember this, because you might do this. That's what I'm saying. Your long term will grow. This is what made me sad last year. Last year, at least 5 Chads did this. You know that, right? That's why I've been yelling at all of y'all. I've been telling y'all. I said, stop playing around and secure it. Many Chads did this last year. I was so sad because we did amazing. All the plays were hitting. Everything was going good. Everyone's making money. Long term, short term. What the fuck is happening? And some people did that. They grew their long term. They saw everybody making money. The Liberation Day, then it bounces, then the FOMO. And then what did they do? They took their long term, and then they started leveraging that. And then they said, hey, I got 30, 40, 50, 100K in my long term. One Chad blew up over 100 grand. Imagine starting with me, growing your long term to over 6 figures. You're under the age of 30. Everything's good. And then last year, the little drop in pop, you get infected with the FOMO virus. And then now you're like, let me take this 100K, turn it into 250K on leverage, and let's trade options. And then it works for 1 or 2 plays. And then before you know it, 3 months later, all the money is gone. And that happens. And that's what I think pretty much happened to your boy Leo, just on a multi-billion-dollar scale. Most young people, as you go through this, you have to learn how to not give the market everything. That is something I think you're going to learn. That's why I hope the long term teaches you. But even then, like I'm telling you, I've legitimately witnessed people uproot their long term to chase the levered quick gain path. Believe me. So you got another test in store. Separating long-term and trading accounts changed my life. I know, man. There's a guy in here who's heard me say this and still hasn't done it. But yes, easy life changer with that one. The timing seemed perfect. The rate hike scares. I know, but that's what's going to happen to you guys. So watch. When you make bad decisions, you're going to think that the ocean is cursed because everything will go wrong. We call it Murphy's Law. That's what's happening. You guys are like, wow, it seemed too perfect. The rate cuts in this. Yes, Murphy's Law fucked him up for over leveraging for no damn reason. And that's guess what's going to happen too? The same thing in reverse. Go get your long term. Go make a bunch of small good decisions. Keep your trading balance in check. Be wise. Make them free. You know what's going to happen? Everything's going to work out in your favor and you're going to be shocked at how many things worked all at once in your favor. It's the same thing. You see what I'm saying? You open up the door to good or bad. It's just what can go wrong will go wrong. The object in motion will stay in motion, right? Bad will keep getting worse and worse and worse. The little good ones will keep compounding. And that's sadly just what I think he made a really bad decision, overexposed himself. And then before you knew it, what could go wrong definitely went wrong. One thing after the next. But like I'm telling you, if he was on full equity, none of this would be an issue. You get it? It would be like me buying Microsoft with my one deposit or putting all of my deposits and then 4 years of deposits up front. Microsoft drops 20%, I'm fucked. It goes down to 90% on my own cash. You can't do anything to me. You guys understand that, right? I go in front of Wall Street every day and say, fuck you, Bloomberg. Fuck you, Wall Street. Fuck them all. Why? You can't. But guess what? I'm not going to over-lever myself and give them all my money and say, here, take me out. Because they will. But it's not because they're going after you. If you let them, they will take it. Go. Put a limit order right now on any play for 1 penny. It'll fill instantly. Someone will take it if you let them. You see what I'm saying? If you give it to them, they will take it. If you are going to put up your collateral 4 times over and throw it out into the ocean, something's going to swim around there, and you might have a couple of sharks. But do you see what I'm saying? If you're not throwing it out there, they literally cannot take it from you. And that, unfortunately, is what I think homeboy, he was not aware of that. I think he was. That's why I think this is all just an AI demand scheme, but that's another topic. No, Sam just kept losing, and then crypto went down, but Sam was using clients' money. That's even worse. So at least the people who gave Leopold money, they were down. they were down to lose, and they knew what was happening. They knew exactly what this guy was going to do. That's why, and they're still down with him. Some of them, most of them are. But yeah, Sam was just lying. He was stealing people's money. You know, you would put your money in FTX, and you thought you were owning a Bitcoin or whatever. He was just taking it, flipping news, and getting clapped off of it. All right, still melting up. All right. Not long term. Yeah. Greed is a vicious vice. I know. That's why, sadly, I agree with Charlie Munger. At least lust is fun. You know that? So, like, greed, envy, some of them are not even, they're just so dangerous. I mean, lust is pretty bad too, but at least it's fun. Like, greed is not, that's what I've been telling you guys. I'm like, dude, some of y'all will gamble, and I'm like, you just buy a car. Just seriously. You're going to enjoy it more. I'm telling you, envy, you're better off being blindly happy about everything than envious. It's just going to hurt you more. So, yeah, you should, we all have vices. You might as well have the one that isn't leaving you 10 times worse off. But yeah, greed and envy. Ask Munger. And Nibis you got the watch you wanted. You took it from the account, from the trading account, please. From the trading account, right? If you say the long term, yeah, dude, I was about to say, cool, you're gonna need 4 new tires now. You fucking. I was like, you motherfucker. But trading account, fuck yeah. That I fucking love it. If it was the long term, I was about to beat the shit out of you. You know that? I was like, oh my gosh. Fucking. But yeah, dude, out of the trading account, I love it. I think you're way better off doing that. That's what makes this game fun. That's what I'm saying, dude. This shit's bought me condos, houses, down payments, cars. You could go get whatever you want out of it, but you have to let that happen. That's what I'm saying. Most people will not pull out, and they won't take out of it. So I'm saying if you have the wherewithal, if you know everything going on, and you're like, I did good, walk away, pull something out, and restart with a small amount. Can't do it with a little, you won't do it with a lot. Yeah, what you get? Omega Seamaster, little starter watch, but I'm proud of it. Hey man, it's a trophy. You see, you're going, and now you'll remember though too. And then I hope it does remind you, because the thing about trophies, next time you got a trophy or a bigger one, you're gonna be like, I like this trophy. I want another one, so get another. That's good, bro. I like it. That's what I'm telling you. I've been telling people I like that way more. So you have no idea. It just. That right there will help you create a good relationship with trading. You see what I'm saying? You want it to be your piggy bank. Let it be a piggy bank that pays you, not that takes from you. But that's what I'm saying. It's like you got to treat it a certain way. Go small, patient, never expose your long term. So think about it, 90%, right? 10% of the 10%. That's what I mean to tell you. Like, again, the market can't take all your money if you're not giving it to them. Make sure you prioritize your long term. You get in there, you build up a good trading relationship. That should be there for you. But hey, man, DFNS again. SPY 756.79. So this is it, Chad. This is the level. And then after that, it's all-time high watch. But literally, where was it? Right here? No, there's one more box. So yeah, right here. What day was that? June 15th. So 757, 756.80. And then technically, I think you fill this gap at 757. And yeah. Just don't forget to pay taxes on the gains. Indeed. But if you really are a step above, what you buy, try to make it fit within a tax benefit. That's what took me another 10 years to learn. So, like I'm saying, it's up to you. But, at the very least, I'd rather have you focusing on those problems than I haven't separated my long-term from trading yet. Oh my gosh, what do you mean don't sell? You see what I'm saying? That's the advanced problems you'll learn along the way, but I'd rather you figure that out and deal with that than dealing with the basics. All right, 756.97. Give it till 757.15. But yeah, man, you got one level. I got 3 more points, but wow, the box, Chatadonia. It would be nice if we could play some easy mode, but yeah, we'll see. I think it's going to be a little challenging, but like we said, man, all day, even from how we were feeling over the weekend, this is looking very nice. It's hard to ignore. They have woken up. Those won't fill. Like a house 757. Chad. Oh, man. So how many of you are happy to be getting near the end of the box? Or are some of you disappointed? Because I don't know how I feel about this. I have such a conflict. Because I feel like they're just going to beat us down for at least one day at the high. But, yeah, man. All of that and how I was looking from last week, man. It's slowly but surely. I'm ready for it to be over. You want the box back. It's a great, but a memorable box. Yeah, we won't forget it. I won't forget last year's box. That was the one, bro. That was like 7 months. There was Chads that were pissed off that the war was over. You'll know, actually. I'll be able to tell in the future. Because if we do, here, let me put it this way. If we do break out of the box, there will be a group of Chads that their last Chad facts will stop on 729. Does that make sense? That's how I could tell. Because there is, you know that. There's at least 1,000 just random Chad faxes that their last comment was at March 31st. And then they'll be like, fuck Donald Trump! I'm like, okay, I get it. But yeah, so that might happen. That's how we'll know if we want to really look back and see. I will be able to determine it. But for now, it's good to ask in real time. I learned to respect the box. Good. May you become even more profitable. Because that... you respect the market will respect you. And that's break the rules, they will break you. But I do think if you respect the box, it's not going to fuck you up as much. And it definitely is more manageable. Persistence, not perfection. But yeah, I fought a couple boxes in my life. I'm telling you, bro. I don't come at you guys telling you this shit for no reason. I know the box very, very well. So I'm glad that we're still in it though, bitch. So don't get it twisted though. We're not out of it yet. I know we're enjoying it, but yeah, that's what we're gonna see. That's why you can't give up in the box, but you can't fight it. It's the G.K. Chesterton. It's courage. I don't even know if courageous is the word, but you can't fight the box, but then you can't give up in the box. Does that make sense? That's why the box is so annoying. But then it gives you a false signal every other week to make you shift your emotions. But that's why. Once you know the limits, up or down, just don't fucking swing until the market goes. You'll be fine. But you do have to, you do got to survive the first part. But then again, we are not out of it yet. I can't stress that enough. Nothing happened, but something did happen. It's just the reactions. So I'm going to start with earnings. Did the Leopold shit help? Yes, it did. It really, really did. But all the last 3 weeks, I even said it last week, Thursday, Friday, I showed you guys the chart. I was like, dude, the earnings are killing it. It's just the bar is not, the reactions were low. So I think the other stuff was, and then again, you have rates and all these other things. There's just so much, like we talked about, the three things getting priced in all at the same time. But I just think that the, what's it called? I do think the Leopold low, that really helped open it up. But the earnings, just once again, we had a very high bar and you are smashing it. I don't think people understand this. It's like the ISM. Let me put it this way. The ISM all year is starting to hit the earnings, you guys. Remember, the ISM is a leading indicator. I think it led by several months. So now earnings is growing like the fucking ISM. But that's what I'm telling you. That's a really big deal. And this is the thing that I don't think people are understanding. They think I'm not talking about chips or AI. Exclude AI, the earnings were phenomenal. Are you guys hearing me? That's the part that mix it in with the economy, the labor, everything else. You got some good things that are going, but once you're kind of going through an earnings cycle right now where you ripped a very high bar, and now even the estimates are going higher. So that right there is if you're asking me nothing changed, I would disagree. That changed gradually. Everything else has been the same. But then again, that's why I'm saying the earnings is good. Maybe it'll get us out of here, but just be cautious. There's still 4 or 5 other things that are kind of all circulating. But for the most part, anything objective that is moved after last week, Amazon, Microsoft, plus all the other names, the earnings are looking. They have not even looking. They have objectively beat and raised at a historically large rate for a majority of all companies that have reported so far. We're talking 80, 90%. Tom Lee calls this the coiled spring effect this morning. Well, Tom Lee is down $4.5 billion. So we're going to call it the fucking box and save 10% and get a long term. Okay? All of you are up higher than him. You know that? All of you are beating Tom Lee. Did you know that? So as long as you didn't lose $4 billion unrealized, you're doing amazing right now. But that's what I'm saying. If I was down $4 billion, I would still call it the box. I would not be calling it a loaded spring. That feels very deceptive. I feel like you could see my bias. It is a loaded spring with lots of inertia, ready to go. It's like, you're down. But I still like crypto. I need the ISM, dude. I can't believe it. ISM feeding into fucking earnings before Bitcoin? Like, dude, what? Like, that's that. Welcome to 2026. Like, yeah, dude. The U.S. is working on proposals to jumpstart Ukraine peace efforts. SPY's been melting up all day. It's actually, you haven't had a day like this in a minute. The 4-year cycle is holding Bitcoin? No, because that's what I'm saying. Where does this Bitcoin cycle come from? It's not, the Bitcoin don't follow the Bible. This ain't the story of Joseph. You know what I'm saying? The Bitcoin, its business cycle, is literally developed from the ISM. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm so shocked. Because that's what I was trying to tell you. If you go look at the history of Bitcoin from the day it was invented till today, this is the only window that the Bitcoin cycle was not triggered by the ISM. So the business cycle, ISM expanding, that would expand the cycle of Bitcoin. ISM would contract every 4 to 7 years, right? That would contract Bitcoin. So your literal cycle, 4-year, 7-year cycle, any cycle you believe exists in Bitcoin, it's literally created from the ISM. I don't know if it created it, but that makes the most sense, and it has had historically the largest link. So that's why I keep telling you how baffled I am, because there is a new business cycle that started over 9 months ago and is really strong, but Bitcoin is not going with the cycle. It's breaking its history. That's what I'm saying, is that there has only been no instances. This is the only instance right now where ISM is expanding and Bitcoin is not hitting an all-time high. So even last year, when you had a brief expansion, believe it or not, Bitcoin hit an all-time high. Go look every other time. So that's why it's crazy, because the cycle is saying it should have started, but Bitcoin is lagging now, probably the worst out of anything that could be linked to it, to the ISM or the economic cycle. You could trade under a corporation or individual. What you really want is trader tax status. So that's what you want to, that's only if you trade a lot. That's the dilemma, because I think some of you, that would be what you want, but then it's just you have to trade a lot and not everybody gets it. So that's that's the thing. I don't want you to, I wouldn't, if you don't naturally qualify for it already, I wouldn't try to. But talk with your tax professional, and it just all depends on, again, whether it makes sense to do it individually or through a company. You could even do it through a corporation that passes through. It's like very vague. It's like a certain amount of trades and all that, but it's like a case-by-case basis. It's not like if you meet X criteria, you get it. It's just, it's up to them. Nivda, Kratos, 757. The melt is in full effect. My goodness. All the staples came down now. All the rotations except XLF. All right. That quantum will invalidate it? No. I mean, down the line it will, but I don't think that's what's keeping Bitcoin down. Once again, Bitcoin, and this is something you guys need to learn. The best of you are going to learn this sooner than not. Once everybody is talking about something, the edge is dead. Do you understand? That's what's weird about here, because there's still thousands of you every day, and we still talk about stuff early. So you just got to, it doesn't mean when we're talking about it, but it's just like you'll notice it. It's like once it reaches like one or two levels past the Chad, but then if it's everywhere, the edge is gone. Does that make sense? That's what's, again, even Bitcoin. Look at last year, you hit an all-time high. Bitcoin was the hottest thing. We're the hottest. But then everybody got into it. So that crowding and then the hyping it up, by the time everybody hears it, usually the edge is gone. And that's kind of what I've seen. Because again, last year, people were really about it. And remember, and I think that had an effect. You're telling me all of this happens right after everybody was just hodling at 120, everybody going crazy. That was just in October. That was last October. Do you remember that? So that's what I'm saying. It's like the positioning, the leverage, go look at silver, go look at chips, go look at Korea. Like I'm saying, all these different events, there is a level of like crowding, and there's no edge by the time everyone's talking about it. So I do think that happened in Bitcoin. Like I'm telling you, I was telling you guys about Bitcoin a very long time. Even the last time I publicly bought it, there was an edge, $10,000. By the time I sold out, everybody around the world, every YouTuber that didn't make a video is now making a video on it, and we're gone. You see what I'm saying? But there's an art behind it, because sometimes you'll hear things early, doesn't mean it's dead. You have to be able to find there's a sweet spot between there's still an edge and it's not talked to death yet. But then if everyone's talking it to death, you need to be able to verify that. You see what I'm saying? You need to be able to be aware of that and know that, hey, there's no edge here. Everybody's talking about it. Again, peptides. If you guys made a peptide company, the first time you heard me talk about it, you would have been making millions. You go make a peptide company now, you might make money, but you're late. Everyone's talking. They've talked it to death. You see what I'm saying? Think about Ozempic. We bought Ozempic after they talked it to death. Before anybody talked about it, it was, look at NVO stock, right? Same thing with AI, right? By the time everybody started talking bottlenecks, it was gone. That trade was done. You see, and it's vice. You're going to keep doing that. So I hope y'all feel. What I'm saying, with experience, you will learn it. But that's what you got to start to do, is learn to avoid the bad ones. That's what I'm saying. If you could develop the skill of just knowing it's already talked to death, if you just avoid hell, you'll make it to heaven. You'll find, you see what I'm saying? That's where you just got to get down to, just learning to avoid the ones that after a while, it's just not there. You know, just like think about the inflation tariff trades, the materials, the minerals, uranium, all of those played out the same way last year, right? If you were getting them while they was early, while we were looking up the companies, remember I made a whole list, great opportunity. By the time everybody's making a video about it, everybody knows about it, they all hit the box and never went up again. It's the same thing. What can we buy now? I mean, I grabbed a couple plays on Friday. All throughout there, I started slowing down on the plays. I just held the good exposure that I liked from last quarter. Anything, even some of the shitty ones that held on. But yeah, we even flipped a few. And then the long-term plays, the last month, we took advantage of everything that was down. I think we could say that, you know, think about it. And not only did we get to protect, but we got to take that. And then again, we got to hit some of these Mag 7 plays as of late, that Microsoft and a few other. But I would wait till we get another better entry. All I did today was take profits. I only added 2 speculative plays. Well, that is a great example. So let me ask you this. So let me ask all of you now with that, what you just heard from me. Does everybody know about SoFi? Is SoFi talked to death, or is there still an edge? Looking at this chart. That's what I'm saying. Some other names are Hims. Do you guys remember when I would not like Hims? And I would tell you all these guys are pumpers? Because they bought it when you weren't talking about it. By the time you hear about it, you see when they talk it to death? Yeah. Sandisk again. I hope you're paying attention. Trump will do everything to help FIFA President Infantino survive calls for resignation. He helped the best World Cup ever. All right, well, Chad, look at the time. I didn't realize how late it was. Let's do some philo, bro. Just enough of this stock market talk. You know what I'm saying? The long term's ripping. Got to take some profits. Not bad. Now, you know what I'm saying? Let's get some philo, dog. All right, baby. Get your cloaks.
Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a call, baby. Aye. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared. Big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear. Oh dear, who you trying to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours. It's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the ark. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god. Then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib. But for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing they want that to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I could listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear, oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen.
Amen. Sedadonia. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals. Hey man, young tuna. I'm just saying, some of y'all made a bet with me last week. I'm saying, I know damn well you ain't know Lil Wayne was, you didn't know he was spitting philo. I'm just saying, so I'm gonna blow your mind with another one today. This time though, there's no Lil Wayne, so bear with me. But I do have some things I want to talk about. It's funny, I'm gonna play one clip for you, but it boils down to he says it in a different way. He tells you to hang in there, and I do think they are two different concepts. But Chad, I think it's important. I hope you could cement this in your mind. Do not give away what you own. I pray you cement this in your mind. This concept that I'm telling you about, my brother, be free. Freedom. Freedom. Do not ever put yourself in a position where people could take anything from you. Let them rob you, but do not give it to them. Do you understand me? You get robbed, dog, that's fine. But don't you damn well hand over something good that you're willingly giving up. So I just thought I needed to say that. But now let me blow your mind. You know why I say this? I don't think so, especially some of the new philo people. I want to freak you out a little bit. I'm insane. Okay? You could ask some of these Chads, you may have figured it out by now, but I'm insane in this concept of like, I truly believe all of our brains are pieces of hardware. I believe the most powerful data center in the world is in your skull right now. I believe the hardware and the power of the brain is insane. And that's why I believe very heavily in this destiny thing. And this is why I really do believe into investing into people, because I've made great investments about it. And I'm telling you, I've seen people do this, and it's been an amazing thing. It has fruit. It's good for the world. It's all there. But I genuinely believe we all possess a certain crazy level of power. So it's in your brain. And I hope that you use it. You are a child of the light. And I say this a lot. And again, I think that's why brain electricity, some of you are freaked out. We had a philo on inertia, and then the next day you had the Fed guy talking inertia, right? You should have seen it, the other one with Richard Feynman. I got obsessed with this idea because the brain uses waves, electricity. I got really deep into electricity, and I started sharing that with you. And then 2 weeks later, the new chip by NVIDIA is called the Feynman. So don't let this stuff freak you out. I actually think this shit is normal. What I'm trying to tell you is your brain is insane, and you should start picking up on the signs and understand the light and electricity. Oh, it's powerful. And you know what God is? I am the way, the truth, and the light. Amen. So now let me blow your mind. What is the speed of light? Go Google it. Speed of light. Okay. So speed of light, what is that? 1 billion, 80 million kilometers per hour, 186,000 miles per second, 671 million miles per hour, 173 astronomical units per day, and 0.307 parsecs per year. That is the speed of light. Okay? There's one metric. People argue about this. It's off by 400. But the miles per second, 186,000. Speed of light. Okay? Go take a Bible. Open your Bible to Numbers 2, verse 9. In regards to the tribe of Judah, which is also known as the tribe of light. They were called the children of light, the tribe of Judah. And in the book of Numbers, it lists how many people are in the tribe of Judah. Would you like to take a guess how many? 186,400. The speed of light per second. The miles per second. Do you think this is a coincidence? I think a cosmic intelligence gave you the speed of light before anybody did. This is science, unfortunately. This is not... It's crazy the Bible already had it. But go look it up. This is all in there. The tribe of Judah, the children of light, is the speed of light that we use in science and space. Fun fact. You want another one? TikTok is said to be finalizing a trio of settlements in addiction litigation. I'll give you another one. I've shared this one with you, but I'm going to just blow your mind a little more. Who is the first person in the Bible? Do you guys know? It's probably the easiest question you'll get all day today. Who was the first person in the Bible? I'll help you. It wasn't God. He's not a person. Who was the first person? Adam. Ta-da! The first man. So I've shared this with you before. Do you know what Adam sounds a lot like? Adam, A-D-A-M, sounds a lot like Atom, A-T-O-M. I've shared that with you. And there's an analogy and allegory. Okay, so are you ready for this one? You had Adam, and then we had Eve. How did we get Eve? According to the book, very violent, he ripped a rib out of Adam, and then the rib created the woman. Sound familiar? Okay, let me ask you a science question now. If you remove an electron from an atom, what happens? So you should have paid attention in 7th grade, dog. That's 7th grade, bro. I'm telling you. So if you remove an electron from an atom, what happens? You get an ion. You literally multiply the energy. So, the way we multiplied the species from the beginning of time according to the Bible was taking a rib out of Adam. And then the way that everything spreads and multiplies is by the atom splitting. Splitting of the atom created all life, both biblically and scientifically. Do you get it? So yes, that's the whole idea. All the ion, it does give you a different allegory of our favorite story. Pretty cool, huh? Telling you, I don't think this was a book written by sheep herders. That's my craziness. I'm on that. What's that one movie? What is it? The the Leonardo da Vinci, the Da Vinci Code. I feel I'm telling you, it's a cosmic intelligence. It's an intelligence I pray our brains get up there to ever understand. It's a crazy book. You should read it. So that is all I wanted to share with you, because I did see how last week impacted you. And like I'm saying, I think some of you were shocked simply hearing a Lil Wayne line and understanding what it meant and how deep it was. And I love that. That's art. You know, I don't know if you guys ever understand. Some of you are always like, why do you like that? Why do you like that? Why? It's like, because it's art. It's true art. It's true. I actually have, would you guys like another piece of art analysis? Because I'll save that for tomorrow. I have an old, is a Friedrich painting. Beautiful. But even analyzing art, you know, just like the way we would analyze a rap bar, they do this with photos. It's funny with the ones from back 100, 200 years ago. It's great. But it's art. It's deep. But that's what I'm saying, man. Some of this stuff, if you think that with a song, a rap song, dude, there's so much out there. Nothing new under the sun. And yeah, you got a lot in front of you, man. And that's why I'm saying, though, this should get you excited, dude. This should get you excited and be like, dude, what the hell is in my head? What am I as a human? You have a lot of power, bro. And I don't say this to freak you out, to blow your brain up or anything. I just want y'all to realize who the fuck you are. That's all I'm saying. I want you to realize where you came from, and I hope you walk around like that. And I hope that next time you want to give in to an automatic habit of what the news, the media, the phone tell you to do, I hope you take a step back, add some resistance to that electricity, take control of the thought, and realize who the hell you are. Okay? That's it. That's all. That's why I'm telling that to you. And if it's that deep, man, imagine. So you coming up to all these conclusions of, I'll never do this, I'll never, the world. You don't even understand truly everything from the damn atom to the DNA and how it's in you and what you are, bro. You got more power than you think. Okay? So, that being said, I'm going to have two for you. Your boy, Jim Rome, and then we're going to end it with Miles.
Because if you stay, you've got to hang in there. Some people plant in the spring and leave in the summer. When it gets a little hot and a little uncomfortable, and it looks like the weeds are winning, and it looks like the bugs are having a feast, and you have a tendency to say, hey, I've had it with this. But the key is, if you want the harvest in the fall, at harvest time, you've got to stay through the summer. Even if the harvest doesn't turn out to be good, you just see it through and then use that experience to do better planting in the spring come the next turnaround of seasons. So stay in there. If you're going to play the game, you got to stay until it's over. What if you were on the team and you guys were behind and you said, hey, we're so far behind, we're out of here. And you all walked off the court. Right? We would run you out of town, probably. We wouldn't own you as the home team. Say, I'm behind, so I'm out of here. No, you stay until what? It's over. We're not talking about a lifetime now. We're just talking about this game. If you're in it, stay till it's over. Who are these people who leave as spectators before the game is over? Because their team is behind. Our team is behind, we're out of here. Well, what if the team said that? Who are these people that walk, push and shove, spill popcorn and Coke down your neck, leaving early? Who are these people? They're the ones that are saying, we're going to beat the traffic. Oh, that's one of the greatest skills on earth, is beating the traffic, leaving your team that's behind to fend for themselves. Goodbye, we're out of here, we're gone. No. If you sign up for the game, you don't have to go to every game. But the one you sign up, you stay. Right? You don't have to do everything every time, but when you start it, see it through. See the seasons through. Then you don't have to plant anymore if you don't want to. But when you do sign up, go the distance. Here's a guy who builds a foundation and then he walks off and leaves it. Puts up no walls, no roof, doesn't finish anything. He's got these foundations scattered all across the country. Foundations. I asked a friend of mine, I said, Jim, what are you good at? He said, starting over. That's my specialty, right? He said, hey, if it doesn't work, I don't stay long. No, come on. See it through. Life is worthwhile if you stay. Because if you stay.
Life is worthwhile if you stay. So yeah, man, the real point is something I was telling y'all a lot. And I say this, bro, I don't know, man. Especially, I don't know. The guys I game with, the guys who spent real time, and especially, man, if you spent this year, even last year, seeing how it all played out, dude, I think you know I got love for y'all, bro. I say this as somebody who wants you to fucking kill it, bro. And this is the thing I've been telling people. Long term, a good decision, whatever it may be, you don't need to sign up for all of them. Isn't that wild? I was telling you that. Listen, bro, you don't want me to tell you, go separate your shit, go buy on the low, let's go make some money. You don't want to hear me run up a wide, value and SoFi. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, think about it. Cut out all the bullshit. What am I telling you? I'm saying, bro, if you sign up for the long term, you want to do this thing, you're not giving me money. You're not giving anybody. You're giving yourself money. This is your game. But that's what I said. I said, don't commit. You don't need to sign up for every game. Oh, but the game you sign up for, you must complete it. That's what he's saying. Stick it through. It's way more worthwhile when you actually say, this is what I'm going to do, and you stick through it. That's it. Who are these people that leave? The people that leave during the summer. Maybe they lied by harvest time. Doesn't happen in the summer. You got to get through the summer to get the harvest. Imagine, there is a lifestyle that people have built that revolves around planting and then leaving in the summer. It's so fascinating. Who are these people? Right? That's what he's saying. Who are they? Is it you? Then please don't let it be you. So chat, you don't got to go to every game. But the ones you signed up to, you better stay. And that's what I'm saying for some of y'all, man. Long-term trading, don't be casual. But I'm not making you not be casual. I'm just saying the moment you want to really do it, you can't go back. But that's what I'm saying, bro. If you're doing these things and you're like, oh, I don't want to do this, then why'd you sign up for it? I'm not making you get a long-term. I'm not making you care about your future. You don't have to get a house. You don't. If you don't, when you're ready to do it, we're going to fucking get it. But until then, if you don't, you can't take on the commitment you will not see through. Especially when no one's forcing you to take it. So only sign up for what you're going to do. And see it through. There is a life learning benefit and fruit that comes from seeing things through. And that's what I'm saying. If this whole time, some of you thought your problem was seeing things through, I don't. I think your problem is you're committing to everything. Your problem is you're signing up to every game. You see what I'm saying? I don't. Only sign up to what you're going to do. Should I do this? Only if you're going to stay with it. If you're not going to stay with it, don't do it. And there, my friend, is your answer. Stop overcommitting. And when you do commit, you follow through. That right there will get you joy in life. You don't realize not doing the things you don't want to do, doing what you want to do fully, it's a beautiful thing. But then, like I'm saying, the cognitive dissonance, this building foundations to never grow, that is unacceptable. And that only happens by signing up for all these things and never seeing them through. Sign up for one thing, two things, the long term, when you're ready. And that's what I'm saying. When you're ready and you're going to stick to it, it's going to do its thing. So you got to think about it. So I'll give you one more. I got one more. That's a great question. What if you have early summer, spring crops? It's very simple. I ban those comments during philo. I don't know if you guys, you got too cute, man. Don't get too cute. That's what I'm saying. I'm being real with you. You guys know what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Like, some of y'all, I talk to you like a real human. I'm talking to you like a homie. Somebody who is not incentivized. And I'm still telling you. So if you want to act a certain way, that is the response I will give.
Than to control people. An influence is supposed to be so easy. It's supposed to be like yeast in dough. Boy, yeast is dangerous, eh? By the time the dough wakes up, it's already yeasted. not a sound that yeast make. Or like salt. You put salt on something, you never hear a sound. And it works its way down into that meat itself, quietly, and affects the whole meat.
Oh, wait, did you hear that? I was muted. Trump talking about having straight open by tomorrow, oil down, spy up.
This is influence. I like the one he says, you are the light. If I turn these lights off right now, darkness will fill this room automatically. If I turn them back on, darkness runs. And guess what? You will never hear light make a sound. And light never fights darkness. All light has to do, write this down, is to be present. Sometimes your presence is enough. When I went to the House of Assembly that day, I never said a word to anyone all day. I was there from 10 o'clock in the morning till 7:30. I sat there, never said a word. Why? I just wanted to be present. And the whole House of Assembly atmosphere changed. I just sat there. They were afraid to fight and row. Because sometimes your presence is all that's needed. Not even your words. Look at those lights. Not saying a word. Darkness is gone. You are the light of the world. Light never fights darkness. Why? Because the darkness cannot comprehend the light. It can't understand light. It just goes away. And that's why you don't answer certain people when they attack you. Why? Because light doesn't fight darkness. It just shows up. And one thing with light, when you turn light on, roaches is scatter. I can never figure that one out. Roaches are very confident in the dark. Everybody confident in roaches. You turn light on, they all come out running. That's a sign that light showed up. Are you with me? And by the way, when light shows up, roach run for cover, not light. Light uncovers the darkness. This is our job. So go out and be a good, bright light tomorrow. Be an infectious salt. Permeate the whole areas you go into. Lunchtime, work time, whatever it is, you become yeast. Rub yourself up against somebody and always speak about their interests. Try it tomorrow. Be amazed. Try it tomorrow. Talk about what they're interested in. They don't want to talk to you all the time.
You are the light. Do you see what I was trying to say, bro? I love it. But he said something nuts because it's true. You are the light. The light doesn't fight. You don't think that's weird? Does light fight darkness? A room has no lights on. When you turn on the lights, is there a battle? The darkness runs, dude. The light doesn't even make a sound. Light does not need to fight the darkness. All it has to do is be present. Wouldn't you agree? If light is present, how can there be darkness? It doesn't make sense. My brother, you are the light. Your presence is enough. The darkness doesn't even comprehend the light. You know that? It just goes away. So I'm telling some of y'all, I know some of y'all, if you think that the darkness is fighting, no. All you have to do is introduce light and watch the darkness leave. I wish the light was a fighter, but it's not. It's not. The light does not have a battle XP. It doesn't have 99 attack. It has 99 presence. And that eliminates the darkness. Isn't that odd? It's not fighting. Keep this in mind. Light and dark are never fighting. Ever. You either have the absence of light or not. Absence of light is the darkness. Light shows up. There's no fight. There's no battle. The darkness dips. my guy, you are the light. Be present. Really present. I don't know. I think it was Jim Rohn who said it, bro. One of the best things you could do in life is be actually where you are. Be present. Be here in the moment. When you read an article, read the article. You see what I'm saying? When you talk to somebody, talk to them. Don't think about the next thing, this, that. Uranium. And you had, uranium and chips. So, Chad, I hope you feel. I hope you believe the truth of who you are. So take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link, Nightly Watch, the main channel. First link for the stream alerts.
It happens to be very popular among many quarters. And I don't participate in that fund. I was certainly treated badly. I don't participate, but I thought it would be very fair for people that spent years in prison, people that were treated so badly, for in many cases people that did absolutely nothing wrong. So I view that fund as a positive, and a lot of Republicans do too, not so many Democrats. And it's not only for that, it's for other things too. People that have been treated unfairly, that have been weaponized by a corrupt government that we had with Obama and that we had with Biden. You had a corrupt government with both of them.
Mr. President, did you sign off on Todd Blanche rescinding that?
I didn't look at it. All I know is that Todd Blanche is great. He's going to do a great job. Everybody knows it. And I understand there's been a sign-off. But I don't know what they agreed. I think Todd Blanche agreed to reconfirm things that he's already said, and what he said was okay.
Can I ask,
please go ahead.
Are there other avenues you'd have supporters get paid potentially if it's not the anti-weaponization fund? Is there another way?
Who are you with?
I'm with MS Now, sir.
You who?
MS Now.
MS Now? What a terrible show that is. They have the worst people on that show.
Are there other avenues that you want to see people
No,
paid?
there's no other avenues that I know about. Go ahead.
Mr. President, on the Iran talks.
MS Now. That's the failed MSDNC, right? They failed. They gave it a new name. You know why? Because nobody watched it. Go ahead. And fewer people are watching it now.
On the Iran talks, is there discussions? Is Iran willing to return to a fully free navigation of the strait? Is that on the table?
Say it again differently.
Would Iran be willing to return to fully free navigation of the
It has to be. I'm not going to let them charge. If anybody's going to charge, we'll charge. We're the one that has we have total control. You know, we have a thing called a blockade with his Navy. And that Navy is, they call it a wall of steel, the United States wall of steel. And no, there's not going to be charging. We're not talking about charging at all. There won't be charging. Yeah, please, do that.
Mr. President, you said last week that illegal immigration...
Who are you with?
GB News. You said that illegal immigration is killing the UK. Nigel Farage today has proposed the use of the Royal Navy to combat small boats crossing the Channel. Do you think that European nations, including the UK, should be using their militaries to stop illegal immigration?
Look, you have to stop illegal immigration in Europe. I know Europe better than anybody, better than the people that run it. And I have great relationships here. Two things are killing Europe. Number one is immigration. Number two is energy. Like the UK, when you look at the UK, they have one of the best energy fields in the world, North Sea oil. Now, I think your new prime minister is going to actually open up from what I hear, I spoke to him, and he sounded terrific on this subject. But you open it up, you'll be a wealthy country. You keep it closed, you're going to be a bankrupt country, which is what you are now. Essentially, you're a bankrupt country. You have one of the greatest energy fields, the North Sea oil, one of the greatest fields in the world. You know, the UK buys its energy from Norway, who gets the energy from the North Sea, from not as vibrant a part of the North Sea oil was. You're sitting on top of gold, better than gold, and you don't do anything with it. It doesn't work. You don't allow the oil companies in, and it doesn't work. And I spoke with your new prime minister. I was very impressed, and he sort of indicated to me, I said, look, you can be a wealthy country or a bankrupt country. You have your choice. Not every country has that choice. Almost no country has that choice. But in the case of the UK, Scotland, I'm talking about Scotland, right off the shore, in Aberdeen, Scotland. That was Aberdeen was the oil capital of Europe for years. And then one day the Liberals got in and they closed it. And your energy rates have quadrupled. You have among the highest energy prices in the world. You could cut them in half. You could give away free energy if you'd open up the North Sea. And it's good for another 500 years, maybe more, probably 1,000 years.
Has our new Prime Minister restored your faith in the leadership of Britain? Has our new Prime Minister restored your faith in the leadership of Britain, or do you think it's too late?
Look, I think we're going to have a very good relationship. We'll see. I'm not going to tell him how to run his country. But I can tell you, immigration is an incredible problem for Europe. You're allowing people in that in many cases are not going to help you. I'm going to be nice. They're not going to help you. And the people that are there, people from your country, people from other countries that have been there for a long time and did a great job, beautiful place. Look, I love it. You know, my parents both came from Europe indirectly. So a German, Scott, and you know, it's like
he had to say indirectly so he didn't end up deporting himself.
To Europe, it's very sad.
I feel like he was that. I don't know if you caught that.
Immigration, they have a problem
it's not
with
no, but indirectly. I meant I'm saying
any country with windmills is a loser. Okay, you just have to look. If they have windmills, they're a loser.
Fuck, dude, windmills spray, dude. I don't know why we're talking. It's very simple. If you have a windmill, you're a loser. I don't get it. Very simple. They keep talking and they're like, "Wow, this makes me." Do you have a windmill? Loser. With the shape of a windmill on his forehead. Hey, you better not windmill. Okay, I'm sorry. You get it, okay.
Second quarter.
Democrats.
For Exxon, for instance, 14B and Haas, they've had it over a decade. For Chevron,
yeah, CLX with a candle. I put that up there to the downside. And CVX. I don't know if the algo's tweaking right now. They're literally selling off CLX and CVX at the same time. There's no way that's possible. I'm telling you right now.
Okay.
Energy's dropping, but
they're making too much money. I don't like it, and I should be the last one to say because I'm a big free enterprise guy. Nobody bigger, and you know, you're going to see oil when we're finished with Iran. You're going to see the prices drop through the floor, but they made too much money. Too much money. Chevron, too much money.
That's why.
Too much money. When you look at one company where they made
so he just clapped the oil companies.
The year before,
that's why Chevron started. I don't know why CLX is dropping.
And they better cut the retail price.
Listen to this.
Consumer price.
He's going in on the energy names right now.
Too much money. You're
gas companies.
Saying it. I'll say it loud and clear. I'm not happy about it. Go ahead.
Yeah, Trump says he's not happy.
Just one. For those of us here that live in Washington, D.C. with our families, like I do, the renaissance of the city that you've been able to do in 18 months is incredible. Before you
Did you hear that, everybody? The renaissance of Washington, D.C. in 15, 16 months is incredible, and it is. It's clean, it's safe, and you haven't seen anything yet. We're replacing all of the grass that hasn't been replaced in the fields, all the beautiful fields where the grass is. You know, grass is like humans. It has a life. This grass hasn't been changed in 100 years. We're doing all the fields. We're doing most of the graffiti is moved. But the most important thing is it's been beautified. We did 78 monuments and fountains and waterfalls, and they went from being horrible, mostly graffiti said, most of them for 25 years never worked. They haven't worked. And it's a renaissance, like you use the word renaissance, but it's a renaissance. But the biggest thing is we have very little crime now. This was the crime capital, frankly, of the world. It was the most unsafe capital of any country in the world. Now it's one of the safest, and it's one of the safest places in the United States. And people are coming down. You see it, the tourism in Washington, everyone's safe now. Nobody's getting mugged, shot. We used to lose 3 people a week.
Actually, there was a street fight on the freeway of San Diego yesterday, and someone got stabbed.
150
Actually,
people a year.
I don't know if you guys knew that.
Were killed. They come down from
Imagine
Iowa, they
getting
come
in the
from
street
Indiana.
fight on the
Mom,
freeway,
I'm looking at the
and
Washington
then someone
Monument.
stabs
I'm
you
looking at-
on the freeway.
And they end up getting
I've
killed.
never
Call
thought
it
I'd ever get
terrorism.
stabbed on the 5 or
Doesn't
the 5 or the
happen
10.
anymore. We don't have
But
that
yeah,
anymore.
it
We
started
grew
with
up, we were
downtown,
rough.
and then the homeboy
We
fled
don't
to
have that
Carlsbad.
anymore. Our
It was
military
crazy.
has been unbelievable, and they work very well with the DC police. But our military came in, the general, people that we know so well, General, right? They don't play games, and we got the gangs.
I saw
out.
something else
We
crazy
removed almost
happen.
5,000 people who were career criminals.
But then
who came
again,
in
you
with
guys
Biden
remember,
with the open
midterms are coming
borders,
up.
A lot of them.
So weird shit
And
will probably
they're no
start
longer
happening.
Here, we sent them back.
I
to
don't
their
know why,
countries.
but that usually happens.
You've got to say, have you ever seen such a transformation?
It's unbelievable if you live here. It's just, you don't want to go back.
And now you can walk to work, you can walk to the White House. The people in the White House, they work in the, they tell me, sir, thank you. Oh, they're thanking me all the time. They used to have to take Uber, and the Uber would be robbed, okay? They weren't even saying. They'd go to a restaurant, and they'd feel safe in a restaurant, and then the restaurant would be robbed. Do you know the restaurants were all closing? And now you can't, if you're a restaurateur, you can't get a restaurant. You literally can't. The restaurants are booming. Crime is down 92%, maybe more. I want to get down 100%. You know, the greatest statistic, though, that you have is that 2% of the people create 91% of the crime. You can really handle that. And we moved almost 5,000 people out. They're criminals, career criminals. We moved that, or in some cases, they're in jail. In some cases, they were so bad, they came in through Biden. They're so bad, we don't want to move them out. We want to put them in jails because we're afraid they're going to come back in somehow.
What a bunch of windmills, dude.
So I appreciate you saying that.
Would you consider going to Congress if they come in and try to roll it back, the new Democratic mayor?
Citadel says bull market
I guess
drivers
she's a
are firmly
communist. I
intact.
mean, she
Fuck
says
yeah.
she's a
You just bought a
socialist.
$40 billion book
I
for
guess
half
she's a
off.
communist,
I'd
basically what
fucking
she
be
says,
bullish
but
too.
I have not met her yet.
I hope so. I
look
hope they
forward
don't
to
dump
meeting
it.
her. Would I federalize?
It's kind of a
Basically,
catch-22
federalize just-
because you want
I'm allowed
Citadel
to
to
do
be
that.
bullish
Would I
because if
do
they're
it?
not,
If they want to, we
Yo,
took something that was
fertilizer.
in deep trouble.
Oh,
It was
up
a
5,
graffiti-filled,
SMG.
crime-filled mess. We turned it into Shangri-La. We turned
I
it
don't think
into
these
a
will
great
hit.
place. Look outside. Look what's happening.
Oh, I got 5
Look
centers.
at the
If you
beautiful
could get them.
ballroom and military center. It's a military center, much more than we have a drone port.
But that's a negative change close.
Look at the grass in front of the White House being
A
overplaced
recommendation.
with the
They're
top
either
stuff.
talking about the grass
cost
or whatever,
all
but it's
being
up
replaced.
5%.
Starts
I don't give
very
a
soon,
shit.
Actually, we'll do one at a time. It's about 700 acres of parks. They're all going to have brand new.
I think he's talking about fertilizing the
best
grass.
You can get Scots. You know Scots?
Yep, there it is.
Scots
SMG.
Miracle-Gro. They're doing it. They do great grass. What can I
He
tell
just, all
you?
he did was
You gotta
say
give him a
it
plug
though. It probably won't
because he
hold. I
did
can't
the White
believe that
House
popped
for
at
free.
5%.
Sir, a friend of mine, a guy that he's terrific. We'd like to give you new grass at the White House. I said, I'll take it. How much? He said, free. I'll take it. One of those things. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, this is at least the 5th time you've turned off airstrikes against Iran since April to negotiate. What is your message to the American people who are wondering what has changed this time? Why should it be any different?
Well, you don't know.
Yeah, it might be. It's going to be a dud on SMG. They're up, but
I want to
it's
give him
not.
every last chance.
All he did
before
was say they're giving him free fertilizer. I can't believe that popped at
Very tough to do
5%.
what
That's
we
usually
have
my trigger, the 3%.
planned.
But
Still planned.
yeah, all he did
See
was
what happens.
give him a direct
But
mention.
it's
Remember, they
very,
did that
very
last
tough
time.
thing
It
to
didn't
do.
go. So
I
be
think,
careful on that one.
I'm
They were $5.
very
They're
proud
still
of
up.
the
You could
fact
get
that
out of
I
them
will
if you
give
want.
people- I'll give people a chance.
I
This
might
is
as
a
well
big
ride
move.
them.
To do an attack that big on a country, I'd rather not do it. Now, we've already, through
No, I think
lots
the
of
market's jumpy. That's
large
just not a
attacks, but they
good.
were
All he
normal
did was
large.
say their name. Remember
hopefully
during
they'll
the speech,
come to their
it happened a
senses,
couple
because
months
what
ago
happened
where they were just
cannot
the
have
sponsor
a
of the
nuclear
event.
weapon.
They
But
popped
hopefully
and then
they'll
that was
come to
it.
their
But
senses. So they called me, and they said, please don't attack. We'll make a deal. That's the real truth, and everyone knows it.
Reddit
And who
on the
wouldn't
high
call?
still. It's been all day. Watch
And
Roblox
they
too.
found out through leaks and sleazebags, a lot of sleazebags, leakers. Leakers should be put in jail. They have to strengthen up the laws for leakers. But in this case, leakers help.
Dude, we are
because they
really
said the
at the box right
severity
now.
of the
758.
attack. And Iran knew it. They knew what was coming. It was going to come last night, and it would have gone on for a long time, and there'd be essentially very little left. There'd be nothing left. And if I'm given a chance to let a lot of people live, I want to give that chance. So I'm under no time constraint. You know, I don't happen to be running, but a lot of very good Republicans are running. And you have a sick ideology taking place right now that, you know, hopefully they'll be defeated because they'll destroy the country if they ever take over. But this desk is like a blocking desk. No matter who gets in. If it's bad, I block. And I'm good at blocking. If it's bad,
no.
Things like the things
Call me
want
Madumbo.
to get rid of the U.S. Senate.
Matrumpo.
I don't like a lot of Senate, just to be honest with you. I don't want to get rid of the Senate. We want to get rid of the Supreme Court. They want to put now 21 or 23 people. That's the real on the Supreme Court, or get rid of it.
How did 9 fuck up, bro?
Fucking
now we going back to court. Hunter, my dad has her saw.
That's a communist thing, you know. That's a communist thing. These are sick people, and you know, I said it the other day, and it maybe doesn't sound that important, but when a country goes bad, like look at the blue cities. What do they have in common aside from massive crime? Much more crime. The Republicans have very little crime. But what are the blue cities?
It's funny with Johnny.
have in mind?
I love
And
you, man.
also you can say
But
this
1,
with
2,
nations
3, 4, 5,
when they
6,
go
7,
bad.
8, 9 messages
The
today.
blue cities have something in common.
All of them
Crime,
are politically
high crime,
related.
Vicious, violent
I don't
crime.
have one stock comment
What do
from
they
you
have in
today,
common?
brother.
They're all
Your
dirty.
comments during
They're
the
filthy
Fed were
dirty.
amazing.
Their
Try to
streets
keep
are
that
dirty.
standard.
Their
I get it. You
streets
don't like
smell.
Trump. It's okay.
Their
Put it in
storefronts
the
are
other
broken.
chat, but I need more stocks
Their
out of you
trees
on
are
that one
all
now.
gross.
Especially that you've turned
Everything
into a
about
Hamas
the place
supporter.
is dirty.
Not Hamas,
And I don't wanna
Iran
mention any
terrorist.
specific
So
city.
I don't fall
really
for that
all
one
of them.
either, bro. Okay,
But
you don't
you
have
go
to
into
like
these
Trump,
cities
but
that are
Iran
blue,
is not strong.
They're crime-ridden.
I just don't
and
know
they're
any other way to
filthy
explain
dirty.
that.
They're like Washington, D.C. was a year and a half ago, with graffiti all over the place, with crime all over the place, with people afraid to be here. You had to be ashamed of your capital. Some of the most beautiful buildings built in the real time. Like you look at the Supreme Court building and they put graffiti on it. The most beautiful columns I've ever seen. In fact, our columns are going to be nicer at the ballroom. I said, I want the Supreme Court, but better. But you look at those columns, how magnificent, and then you see graffiti on the side of the building. No artistry, just bad people. But the one thing they all have in common, crime, the two things, crime, but they're disgusting. They're filthy dirty. The streets are dirty. They have people lying all over the street doing you know what. They're all the same. And this is what we're going to put in it. Not going to happen in our country. Go ahead, please. Yeah, in the back.
When someone, me sir, or Bear?
Go ahead.
When a group loses,
let him go.
I'm sorry.
He was very rude to you, right? Go ahead. Who are you with?
I'm with Real America's Voice, sir. Sir, when a group such as the Haitians lose their temporary protective status, how soon should they be bussed and flown out?
Well, we had a big victory in court on temporary, you know, the protected status. And I largely leave it up to my people. But we've had people here for many years that they were here temporarily. You know, we had people coming in, and they've been here for many, many years. And they had a tragedy in their country. They had, sometimes it was storms, or it was, you know, it was hurricanes. And they come in and, you know, they're here for 12 years, 14 years. So something's got to be done. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, on the oil company, have you spoken to Jeanine Pirro about her decision to drop criminal charges?
No, Jeanine Pirro made a mistake. There was vandalism. I just told you we did, I think, 78. One of the things was the reflecting pool. Hasn't worked since 1922 because it always leaked. It always leaked from 1922. You know, it's the largest, longest pool ever, all that. The concept is beautiful, but it always leaked because of the size, because of maintenance, whatever. But it was built in 1922, and from the day it was built, it leaked. Biden spent $58 million. Barack Hussein Obama spent much more than that. He said, I have an idea. Let's take the water from the Potomac. So they took the water from the Potomac, and it was putrid. It was putrid. It was a disaster. Biden was a disaster. I said, I'm going to get that fixed, along with Doug Burgum and Department of Interior. And we worked hard on that. Now, we worked hard on all 70. It's actually, I think, 81 now. You saw the new horses that just opened by the bridge with the gold. That was the way they were many years ago. Now they look better than they did many years ago. But these monuments look better than they did when they were originally built. Not just a little fix-up. We made them the way they were, plus. And everyone's so proud. The biggest, one of the bigger jobs was, not really the biggest, believe it or not, but one of the biggest was the reflecting pool. And we did a great job. We sandblasted the stone outside. It was granite, so it has a long life. We did a great job. We got very expensive material to put on top of the surface that always leaked because it was stone. It was a stone surface. Always leaked. And we put it on, and it was beautiful. Now, we have photographs or tapes, like moving cameras, right? We have them where people are on the side cutting it with a box knife. So now I'm not saying I was 100% thrilled with the contractor, but the contractor was rushing. We wanted to get it open for July 4th, and we got it done. But in addition, there was vandalism. Number one, look at the grass, where the grass was all knocked out with a very, very powerful ingredient that we know very well what it is. I'm not going to say the name because people get ideas. And they put a terrible phrase, I won't say that either, but a terrible phrase on a massive piece of grass that we had just replaced. Kill the grass. We had to replace the grass. A lot of grass. In addition, they took knives or cutters and they cut the material. It's material. And they put their hands and they pulled it. And there was also some maintenance things that we would have routinely fixed. But we had that up and it was perfect. And then you had the bubblers, which get rid of the what forms in the water. And that works great, but they turned it off because of the fight. Because it competed a little bit of noise during the fight. They turned it off. And it grows very rapidly in the water. But that actually works very well. And that's all. So now we're just about set to reopen it. And we had to replace cut areas where they cut it and ripped it. But there's a tape, and Jesse Waters, by the way, did a whole big thing on it. There's a tape that's out there that I posted on Truth, where you have people leaning over the side, the weakest part because of the flexibility. It moves. It's very complicated. It moves. And the softest part has to be flexible. And that's the stuff you can cut. And these guys knew what they were doing. And they cut all the way along the base. Cut, cut, cut. Now, when Janine looked at it, it was the day after the 4th of July with the largest fireworks display in the world. And the stuff was laying all over the pool, the fireworks, because they used the pool as one of the, and it was all over the pool. It was the day after, very shortly thereafter. But that was working beautifully, and it was vandalized. And if you look at the tape, now the tape isn't a great tape in the sense that it's a little hard to say who it exactly was. But it was people cutting this very expensive material, waterproofing material. Anyway, it looked beautiful. And then they cut it, and they vandalized. And we weren't necessarily thrilled with the contractor, but they did a job, and they were fixing any problems. But then it got carried away because the judge was extremely unfriendly.
The 99 attack reference?
And frankly,
no, it's not from
I think she choked.
That's just like broad gaming knowledge,
really
but I've never played that.
Vicious.
No.
Instead of going after the people that did it, the judge went after her and went after her department. And I guess she choked.
I mean, remember, we just hit 758. I mean, the
I
Trump market stall effect.
Don't ever talk again. You're fake news.
Don't ever talk again.
Fortunately, nobody watches you.
Honestly, I'm like, damn, that's
happened.
rude, but I do agree with the sentiment from time to time. That's why I ban people.
From the contractor
I'm like, don't ever talk again.
But
until I unban you. And then, too, if you guys have been banned in the last couple weeks, you will be unbanned whenever earnings is over, and then I feel like it.
They never solved the leak problem because it was stone. And the cracks with the stone, stone is really not a waterproofing material. We essentially use a very high-grade swimming pool type material. which was my idea. I was very proud of that idea. And by the way, I didn't know the contractor. Everyone said the contractor. I didn't know the contractor. But when it was completed, it was perfect. But then somebody went in and cut it, just like they did the grass. You know, nobody talks about the grass. The grass have helicopter pictures of
Dude, that's what
what
I'm saying,
they
bro.
did.
I don't like.
Was it 87?
It's like when you start asking
Right? You know
Trump
what they did, right?
all of these, like
Did
they
you
make
see
him
what they
talk
did?
about
Did you
this
see what
shit.
they
Why?
wrote?
I've heard so
When
much
did they
about
write?
grass today. That was not on my schedule. I didn't think I'd be hearing that. Like, do we get Bermuda
86.
bluegrass? Are we
So it's
talking
86,
Kentucky? Like, what are we
47.
talking about right now?
They didn't do 45.
And then now
They
he has
said
to
left
talk
45
about this in the pool.
But they, and massive
CG
letters on the
BX.
grass.
And
86,
Apollo again.
47.
Apollo KKR blue
And
or owl.
Nobody talked about that. Was vandalism too. We had to replace all that grass. It was a tremendous amount of grass, because when you hit it with this poison, it's acid.
Grass.
It kills the grass no matter how. You can't even clean it, even if you got there right after. It's very powerful stuff. I know it well. So
He probably hates
people do great
crabgrass.
damage
Honestly,
to
I
this
think
thing
he's really
because
into
they're
his
sick
grass.
people. You know who's representing the man is a man from Crew, a sleazebag who's been suing me for my whole political.
He did mention SMG. Those are actually the same price, but it was a dud.
Crew, do you know what Crew is? It's a third-rate operation that's supposed to be a charity, but it's not. They used it for political
Right up there
reasons.
with windmills.
So
I'm telling you,
we should
crabgrass
be proud
and
of our
windmills,
monuments. We should
they're
be proud of our
terrible.
city. And you know, that was open before they did the damage. It was open. It never looked more beautiful. It looked like a mirror. And that's what it was supposed to be. It was a very dark color, because otherwise you don't see
Oh,
it as
you're
a
right.
reflecting pool.
He is a
And it looked
golfer.
beautiful. Well, it'll look just
That's why
as
I don't
beautiful.
give a shit
It'll be fixed.
about the grass. What do you mean
and
grass?
Open over the next
I'm
week
from
and a half, 2
Egypt.
weeks.
You're rooting for in Michigan.
One more, yeah.
What are you rooting for in Michigan at the moment, Mr. President?
Well, you have a very interesting group. Who I really voted for is Mike Rogers, because I think he's going to be a great senator. But you have a communist versus a socialist. That's the way I look at it.
80-year-old.
You
Well,
have a
listen, you
communist
guys. I don't know how to do it.
versus a
Locked in.
socialist.
Anything
It
political,
looks like
I'm
the
banning you
communist is leading.
without
We're talking
second
about
thought.
for the Democrat
Okay.
primary.
I don't.
But
I'm
for
not
the
really
Republican,
bothered by
you
it,
have a
but
very good
I
man.
see where this is going.
And,
you guys are
he
fucked
should
up.
be able to-
You guys
he
are
should be able
losing
to
the
win.
plot.
Yeah. Okay, one more.
It's better for the world
Yeah, go
to
ahead.
think you are a fool than to open your mouth and prove
Lafayette
them
Park
right.
is great.
Okay?
Do we do a good job
So,
on Lafayette Park?
I am done, and
So
then the
Lafayette
next time,
Park
the
is right
price is
across
going to
from
triple
the other
on
side of
Locked
the
In.
street.
I am not
And I
fucking
made a
around.
donation of
So
$10
thank you,
million.
but some of you have been here for a while, and I expect way more out of you. You know,
It's
I don't want more
unbelievable.
money from you.
It was so
You
dirty
don't need
and
to.
so
Remember, this was all free. So please,
everything
I
liberal
beg you to
becomes dirty and
live to the standard that I've set
Social-
forth for you,
Socialism,
and that a lot of people have
liberalism,
followed. Okay.
progressivism. You know, the word progressive is such a nice word. They
Said
love
in
using
love.
it.
Said in
But
love.
the
I'm
radical
just
left
saying.
isn't letting them use
I don't
that
want to
word
have to
anymore.
call everybody out, but
But
then two of you
Lafayette
do it. The
Park
third
is a
guy
large
does it. You
park.
know what I'm saying?
It was known
Then
as the
other
gateway
people
to
are
the
going to
White
throw it
House.
in there, and then I'm like,
And
come on,
it
man.
was disgusting.
So,
The
very
monument is
disappointing.
beautiful.
Especially on a
Graffiti
good day.
all
We've
over it.
cashed out a fuck ton. And your long
I
term.
won't
Come
say
on.
what was on the sidewalk, but horrible, 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 disgusting stuff. And not only did we fix
You've never
it,
been
we have
banned.
military
You've
standing
blocked
there
on X.
watching it.
You probably
And if
follow a
anybody
bunch of dog
touches
shit
it,
accounts.
That was the one
like
mistake with
any
the
of the
reflecting bond. They hadn't
pumpers,
put up the cameras
what's
yet.
it?
They had
The
enough
one,
up
the
because you see
Cosby,
what's
the Fast
happening.
Stock
But
News,
if
all
they
those
would've
other
had
shit
'em up,
accounts that are
we
scammers,
would've
I
had
will
a lot
block you
of-
if you follow
it
them.
would've been a
I
lot
don't really
easier.
check Twitter anymore, but if I ever
And I
see
was
it, I just block
disappointed with
automatically.
Janine Pirro. Really disappointed with Janine Pirro. She folded like an umbrella, and people get away with things, and it's a disgrace. But we're very proud of Lafayette Park. Now we have a big decision to make. Do we take the pavers that are red, you know, the red brick pavers, and do we change them into a granite? It's a gray granite. They're beautiful, but they're not the original. So we're going to have to make that decision. You have a good sense of taste. What would you do? Huh?
Yes, change it.
You would change the red brick into the granite.
Heartbeat.
The granite is much stronger, holds up much better. Different color.
Legacy.
Change it. Okay.
Are you considering firing?
You already got punished? No, he didn't. It's simple. Honestly, the reality, there shouldn't be over 1,000 people in Locked In. That's it. There's a high standard. Harvest is plenty, workers are few. If we got to go to phase 2, I will leave that in your guys' hands. I'm not. That's what I'm saying. Come on, we just fucking thugged out the box, took the top, still got it, got all these pickups ready. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, come on, dude. I expect a way higher standard. I got people talking about rig shit, Trump, all of this. When look fucking round, dude.
I've
So,
known
yeah,
Brian
unacceptable.
Cashman for a long time. Look, he's done a good job. I think Randy Levine is great. He's
No
a
one's
great
been
executive.
punished.
And by
Just
the way,
the standard is very high. So if you
NIL
don't
or
meet it,
whatever
I don't know what to tell you guys anymore.
He's very close to getting solved college sports. And Randy Levine and Nick Saban and a whole group of people have done an unbelievable job. That was a case that should have
It's
been
already
appealed by
August.
the NCAA.
Great start though, but
They never appealed
we
it.
just got a
Whoever ran the NCAA
very
never
good
appealed it.
performance
The
till
original
the end of
case
the year.
was
Secure
thrown
your
out by a
lead.
judge that knew nothing about sports. Nothing about sports or college sports. And that case should have been appealed. They didn't appeal it. They didn't know. I think they forgot something happened. And college sports
Just looking at the laggers, that's what
in
sucks.
turmoil right now.
Unfortunately.
Turmoil.
I don't even want any of these laggers now because a lot of them are still
Levine
down
from
on the year,
Yankees,
but
president of the
a
Yankees,
lot of things
got
are
together with a lot
up
of
10,
people. We had it
20,
right here, 60
30%
people,
from the
60
highs
people that
or from
were
the lows.
in that world, including legal people. And from football, it was Nick Saban, who won 6 or 7 championships. Fantastic coach and very respected. And many other people, very, very respected. And we have a bipartisan deal as of right now. So we'll see what happens. They'll be voting on it soon. I hope they get it. I hope they get it done. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that question. I love this question.
I love this question.
Have a good time. Thank you, everybody.
What was it? You got 2 war headlines, dropped in popped oil, and then the fucking Miracle Grow. But other than that, you have the AI thing tomorrow. They didn't ask him that many questions about it, believe it or not. About Ball. I mean, there's only 3 or 2 can companies in the world. That one's an interesting one. That one's, isn't it related to aluminum? But yeah, I don't know where they're at, like price-wise. And then Boeing all day. Physical oil. Well, it's kind of crazy. We're at 80, but even then, that gave you the second boost, but I still do think this morning, I think everybody was just riding the Leo low. And that's it, man. I can't even believe we got this close to the top of the box. But like I was saying, man, if we get through it, rejoice, but also be a little skeptical here as we get to the top. And then, yeah, you got another 15% of the S&P reporting. Hopefully they all do good. Into it, all of them, man. I was just saying, bro. A lot of the laggers, unfortunately, have moved up, but everything is just like in a weird. You're off of the low, but you're not at the low. But a lot of names that were just hitting lows, they're kind of up there. I still don't think they're bad, but yeah, it just does suck looking at. There's some of these are cheap. What do I think about SoFi for the long term? I think if you have a house, you should sell your house and maybe if you go full Leo on it. Do you know who Leopold is? So I think Leopold plus SoFi is a great combination. You should try it, especially if you like ramen noodles, Mr. Ramen Noodle. But yeah, I'm a big fan. Big fan. I know. So Palantir, I mean, I still think there's some value in those last ones. You either rip them or hold them. You're going to have to get real. Actually, one of them is, are they September? No. So yeah, you either got to rip or hold, but I do think the Microsoft, that was the only one I wanted to hold. And that one worked, but we'll see. But yeah, they're a Monday reporter, and I don't like Monday reporters. But technically, if I end up keeping that, I will be playing. Is that IB Mizzle? That's 30 highs on IBM. That looks fresh. That doesn't look like it's doing much. Is this a box for this week? Maybe, but I mean, if we don't break out, you'll stay in this higher range, and maybe you do it next week. But yeah, bro, you got pretty close. Even how today's played out, it's a little bit more than what we've seen, even what I think a lot of people expected. Why don't you like Monday reporters? Just because they're usually like smaller names. They're usually not the important names. They're usually, sadly, the names that report on Monday are Usually like undercovered and usually underloved, but yeah, there's a few that meet that category that are good, like Palantir. And is Snap today? Some of you guys don't remember. They moved when Snapchat reported. There used to be a time where Snapchat would report and would affect the Mag 7. Such a fun time. Futu, more China. That's been up all day as well. So for SoFi, what if I opted to hold leaps instead of the stock? What's your opinion? Is it annoying? Now you guys know what it's like. Hey, what do you think? What should we, see, it's not, that's what I was saying, dog. Come on, it's fair, right? Don't you get it? So, I honestly, man, whatever your heart desires, I would do it. I apologize for all the dogs out there. I do. I feel for the animals. My bad, puppies. I love you. I do love the dogs. I do remember it. Snapchat used to crash everything. What's a good price for Netflix in the long term? The highest. So if you could pay higher than everybody, that's usually the best idea that I try to do. So like our long term, just all top ticks. All you got to do. So you wait till it hits a high price and then buy it. But then at the low, you got to make sure you ignore it. So then after it drops, if it's still up several 100%, ignore that and then you'll be good. Oh, Microsoft again. So speaking of which, that's what I'm saying. So it's like what we did with the long term, but Microsoft is a little different. And then, dude, that that's what I'm shocked at. That dead option is in the money now. I cannot believe it. So that's our only hope for, I don't think the Palant will do it, but Microsoft had the very sour expectations. And then the guidance saved us. ANET. Where's Nivda? 10B I keep. That was a great post-earnings one, even though they sold off. Bond traders complaining about flying blind are annoying. It's not even them. That's what I'm saying. That one guy, what was his name? Gene Cohn or whatever? He dropped facts today. I can't believe Bloomberg even let him on. Because he was saying, bro, most people, especially if you're a bond vigilante, you've probably held a bond book for over 20 years. And the reality is that more people were acting and making these financial decisions without the Fed giving any guidance. You have a way stronger market history of markets operating bonds and stocks without Fed guidance than the actual, this last 10 years or so. Since 08, or I guess, 15 years or so, something around there, but maybe longer. But yeah, so it's crazy. It's not really a bill environment because here's the difference. I'm actually so glad you asked that question, because this is, and I could be wrong, you guys. Please bear with me, because like I'm saying, if you've been listening to my bond theory here, I'm going out on a limb. I don't know if you realize it. I'm telling you, I think the bond market might be doing something we haven't seen in 40 or 50 years, where we actually get real fucking competition because of the demand for funding, right? So I could be wrong. I really could. And if I'm wrong, I will suffer, and I will take that. I'll hold that L. But and then that means the bonds will blow up everything. But at the same time, I don't see that right now. And what you asked, is this a bill environment? Notice the difference. I would tell you no. So remember, during Bill the first time, yields were high, banks were collapsing shortly thereafter, right? And there wasn't really demand for the bonds. So right now, if you're telling me, is this a Bill environment, even though the yields are high and you could have some of these similar scenarios, the difference is that this time, I don't think it's a Bill environment, because the demand, the economy, and what it's showing with this competition, I think there's more of a pull towards equities. You have a better risk to reward with equities, hence why I like an equity that pays higher than the bonds, because then you get the equity, the competition, the risk, but then you also get the yield. But right now, the difference is that, like, again, even if yields go to 4.5, the difference is that there's something to invest in right now. Back then, it was dog shit. It was high inflation, high yields, banks going bust. Nobody wanted to invest in anything. Go tell a bond buyer they were only buying it if the Fed was, lubing up the deal, making it easy for them. But now people want to do it on their own. Now there's a different competition of getting other assets and other names. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I would argue it's not the same bill, and it's way different than what we went through last time. Would I go and blow all your cash? No. Would I hold a bunch of cash? No. Our rules will protect you and keep you in the game. Like, notice me even making those little purchases. I hope you see how much that helped us by not, even though I have a lot of cash, but by making sure I put myself to work. We're now padding the stats with Intuit, or Oracle, Microsoft. You see what I'm saying? Getting the capital working at good times will help you. So we don't want too much cash, but I do think, I don't think I would hug the bonds right now. That's what I'm saying, is that if I'm correct, you see how everybody's going around and they're like, just put $1 million at 5% and live off of it, right? Yeah, if I'm right about this idea, that's a bad idea, because then stocks will be higher and you'll probably have higher yields and you'll be able to get more for it down the line, or you're going to give up opportunity cost on the equities. So right now, that's long story short, I think you have a higher opportunity cost on equities right now than you did in 2023, the last time I was telling you to bill and chill. You see what I'm saying? Back then, you didn't have the opportunity cost was dog shit. And that was the trap, because in 2023, they made it seem like the only opportunity cost was if you bought at the end of 2023. Meta, Nvidia, all of that. You see what I'm saying? So it's a very big difference than what we were doing. Like 2022, 2023, it wasn't, like, even though you had this, it was still there. It wasn't until after October you broke out and then finally were able to grow. But you could have chilled there. Collecting was great and nobody wanted to buy anything until AI showed up. But yeah, I'd like it. I can't wait. I hope we return back to not giving all these people info. I love it. I think it's going to be an awesome time. Now you will have to manage risk because you need to manage risk, not because you think you know what the Fed is going to do. That changes a lot, you guys. Yeah, the bonds could move more volatile, but it will have less impact. But here's the caveat. Are you ready? My theory is all built on growth. So if you tell, like, long story short, I think you could get to 6% I think you could go 6s or 7s with the market setting new all-time highs, as long as everything keeps going exactly how it is. AKA, you need growth, you need ISM, you need earnings, go down the list. You need all of these things. So then if that doesn't happen, like let's say we start going, right? And then the rates go up to 6.5. We're at an all-time high. Boom, bad earnings comes in, ISM goes to contraction, and one after the next, we're fucked. Then I think the volatility might, pretty much the bonds can issue a bill at the end of it if they want to. They could. If growth falls off and the yields are still high, oh, that bond bill is coming due. But if you grow your ass out of this and the growth stays up pretty much until 2028, I think you'll be way better than not. You'll pretty much readjust the whole interest rate regime and kind of how we view it. Again, like I've said it earlier, you'll be able to operate with a higher real yield because growth is materially higher. So yeah, it's big beautiful bet. It needs to keep growing, but if the rates go up and we don't have volatility, but then growth falls off, you will pay for it. It does make the market more organic. That's why I was saying, like, there's so much history of people trading without it. And now if we're returning to a place where people demand corporate paper without the Fed backstopping, that's normal. And that could be good. But yeah, a lot of people got addicted to knowing the study guide before the Fed comes on. And that's what I'm saying, though. That's what I don't like, because you got to think about it. There's people, hedge funds, all these guys, they could go take massive risk, and they're building their strategies around what the Fed is going to do. So then they could adjust it. That's why people would take extraordinary risk. If you knew the Fed wasn't going to do anything, you didn't have to worry about it. But prior to 2008, your risk, you didn't know. They were liable to come out at any time. You couldn't take extraordinary risk off of this weird idea that the Fed was going to keep everything nice and sound and steady. That you had to take risk because you were managing your risk on the real unknown. You weren't saying, oh, let's just go pile in the bonds and growth because the Fed's at zero and we know what they're going to do with jobs. No, now you have to take a risk based on what if the Fed does this or that. You need to make a decision and position according to that. And that uncertainty lowers your exuberance. That uncertainty lowers people taking these weird fucking speculative bets on leverage that causes some of these environments. What's my longest streak of not making trades or plays? Oh, I'm an addict, my friend. I couldn't even tell you. Because if I stop trading options, I go to the futures. If I stop trading futures, I go to the equities. If I stop trading the equities, motherfucker, I will find the Trump coin at $1. I have a problem. But thank God I'm decent at it, and I have way bigger long term. But yeah, I can't even tell you when. Because usually I switch to the next thing. That's why, almost 20 years of this shit, I do got a pretty deep repository of tools. So, but I don't think I've ever stopped, sadly. And I say sadly because, I've had times I've changed instruments or I've backed down from instruments, but never, there's always a play. I'm a crackhead. But then the long term, though, like I said, I even Uncle, there's a demon, the YOLO demon. He's real. And sometimes he comes, gives me some money and leaves, but you got to make sure he knows his place. You don't ever let him get the master bedroom. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if they feel me, but long term. So you're saying there's no cheat sheet? Yes, for the Fed. I want that. And that's why everybody on Bloomberg's crying and complaining, because if you have billions and billions of dollars, that cheat sheet guarantees generational wealth. It's simple. The guidance came at the era of David Tepper front-running the Fed. Prior to that, there was no such thing as Fed guidance where they fucking held your hand like that. And all these people who made billions and billions and are getting easy, just how I had an easy home run on the Fed shorting, they're doing that every fucking Fed meeting for the last 10 years on billions and billions of dollars. So of course they're going to fucking fight it, go on Bloomberg, send out the thing. It's just, nobody wants this. If you make a fuck ton of money and if you've been the winner on this clear-cut guidance that has been just literally giving everybody the answers, why would you give it up? You don't want it to change. But for a normal fucking person who is not trading on a Fed desk, this is one of the best things that could have happened to level the playing field. That's why I hope he succeeds. He still might get bullied out of it. That's what I'm saying. He could talk all tough, but we'll see what the vigilantes do. But that's why I'm telling you, they need the dollar down. The only way you give this a real shot is by letting the gamblers fight between momentum and bonds. Because then that way, like I've said, I told you guys last week, before, we were 3% lower. I told you, what are you going to do? If a bunch of boomers start complaining about whatever and dump bonds, and then now you're telling me the chip stuff is all alive again, how many of you are going to sit there and say no to any gains because of a bond? I would argue if any of you are below the age of 40, half of you are going to say, fuck that. Let's go buy SanDisk. Let's go buy whatever. The other half might react, but then that's what I'm saying. If it keeps getting more and more momentum, eventually less and less people are going to be like, oh, listen to the bonds. They're going to be like, fuck that. Who cares about the boomers? And they're going to go, and then that's what I said is creating this interesting dynamic. Well, in a weird way, it will be the litmus test of how smart retail is versus, that's what I'm saying. Wall Street wants to dump bonds and get you to react. That's Wall Street. But retail is the type of person who would be like, well, yeah, there's still opportunity. They're like, why would we do that? Who cares? It's not going to affect us. And that's what's been happening with all of this. And then they're going to take the risk. We did not go over Palant. It is Power Hour. I hate Monday earnings, but I'll get you the preview. Polyalti. That's a good way to put it. They'll probably leak the answers still, but it won't be an open book test. I could see that. That's what I'm saying, though. I do think, the Wall Street's going to Wall Street, but I do think that's a great take. Because it is just going to make it less easier, which, in effect, takes advantage away from others, but then it does raise the advantage for others who are more involved, but then also that were at the previous disadvantage. Alrighty. Nuha. You're full cash right now? Well, let me remind you. Somebody brought it up a couple weeks ago, but maybe you guys remember. I told you something. And I said something along the lines that in a few months from now, or by the end of this earnings, you are either going to regret holding a lot of cash, or you are going to be so happy that you held a lot of cash. Are you guys seeing that? Is that again, we still got some time though, so that might come back in its own way, but that is something I was telling you. That's why I do think a nice balance in diversification will go a long way, because even if you weren't all cash or not, that risk, like I was saying, as we go forward, you're going to look back and either regret or love having a lot of cash. That would be saying the bubble has another 2 to 3 years left in at this rate. It might. I know. That's what I was telling you all. And I encourage you all. It's kind of like the Trump shit, where I don't know if you guys, I don't care what you guys are saying on Trump. It's weird when it starts kind of infecting your thinking, and then it's distracting you from what it is, and you're developing a bias without realizing it, you guys. And that's what I'm saying with the bubble. This is why I keep telling you, this bubble can last for 2 to 3 years if it really wanted to. And guess what? This bubble can end in 2 to 3 minutes before we close. You need to entertain that. Do you see what I'm saying? It's just like, guess what? There's a lot of Trump and everything. Don't view the figure. I need you to focus on everything else going on in between there. Notice all of these things I'm saying. come back to the big, beautiful bet. That's been like that for 2 years. So like I'm telling you, even in this case, even a bubble, I've said this a lot. You guys better get ready because it could end tomorrow or this could go way longer than you think. That's the problem. That's why head on a swivel, be wise, don't fall for the hype, don't get too comfortable. You see what I'm saying? And you make this at this time serve you, but don't fall for a false sense of comfort. It could end tomorrow or it could end for a year. Don't be biased on when you think it's going to end or how long you think it will go. Just keep being wise in the moment. Does that? I'm telling you, it's solid advice. And don't fight the box. But other than that, it's up to you. But yes, I do think that doesn't blow my mind. If you told me this bubble goes for 5 years, I wouldn't be surprised. If you told me it ends next week, I would be like, yeah, that's of course. All of it. Be ready to accept all of it and understand everything else that's still, whether it ends or not, there's a lot of things connected to it that we're going to see. Same thing with the politics. Don't fight the box. A week or two if you're above 20. You can, at this point, I just got the deposit. It threw me above it. I looked, ideally, if I could get me below 20, I would want to be aggressive about it, but I don't want to make a bad, I don't want to make an impulsive move. But that is the problem with when you're at this limit. 20 is too high. Like I'm saying, I'm doing it because the covered call, theoretically, I would still be at 10% or less if it wasn't the case. But yeah, just don't be dumb about it. But then also, you got to get that 20% manageable. Shipper's new tool that could build a full spot clone. Interesting. They've been doing that. There's this one little creator who they keep making knockoff software companies. They set a target and then they knock off a company with AI. But yeah, stock. If this was February, everybody would be panicking. But yeah, I haven't seen it in a while. It's been a while where a software clone would fuck up everybody because of AI. Gold and silver. No, I need to find it. It's on Twitter. You'll find it if you look. I think you'll find it, Tyree. But it's they knocked off 15 sites already. They've made 15 programs, and it's just all using they'll take down anybody. It's they do it on purpose. That's what they're trying to highlight. They think software is shit and that AI could replace it all. So that's what they do, but it hasn't gotten a market reaction. Again, in February and March, I don't know, remember when CNBC, they're Monday.com and we made the competitor. It's if this was a couple months ago, they'd all get knocked, but surprisingly been going on. Disposable software. Oh no! Why is this so large? Well, I have the preview for Palant. It's massive. BNet. Macy's. Put on Palantir. Is it for a weekly or is that next week? I mean, listen, if they're either direction, because the stock is expensive enough, they're cheap to standards, it might be there. The problem, they don't really move a lot. You guys know that, right? So it's kind of like, that was this thing with Microsoft, though, but then Amazon, too. Core Weave. Oh, what's up? I just printed the high. So, yeah, I have the preview. But, yeah, they haven't moved more than 8% in earnings. That's the shitty part. So, they're guiding 1.8, or that's analysts. Analysts think they're going to be on the high end. So, analysts are expecting them to do better. $2 billion for next quarter. Full-year guide, they're down 17 since May. XLK up 7. SPY up 3. Bro Billionaires, retail, structural defense all down, and then software and AI adopters are the only ones up. They're pricing 11.5 for Palantir. The last 4 quarters, loss of 7, gain of 7, loss of 8, gain of 8. 19 of 20 of beat, 1 in line. 10 of 20, 6 in line with EPS, and forward quarter revenue 15 of 20. So, like I'm saying, they're pricing in 1.5 standard deviations, but they usually move less than that, a lot. Alrighty. Well, it's a Core Weave ETF. Why won't nothing load? All right, there it is. I can't believe it's 12:11. Oh, McDonald's. Why are the food plays doing this again? You're doing another round of these food sell-offs. Watch out. Not all of them. Kava, CMG took it earlier, and pizza. But now McDonald's and Bros, they just took 2 big candles. McDonald's more so. Yeah, something's happening. Yum Brand's on the low, too. Remember, you had SYY. They dropped and popped. Trump's latest tariff medley, or merely replaces duties that were shot down by Supreme Court. Today did fly by, dude. I mean, all we did was melt up and have dreams of escaping the box, but yeah, I don't know how this all played out. Kind of fascinating. But did go by quick. Yeah, I don't know where I mean, maybe though. Still don't know what it is. Taco Bell met with Michigan about parasite weeks before recall. I think it might, again, all of these food plays. Didn't you say 2 people died from it today? But that's the second round of just random food exposure plays. And then ironically, the food distributor dropped and then popped. So I don't know. Yum, SG, taco. Yeah, so it's the headline. That's it. CP, NIVDA? CP, Canadian Pacific. None of the other railroads are going up. Dude, Taco Bell, they're trying, I saw it. They're doing $1 Mexican pizzas. So that you go out there and get back to Taco Bell and eat. They really want you to have a Mexican pizza for $1. Because some of the lines, I mean, early on, like when the diarrhea thing was like really, when I got it, that's them Taco Bell lines, bro. They were not active. Trump is considering moving Jan Pirro, D.C. over a Justice Department conclusion that problems with the Lincoln pool stem from a flawed renovation rather than vandalism. They love this pool, dude. Viacom? Dude, all the food plays still. Again, I see a lot more of that. Remember, McDonald's, their earnings tomorrow morning, actually. No, CMG, all the food plays. So, I don't know. CMG, just because people are linking it to others. Again, look at now Sweet Greens, and then you had S. So, they literally popped them all on you. But meanwhile, McDonald's is on the low, and then Bros, I don't know why the coffee plays are selling off. Yeah, Kimberly has earnings tomorrow morning. So that's probably the it's on the tomorrow or Wednesday. Tomorrow. August 4th. So yeah, get ready. Skyworks. Wasn't there the rumor on Friday? Wasn't that Skyworks? With NXPI? Or no, that was AMBA. Yeah. XLV, IGV, chips. It could be. That's what I'm saying. Some of it, watch the rotations when it's all said and done. But yeah. Now Smuckers in value, though. Hold on. So you have SJM. You got a lot of XLP, but seems like something. Check PG. I don't know if this is related to the food shit. It could be in a weird way. But then again, if they're shitting themselves, that should be bullish for Kimberly. But we'll find out. And then VST. Oracle. Oh, yeah. Remember, we are green now on Oracle, so be careful, unfortunately. Como, remember he ran and then lost? I almost typed in Como. Oracle. buying Oracle when Josh was red, indeed the play for the long term. All of them. So far, I don't want to jinx it, but yeah, every play this year has been a banger for the long term. So if you waited, they didn't mean they all went up, but if you waited till I was down on them and bought them red, they were fire. I want to say something. I hope I jinx it all. That's what I said the other day with Airbnb. I hope I jinx it. I want to kill excitement, get to commitment, win or lose. I'm going to do the same shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to just stick to whether it's happy, sad, hype or not. I'm going to do the same shit. Long term, give me my little plays, give me them. You know, that's it. So, unfortunately, I'll jinx the fuck out of it because it's in the Lord's hands, nobody else's. And that's why I hope you meet the Lord with the discipline and ready to go and excitement, baby. But yeah, so get a long term. But if you wait till they're red, that's what I'm saying. I'm still down. I was down on Oracle. But playing the Reds have been amazing. And like I'm saying, I'm glad for how I did because I've made a lot of money this year. And that's not including the locked-in membership, so thank you. But I'm glad with how I did. My long terms are doing good, but there's a reason I do this, man. And I'm grateful to replicate and share it all with you. Because like I'm saying, bro, some of y'all, you've had a good year, man. You got to live through this bullshit, and you're walking away a winner. You're walking away with things growing. You got a long term. I pray to God a lot of you got protected on the Intel because that was a glorious move, and to him be the glory, and that's it, man. And that's what I'm saying. We got to just go. That shit. That Kimberly's getting washed right now. I don't know if it's any of these other ones. Well, the stock market is at all-time high. Okay, send me your long-term. Not Drew. Come on, bro. Remember, last time I asked you for this, you wouldn't even send me the positions. So please, silence yourself. Don't ever talk again, in the words of Trump. You know what I'm saying, bro? So that's what I'm saying. I don't care if the market's been up all. You just had a guy blow up at all-time highs on the same Intel play. So it's how you do it, not what you're doing, and that's part of it. So, like I'm saying, follow along and get a long term, man. That's all you gotta do. That's all you gotta do. But yeah, if you wait till they're red, if you now in reverse, if you bought every long term play after I went green on it, you would be down. So do you see the dilemma? Isn't that fascinating? So like I say, if you bought every play when I was red, you're green on all of them this year for the long term. If you bought every play I was green on when it was green, you would be down on the year. Ta-da, maybe except for Microsoft, because that just ripped in the last couple days. So, ta-da! Isn't that fascinating? So don't buy it when it's green. Buy it when it's red. I'm funny? No, I'm honest. That's why. That's why I ask the people when I see a lot of I ask to see the long term. So I'm saying, don't come at me with that, though. I remember. Especially, you guys have heard my Nadrooks back and forth. But I asked him this last time. I asked him 5 times. And this is all you sent me. No positions, no nothing. And you have the audacity to talk long-term smack? Nadrook? My brother? You're lucky I already had to fucking rant at the locked in today. Do you know what I'm saying? So you're lucky there's more drama from every corner. So I guess I could let that slide. But nah, that's ho shit. That's some ho shit. You were even preying on the downfall of Intel, and we walked away. You remember that too? I remember it all. That's what I'm saying, y'all. Please get a long term. Get a house. Don't be 5-year doomer. You got to walk away winners if you waste your time on this. Come on. Thanks for unclogging Oracle. I got you. I broke the curse. I broke the curse. They did hit great. That's what I'm saying, bro. And that is true, though. I don't know. I kind of believe the Ken Griffin quote. Somebody got to sell. Rant at Locked In. Oh, just earlier. I'm just saying though. I'm giving the final warning on it. I'm just gonna ban shit. If it's political, if it's not locked in, you guys are gonna get banned. So, and then like I'm saying, if we do too much, I'm gonna have to move it around. You were coming at me, but I showed you the long-term up. Simple. I told you every single long-term play this year has went green. And you said it's because the stock market went up. But the reality is that's not true for everybody. That's it. Even with the stock market going up like last year, people still lost. You just watched a guy blow up at all-time highs. All of these. So again, that's what I'm saying. Our long-term is literally outperforming by a wide margin for the second year in a row. If you want to attribute it to whatever, be my guest. But it sounds like you've missed out on it. Hence all of your reactions I've tried to gently call you out on. But now, my brother, you have crossed the line. That's why. So you better get your long-term. Your doomerism has exhausted its timer. You know that, right? It's all gone now. No more. No more good graces. You got to get a bag in a house real quick, bro. Kim? Who's Kim? Are you meant? Oh, Kimberly. I don't know if that was because of the war shit. Or not the war shit, the diarrhea shit. Well, diarrhea is shit, but you get what I'm saying. Or in the box. How could this be because of straight up? Oracle. I thought we were going to have to work harder on that. Even for the long term. All right, Chad. Well, wrap up your... Oh, I have an earnings play to wrap up. I was about to tell you to wrap it up. I'm like, wait a minute. I didn't even wrap it up. I'm going to wrap up one right now. I have a couple ideas for the deposit, unfortunately. A lot of things have went up. That's the only thing. But yeah, you know, you guys got to see it. That's what I'm saying. The last 3 months, we were extremely patient. A lot of things fluctuated. I mean, we didn't get the best prices, but, you know, if you use it when it's more in your favor than not, it should go up. ANET earnings. I had it up in the morning. I actually put that on one of the lists, but the way it moved was kind of whack. Okay, I want to finalize the earnings play, but I think I'm going to wait. Let's stretch a little bit more time. STRL. NeoCloud Energy. I mean, I guess oil's up. And then CRISPR, IWM. Where are we on the scoreboard? What's the NASDAQ 100 at? Normal NASDAQ's at 1.8. Dow up 1.3. SPY 1.5. And Russell 1.7. You helped your girlfriend start the long term. Glad you could spread the message. Thanks for the wisdom. How long ago? So depending on when you guys got somebody the long term, oh, they're gonna love you. But then again, be careful. I told you, bro. My girl got a long term, but you know what I have to hear? See, last quarter, She was like, why is Pepsi up only 20%? I'm like, excuse me? She's like, I do know how much I made on Google, so just be careful. You're going to have to hear those comments in the future, but it's a good thing. It's a good thing. That's what you're saying. You got cash, but all the things you want are up, sadly. Yes, but here's my question. Did you buy anything in the last 2 months? So if you say no, then fuck you. That does not count. Do you see what I'm saying? That's the only difference. I just got the deposit today, and I'm above 20 and I want to buy something, and I don't want to buy these things that have came up. But like I'm telling you, we were buying them at the lows in the last 60 days. So you see what I'm saying? So if you sat through that and want to keep sitting and now your balance is really going above 20, I don't think you should be that patient. I think you should get a good one that even if it's up 5-10%, but if you're pushing heavy cash and did not scoop up any lows, I would not don't use the patience. Don't try to use a virtue to not make a move. You see what I'm saying? That's kind of been the issue that we've talked about with it, where I'm saying, yeah, I understand and I feel you, but as if you were ignoring the lows, we already bought the Oracle, we bought the Microsoft, we bought the Intuit. Now I'm coming to you and I'm like, yeah, everything's up. But if you're not buying and you have a fuck ton of cash and ignored lows, that's different. So make sure that that's not the situation, please. And I say please for your own future. Pepsi does pay a divvy. Mm-hmm. Where is the Nikes? Isn't Nike at like 5 now, too? Long term for life, son. Yeah, they won't report till September. That's crazy. So a month after NVIDIA, that's when the earnings restarts. You know, remember CoreWeave, that was one of the largest positions owned by your boy, Leo. And that homeboy ended up taking on Ken. I know, Ken. You know what it's like? So what Ken did was like when JP Morgan bought First Republic. That's the type of deal it was, where they bought the whole book. You'll never beat a deal like that. That's what I was saying. They just took all of his positions half off in one trade without liquidation risk. So the fact of him selling it when it's like that would have even brought the price. They're like, no, we'll take it. Nike's decent. Wayfair. Iran when was that? 5 minutes ago. They said they're gonna blow up ships again. No reaction though. Everyone said no problem. No problem with me, buddy. All righty. But not a recommendation. But yeah, so we got that, but it's a little skewed because the calls aren't fresh. So we'll see. But and then if those pop even into close, you could probably make some money on them. Maybe get a free one. So yeah, good luck. Not a recommendation. Can you speak anything to account sizing? Yeah, just depends. I mean, ideally, if you could find any sort of edge, even if it's 2% in your favor, and you execute it with the same sizing and you do it there, you'll win. You'll be surprised, even if it's a small edge. But arguably, it's probably one of the most important things to your trading. I think I just moved it. All right, and then high ticker is almost fully gassed. You got 25 minutes, so wrap up your earnings plays. I mean, that's just what I did right now. And God bless America. Oh, is Sentinel still... Are those higher? Oh, they are. On the ask. The ask on the Sentinels is... Wow. So I don't know if you remember. Those peaked. So the ask on Sentinel is higher than when it was $1 higher. That's surprising. I just noticed those. Those are moving up. Well, no, the locked in is live. Oh, it showed up. Hi. Good to see you. I just saw you. Impeccable risk management is key. It is. It doesn't have to be impeccable. Can I repeat the play? Yeah, I got you, bro. Please. It's my pleasure. You guys think this is fucking Chick-fil-A? That's amazing. That's awesome. If it was, I would get a spicy chicken deluxe with extra Chick-fil-A sauce and ranch. But no, that's... I'm checking. Nope. I don't have a little toast scanner. I don't have a menu. It's weird. I don't have any of that. Maybe I should turn on the camera. TKO. The jack cheese does go hard. Spicy though, bro. Sometimes a little, you know. So far, I like Owl like a Corsair. I still think it's risky, but the right small bet on that, I think is very asymmetric. And I've talked about that at the beginning. I took a play on it, but not for the long term. I'm gambling on it. I right now I'm in the gambling stage of Owl. Would I add it to the long term? Probably not, but that's a better risk than a lot of dog shit out there, in my opinion. It covers financials, it covers money. You know, if you get any sort of, if we somehow stay in the box, you got, but then again, it has pressure. So, but yeah, I do like, I like it in the short run, and I think it's going to be volatile. But yeah, if you keep that small in the long term, just do not over position on that. I beg you. The small, again, just like Corsair, similar stock price. I'm telling you, $100, a big account, $1,000, or I don't know if you're pushing $500,000, want to go bigger, be my guest, but don't put a big percentage. As long as you keep it negligible, that's a great asymmetric bet. AKA, if you're right, it recovers a lot. Its net asset value is like 4 or 5 times higher. If you're wrong, it's already you lose $10 a share. I think you can make way more than $10 a share if it doesn't die. So just don't go big on it. But it's not necessarily high quality long-term candidate. Does that make sense? It would be a candidate for like you've already ran out of everything to buy. You want a little bit of risk on there. And then you're buying it 30% higher after it just ripped. So, but so again, sizing is your friend on this one. Small sizing is going to be a great, great brother. Anything else is going to violate you. It is. I like I've talked about it a while for Owl. That's why you just got to let it get out of its own little box. That's why I wanted the ones I took today. I wanted them the other day and they went up. But that's why I'm like, all right, we could build small now. I didn't go too big, but that's one I'll build around for a gamble. But I'm not adding it to the long term just yet. But if you wanted to, like I'm saying, understand why it's lost so much in value. And no matter what you understand, just don't put a lot into it. As long as you make that, respect your portfolio, don't oversize on these shit stocks, or the ones that are underperforming heavily, you'll be fine. Like I said, the way we did Oracle this year was a great example because I've even increased my size on Oracle, but you saw how we did it, right? You start small, let it work its own way, and it's going to build, and you're going to have time to go in or out, but you don't have to. A small amount will really pad the stats, and then if it works against you, make sure it's small enough to not hurt you. Chad, 20 minutes, hugging the highs, still in the box. KNF? Oh, I was thinking KN. Separating the accounts, good. 1 to 2 max on Owl. So listen, I hope you guys see, like LZ, I think LZ asked a great question. Asking about Owl, like a legit talk about it, I think that's awesome. I don't think all of you should come out the woodworks trying to fucking buy Owl for the long term now. Like, do you see what I want you to understand it? And like I'm saying, if you want to dabble, you can, but it's not. I was just trying to help the homie out, man. I was not trying to, like I'm saying, I'm gambling on it. And I've brought up Owl on a video 2 months ago. It's on my Instagram. We've brought up Owl, if you guys recall. So, like I'm saying, it's not I'm not saying 1 to 2 per. Do whatever you want, but I was just answering his question. And again, I think it was a good question. He was asking about it. He was receptive towards the answer, but this doesn't mean everybody go buy it. It just, understand the principle. Understand the principle. I hope it does. I know I'd love to put it on your radar. We put this stock on your radar a long time ago. So understand it, but that positioning size is, I think, the big lesson. And just because we've talked about it, I hope, I'd encourage you to do what I told him to do. Look into it, understand it, look at your portfolio and all that, but I'm not speaking on that as if it's a green light. I think SpaceX earnings will probably do good, but then I still think the shares are going to be terrible. All of the offerings. It is. Every earnings releases a set of shares. That's why it kind of sucks. Your call on Intuit and Kimberly before divvies was great. I know. I like it, man. And that's what I'm saying, though. I think some of you who got to follow along with at good timing, I think you got to learn some of it. Isn't it cool? Wasn't it cool to do it? Like, you know what I'm saying? I think some of you got to see it felt weird buying when things were going down. You had to wait a week or two. It felt like nothing was happening. And then before you know it, whoop, it rips, you know, and it feels, you get to learn something from it, man. So that's what I'm saying. I do think, you know, that timing was it was a good learning process if you were actively engaged with me and you got to really kind of navigate through like we've been talking about the last 2 years. That's why I'm saying, man, I love you. And Nadruk, I love you, brother. I forgive you. No, I'm not really bothered by anything today. That's why I've been telling you. How can I be mad when everything is going good? Like, I'm being dead ass serious with you guys. So I love you. I forgive you. I'm just trying to encourage y'all, man. Don't mistake extraordinary for ordinary, and don't fall for this trap of being around opportunity and then falling for not doing anything with it. I don't like that at all. That's what I'm saying. It's some of these things I would be very quiet and humble about it, and I'm not trying to be unhumble, but I don't want you guys to keep mistaking extraordinary for ordinary, because then you're going to think there's no opportunity. Then you're going to think everything's the same and everything's doomer, but it's not. That's what I'm telling you. We're ripping bubbles right before they collapse. We're covered calls, free money before it collapsed. We're positioned before they're running, even in all of it. And that's what I'm just saying. Don't lose sight of that, because I hope that gets you excited and hungry, and that should wake you up and snap you out of this doom loop, because it's happening right now in front of you. So and that's why I'm grateful. Those of you who got to engage in the moment with me, you know what I'm talking about. You're not just spectating. You are part of this. You're in the game. And that's why I'm saying you understand what I'm saying at a whole nother level, because you're living through it, from the moves and the positioning and the balancing and the management. We're not speaking theory. We're executing right in the moment of it. And that's where I'm saying, that's where I want some of you to develop that experience, because I can only take you so far until you start living in the moment with the market. That's what I'm saying. It's one thing to buy the dip after it dips and bounce. I need you to buy it in the midst of it and be confident in that and do it in a right way that's not going to hurt you. Software ETF is IGV. So get ready now, because now, do you know what round this is? Back to patience. Remember, we went 3 months, nothing in the long term. And then June, July, we just ripped it. I didn't think I would, but the opportunities came. So same thing. It sucks we have more than 20, but I'm not going to force it, especially with the covered calls skewing the balance. But yeah, now we wait until they give us another freebie. LQDA again, if you remember him 2 weeks ago. And I hope everybody doesn't top tick OWL, but that was a good discussion. I was like, wait a minute, why is that up there? So I don't know. Which one do you guys want then? Actually, I don't know. Never mind. Say, everyone's been a dickhead. I got some plays. I was going to give you one, either a software or a chip play. I'll post it on the Instagram video, but maybe we'll wait till Wednesday. See how tomorrow goes. Thank you for this year, of course, brother. And that's what I hope so, man. I look forward to it. And what I'm saying is that whatever you'll thank me for today, we'll see it. I'm fully confident in it. That's because I've seen it. That's what I'm saying, man. Just keep going. Keep going, and one day you will. I hope some of you never thank me, and I hope some of you do, because it'll be so unreal. Amen, bro. Isn't it a renaissance business, like Third Point? What do you mean? Like they're trying to, like you're saying, like OG, or they're the ones trying to disrupt? It's just a fund. That's all it is. You're not even buying a company. You're buying a company that buys companies. That's why I don't really like it, because I would just go buy the company. But yeah, you're just buying a holding company. They buy companies and assets and debt. Actually, specifically debt is a big thing they focus on. So yeah, that's the general thing, and that's why it's kind of different. But then again, I don't own this in the long term, so because I gotta always tell you, like certain financials and other things, I don't. It's too much. Just give me, get a good JP Morgan at a cheap price. All the other shit is just too much. Yeah, it's usually not something for me in the long term. That's exactly. I feel your sentiment very well, because that is exactly how I feel about it. But I know enough about it. Good value. I think it's asymmetric, but I would just gamble. I wouldn't put that on the long term. I should play the Buffett Munger thing, That's it. Like, you could understand the business, but it's not really our game. Carvana, ING, Ulta. Oh, CNC again. They have $300 billion in cash. Do they really? There's no way. But even if they did, that's what I hate about all these. Because it's kind of like Pfizer, where that cash, you don't really understand it because it's so deep and convoluted. Yeah, no, they have a fuck ton of cash. What the fuck is this? But then they also have a fuck ton of debt. That's what I'm saying. Like, you got, and then the divvy. So that's what I'm saying. Like, when you look at the balance sheet of Pfizer, it looks terrible. But then when you see how it's set up and then the cash flow, it's actually really good. So it's like, you may see $300 billion in cash, but if you don't know if it's so convoluted, you don't know the obligations, how it's recognized, and what they're doing, it may be that $300 billion may not mean what it means. Kimberly's tomorrow morning. I think it's just dumping right now, both pre-run up, and then we had a couple of things. But then again, I mean, so what's the good part about Kimberly, you guys? I mean, let me ask you this. What's more likely to happen? So let me put it this way. Intuit is green by 20%. We're up almost 30% on Microsoft. And now you have like 5 to 6% on Oracle. So just going off of what's happened all year, if all of those names are green, what do you think could be a likelihood for Kimberly? What do you think would happen? Any guesses? You've only got 7 minutes. It doesn't mean it's guaranteed to happen, but think about it. Yeah. Kimberly probably goes down, and now all of this cash with everything was already, then we could buy some, and then we rinse and repeat. And that's it. So yeah, if Kimberly goes good, that'd be crazy. It'll rip, and then all of them are up. But yeah, if that comes down and it gives us another shot to use some of this capital, I'd be down, and that would make sense. Just remember, the last time we were up a fuck ton on the growth, Kimberly went down. And then when Kimberly came back up, all those growth names went red, even if they were up $100 a share. See what I'm saying? So we still got it, but tomorrow morning we'll see if this turns into another opportunity or not. Oh, McCormick. Or McKesson? Which one is it? McKesson. They're selling off. Why not go for an alternate divvy? Because a lot of them, their ex-divvies are within like the next month or two. Long way out. And then a lot of them have moved 10% off the lows. So unfortunately, that's why I'm like, if I could get one that I've already stacked on, and if it goes cheaper, that might be easier. But sadly, a lot of them are up with no incentive to buy because they'll probably fluctuate over the next month. All right, that final five. Final five's coming. You're going to the downside. Wasn't market on close to the buy? Wasn't it 1.3 bill or something? Habibi. We are near the top of the box, yeah. We didn't hit the top yet, but definitely. A couple names started flushing. Couple names running up right now. I mean, that Canadian Pacific all day. I don't know where Mag 7 is. I mean, Apple, Microsoft, they all took some candles. And then chips came down too. Even IGV, everything that ran all day. Little bit of profit taking. I mean, a couple of staples sold off, but XLP, you're going to wake up to some of those tomorrow morning. Wrap up your plays. You got Palantir and one more after the bell. Who is it? TAP fits the idea, but TAP is still up from the low. But then they got like a month to the divvy. So if TAP drops like 5%, that would be a good one. Before divvy, I'd like it. But then if TAP starts running up before X divvy, because again, we're almost going to be break even on it. So that's kind of the logic. But yeah, if TAP is, lower than higher, I might be down. Because I haven't bought TAP this year. TAP was end of last year, believe it or not. And then we opened up with Kimberly and the other ones. I don't know, man. A diarrhea pandemic sounds pretty bullish for a toilet paper company. That's what I'm saying, dog. I'm like, wait a minute. That's why they started dropping when those headlines came out. But I'm like, nah, man. I'm like, this could be the greatest tailwind I've ever heard of in my life. They're like, what's going on? Everybody is shitting uncontrollably. Well, what does Kimberly-Clark make? Shit paper for shitting. No way. I'm like, this is amazing. Anything that has to do with the bathroom, Kimberly has the monopoly. That's the one thing I was worried about versus Procter & Gamble. Because Procter & Gamble, they get the sink. They have the sink. But the rest of the bathroom and the toilet belongs to Kimberly. The shower belongs to Procter & Gamble. The sink belongs to Procter & Gamble. The toilet is our domain. You see what I'm saying? That's why I'm like, oh, that's it. We get the medicine cabinet too. You get the medicine cabinet and you get the toilet. So that's why I'm like, ooh. Buy Oracle or Kimberly. I don't have any Oracle. So where the fuck were you 2 weeks ago? That's kind of been my question to everybody who asks me this, unfortunately. Because I do like them a lot. But now those plays have just gone up, unfortunately. So follow the videos, see the price, and just keep that price on deck and try to react lower than not. That's the whole talk we just had today. Was that if you bought anything we were down on this year, 100% success rate. And then the irony is if you bought whatever we bought this year while we were up, 100% success rate, you lost money. It's so amazing. So that's what I'm saying. I want you guys to be the winners. You don't, believe me, stop putting yourself on the side that's buying after the pop. So those are great plays, but unfortunately, they're all up. Even Microsoft, every single one of them. So even Corsair, even the shitty one. So we'll wait, but just keep that in mind. And then, yeah, you only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Finalize Kimberly because they report tomorrow morning. So make sure if you didn't take some profits today, that's up to you. I made sure I took some. I'm still not that box, bro. But do what you need to. Vibe out. Finalize your plays. God bless you all. You have less than 15 seconds remaining. Bring it home. Oh, yeah. Oh, is it SpaceX? Is that the one today? Oh, yeah. Then you got Palantir after the bell. I don't know if it is SpaceX, but we'll find out. But either way, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Porno Chatadoria. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. First month or first day of the month. Right near the top of the box. The long term. Oh, but we're not out of the danger zone just yet. So, Chad, I need a GG. Okay, can you drop a GG in the chat? Drop a GG in the chat. Let me get some of this. Again, I don't know when Palantir comes out, but yeah, we're not going to stick around too long. I don't think it's that crazy.
We did it, we made it, and
Let me get a GG. Members, non-members, stream alerts, locked in. Everybody who upheld the honor of a long term. May the gains bless you, brother. May you have been blessed with dedication and fruit, friends. I love you. Good game. I don't care what happened today. I care if you have a long term. Don't worry. But please, Chad, do not deceive your future. Do not play yourself. Stay locked and loaded. And but I love you, bro. For real. Thank you, man. If y'all ain't getting banned, y'all ain't wasting time. Y'all just maximizing it. May the dividends keep paying, my friend. And may you be blessed. God bless you and thank you. Like opinions and thoughts, because they don't mean a lot, man. My money on thoughts. I can show you the top. Every bottom I bought. Put the key in the lock. Don't believe me? Just watch. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Humble yourself. Does humble yourself, does it mean shy away from extraordinary? No. It means try harder. It doesn't mean step on a nail and go and shy away. It means try harder.
If a humble man tell you to be humble, he a narcissist. Tell that to the arsonist, the pharmacist. I wonder
Where's
about
Palant?
the Stalinist, the Darwinist.
I must insist.
The things that we up against don't play defense. So next time that you take offense, my boundary just another fence. Don't forget.
I don't see
remember
Palantir
this.
earnings. I don't know if it's out
Lost
yet.
Everything. Don't tell me about a fucking risk. I'm humble, but I'm powerful. But I don't have to tell you. There's some moments that you can't forget. So if I'm fake, come and get me now.
It's not out yet.
Big head, I just know the size of the crown. You watched a lot of porn. Does it look like I'm fucking round? You didn't like me then. I didn't hope that you would like me now.
Alright, well, I'm gonna go pee.
Peace, I wanted to.
Let it ride.
Want war, I got it cool. But I won't lie, dog. I only need a few. So tell me what you really wanna do. Man, I swear I'm just like you. Cause the tongue brings life, but it brings death too. Please just move. Good advice is never taken by a fool. I took a look at life like a mechanic look at tubes. Cheap, fast, and quality, could only pick two. Mannequin, I'm rude, but in a panic, in a fuel. Would you want it on your team, or do you want it against you? The humble made me hungry, I will eat any food. Humble made me better, fake humble made me confused. The truth is that there is a real humility typical of our time. But it so happens that it's practically a more poisonous humility than the wildest prostrations of the ascetic. The old humility was a spur that prevented a man from stopping, not a nail in his boots that prevented him from going on. For the old humility made a man doubtful about his efforts, which might make him work harder. But the new humility makes a man doubtful about his aims, which will make him stop working altogether.
25 states file lawsuit challenging Trump's latest tariffs. Isn't that half of the country? Amazing. Well, Chad, the earnings should come out any second. I don't know. Oh, there's Palant. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. Let's see. Palantir net revenue 1.06 billion. What? Oh, that's the net. I was like, wait a minute. They see third quarter 2.18 to 2.16. Full year revenue 815 to 816. So they guided up. They guided up substantially. Truest downgrade. I know, so they killed it, but that fake earnings was fake. This was not the number that I saw. So that one, no, they killed it, dude. They absolutely wrecked it. So again, beat and guide up. Adjusted EPS, 41 cents a share. That beat. Remember, though, the problem, they were pricing in 11. They don't usually move more than that. So again, even analysts were high. They were higher than the company, and then they still beat it, and then they raised guidance by like what? 10, 15%? Or give or take on the full year? I think SpaceX is out. It started popping. If it gets above 11, we might get lucky. The put will get washed, but those are cheap. But yeah, like I'm saying, if you could break 2 standard deviations, the Lord may bless us with a lucky one, man. I don't. So let's see, man. We'll see. But even then, if that fucking Palantir goes green, I'm not going to be happy, locked in. Okay? If y'all pull that shit tomorrow, I'm banning all of you. Okay? Even if fucking Palantir makes us 1,000%. I'm not going to. So just keep that in mind. But for now, you need to break 2 standards, or at least 1 standard. Otherwise, the hope is not alive. Oh, SpaceX is... Really? Well, yeah, they killed it, though. Beat and raise across everything. I thought SpaceX was today. It's one of these days. Yeah, I think you're right. All right. Well, wait till the call. If this gets above 1 standard, you might enjoy it. If not, it'll suck. And God bless America. All right. Anything else? Any other earnings? I don't think we, that's it. You wake up, even the earning may not be like that, So let's see. Good day. I don't know why Oracle ripped in the long. They ripped too for a second. All right. Well, Chad, that is all that I have for you. Go read the books. Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And Chad, don't forget why we keep going. And my brothers, just don't forget, you don't have to sign up for anything. Anything you don't want, you don't have to. Oh, but my brother, anything you sign up for, you must complete. And this is how you're going to get the most out of life, by seeing things through and sticking with it. All right, baby? Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So, Chadadonia, enjoy your weekend. Just kidding. It's a weekday. It feels like a weekend. You know that? Today kind of felt like a Friday. It was fun. I had a lot of fun. You know that? I did. I hope you did. I'm the box. I'm excited to get out of the box, and then I'm excited to stay in the box. But then the long term. And then I'm just telling you, Chad, 4 more months left. All you got to do, bring it home, baby. Midterm, that's all you got to do. 1 more quarter. Low key, 1 more solid quarter, my friends. So, Chad, I'll see you tonight. Watchlist for the locked in. I know, do we got some other people? We got some people on the Instagram. I'll see y'all too. Other than that, God willing, I see you in the morning. finger to the sky. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Chatadonia, have a wonderful day. Thank you for your time. I'll see you tonight and in the morning. And please don't forget, all of this content is brought to you by our sponsors. But like I'm saying, there's many testimonials. There's people, they said the beginning of the year, they started long-term monthly. And they never would have thought how much their life would have changed. I'm telling you. So just take a minute, enjoy this message from our sponsors, and please consult with your broker and make sure you watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos before beginning your treatment, okay? So thank you and have a wonderful day. Look at Snapchat on this is amazing. What the fuck is happening?
Put your moderate to severe volatility in check with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home.
Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future.
Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term monthly.